You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. It's the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series for 2024 and Road Atlanta, one of the most iconic circuits in America. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, Evan Slater again, a man who's had some great results here in the past. Full field again, only round 2, but we're starting to see a form guide.
Yeah, obviously round 2, so we saw how everybody did at Sebring, so we know who the known suspects are to be fast. But a few of them are missing. Connor Zilic and Austin Green, they're not here this weekend. So you're going to probably see a lead change for the championship because they're not getting any points. So really interesting to see that, but even though they're not here, it's still not easy grabs for all the guys that are here. This track is very difficult. 100 miles around here is brutal on the car, it's brutal on yourself, so it's not going to be an easy task for any of these guys up front.
I would argue that this is a real specialist track. I remember Rafa Matos getting his first win here, and of course he's on the pole. Interestingly enough, though, no qualifying. The rain heavy yesterday. They couldn't get out for qualifying. Will that make a difference?
I don't think that'll make too much of a difference. So in the rule book it says if there's no qualifying, they can't do qualifying for some reason. They go by the latest practice time. So everybody got a good practice session in. It was dry, so I think everybody got a good representative lap time. So I don't think there'll be any too crazy grid positions that aren't expected.
Got any expectations? Connor Zilic, like you say, not here, but Connor Mosak should have won this race last year. Zilic won it. He's in the field again. Rafa Matos we've mentioned, and of course we've got the likes of Merrill who really want to win.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of great drivers here. Rafa Matos really good. Thomas Nunziato, Thomas Merrill, so many great drivers. Connor Mosak. There's so many suspects that could win this race, so I'm super excited to watch it.
Thanks, Evan. Well, we'll head to the booth, but we're going to take a short break here from Road Atlanta. Ben Sissel will pick it up after this. Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
Taking on the challenge. Moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour here in the Fan Walk. We've got a lot of fans here. Beautiful weather, much better than the last few years. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, but right now I am with two-time champion, two-time back-to-back winner here at Road Atlanta, Rafa Matos, starting off the season really strong, finishing with a third. New team, you got to be feeling good.
I feel great. You know, it was a great day for us yesterday. We were hoping to qualify, but we'll take that result after first practice. We're quickest in the first test and first official practice. You know, hats off to the Nitro Motorsports boys, giving me a fantastic car. You know, hats off to Concord American Flag Pole Company, you know, trusting us and believing on this project. And, you know, we're happy to deliver a good result in qualifying. Now we got to finish the job.
Nice. I love it. Rafa, good luck out there. Beautiful car here with Nitro. We're going to come back to another one of our veterans, Thomas Merrill. here at Road Atlanta. Thomas Merrill, always fast here. Thomas, if I can interrupt, sorry about that. But, you know, something we were reminded of a couple of minutes ago, we were here last year on this day, basically. You came into the Black Flag. I stuck a mic in your helmet, and I could tell by your eyes you were really concerned about your friend Scott Borchetta. And does that kind of weigh heavy on your heart?
You know, yes, at the time it did, because you were watching that. It was like, oh, man, it didn't look good. But I was so happy when I saw him show up at Nashville. He's in good spirits, smiling. And, yeah, the important thing is he's okay now. But at the time, yeah, it was really, really scary. And I had the worst seat in the house. I was sitting right, and I could watch the whole extraction, and I was trying not to look, to be honest.
Well, yeah, so good. Scott Borchetta, so glad that you're back out and going. It was so good to see you in Nashville. I was just at your shop a couple of days ago, so excited. The Scott's doing really well. Sandy, thank you so much for all of your help. Let's come over here. Thomas Annunziata, doing so well, qualifying P2, talking to the fans as he should be. Well, hold on, Thomas, don't leave him hanging. Come back here. There we go. Yeah. But Road Atlanta, you've done pretty well here. You were kind of aggravated with your finish last year. What are you going to do this time?
Well, I mean, I'm more mature this year, right? Last year was my rookie season, so I've learned a lot over that time, and I'm trying to fight for a championship. So got to finish all the laps, and in order to finish first or anywhere, you got to finish the race. So I'm excited. I'm confident in these Nitro guys, and I'm happy to start off pole in this Cube 3 Trans Am Series.
Nice. I love it. I love it. I saw Tyler Gonzalez over here, so we spoke to our two kind of veterans in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, then Annunziata, who was new last year, and then Tyler Gonzalez, to most of the Trans Am field, kind of came out of nowhere. But you don't have that anymore. After your finish at Sebring, people are really watching out for you. And you have a lot of road racing experience. What's your experience here at Road Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, I've raced here a ton. I live only about 7 hours away. I race TCR and IMSA and GT4 and SRO, so I got a lot of time here, that's for sure. Still a little new to these Trans Am cars, but they're a lot of fun. I think I'm taking a good liking to it, that's for sure. But I'm here to give a good result for Nitro Motorsports and hopefully put this 40 car up front.
Nice, I love it. Well, that's Tyler Gonzalez. Looks like they're about to start clearing the grid, but I'm going to come over here and talk to Connor Mosak. Connor Mosak, you know how I love the awkward questions, and it seems like you're always really fast here at Road Atlanta and then just bad luck near the end. What's your strategy this time?
Well, this year we really focused on our long run speed, so I feel really good about what we had in yesterday morning's practice. I feel like we could really back up our lap time, so guys here at Silver Hair did an awesome job giving me that car, and we'll see, you know, if it does last in the race, but I do feel really good about it, and yeah, well, hopefully we'll drive our way up into victory lane and in honor of Scott Borchetta here last year too. We got him on my helmet this year, so it'd be a cool deal.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Connor. Connor, really good friends with Scott Borchetta. Ben Mayer, man, nice job. You are doing so well. I told you that a couple of minutes ago. So proud to see the progress, and it seems like each race keep getting faster. What's your strategy here starting in, what are you, 5th, 6th, when the green flag drops?
I definitely want to save tires for the end because you're going to need to be fast in the end, and you don't want to – hold on, let me think.
We are live.
You need to save tires for the end, definitely, just because you want to be able to pass people in the end. That's what I did at Sebring, and it really helped me. I was catching up to the guy in 7th a ton at the very end of the race, but I just couldn't get to him, so hopefully at the very end.
Well, I love it, Ben. You're getting a lot faster. Keep it up, man. Just be careful going through 1 when the green flag drops. We're going to come up here and start our proceedings here with my good friend Marvin Gray with the Road Race Ministries. Bill Knox now works for us, but Marvin Gray, who's kind of our road pastor out here in the Trans Am Series, take the mic, take it away.
Let us pray. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the opportunity to play here in the beauty of your creation. Lord, we thank you for this track. We thank you for all the workers that are here. Bless the corner workers, the track workers. Bless the crew. Bless our drivers. Bless the officials. Thank you for all they do that we can go racing. And Lord, now we ask that you would bless and protect our troops and our safety forces as they protect us. And we pray for an end to the conflicts around the world. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Marvin Gray, thank you so much. And now we have a special treat, Amanda Martinez, to deliver us the national anthem. Amanda, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's go racing! My goodness, Amanda Martinez, so beautiful. Thank you so much. Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. Fantastic rendition, as always. And alongside me, as you saw earlier, is Evan Slater. And in the past, Evan has had some great results here. I think your best is, what, 4th?
Yeah, I got 4th here in 2021. Yeah.
So, and it's a tricky circuit, isn't it? We've got 16 minutes till the get-go. What would you be thinking now? No qualifying, you know, it's not an easy build-up, has it? For when you've had a disrupted build-up.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers are so used to it. They've done so many race starts. It's probably not too much nerves for them, but there's always a little bit of just like baseline nerves before you go out in a race car. I mean, it's a crazy experience. So I would say for them, they're just probably focused on thinking about what they want to do on the race start. Obviously, I always say, like, all plans are good until the green flag goes, because you have your plan, okay, I want to go to the inside in turn 1, I want to outbrake the guy in front of me. You always have all these plans, but they never actually end up working out quite to plan. So, yeah, they're just trying to think of scenarios and what they would like to do in these certain scenarios so they can get the race to go in their favor the best they can.
Well, we saw on the grid, or the pre-grid, good crowd here. And if you saw Chris Dyson and was wondering what he was doing out there, yes, he's still in TA. And yes, he had his overalls on because he'd just been out and practiced, and he'd be qualifying later. But, of course, he's got some skin in the game now because Rafa Matos' sponsor, the flagpole, the American flagpole, is also part of the Dyson group. So he has got an eye on Rafa today, who starts in pole position. We're about to get underway, and the engines will be fired out momentarily. And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV across the United States. We welcome you to the famous Road Atlanta. You're looking down on the brand new pit and tower, or tower that is called Road Atlanta's Pit Tower. And yeah, it's a fantastic place, a brand new facility. We're on the 2nd floor of that tower looking down on the exit of the last corner, which you were telling me, literally, as you come under that bridge, from here to what, turn 6? It's literally like one line.
Yeah, so it's really hard. It's a fast-flowing sector, so there's really no great passing opportunities. You can make a move into turn 1, but it really has to be high commitment. And it's slightly risky, but it's super fun, that sector. I mean, coming down this last turn, we're sitting like right on the outside of it. You're going like 130 miles an hour down that hill through that turn. It's a crazy experience. So this track is just so much fun to drive around. You can see that hill on the left side of your screen there. But this track is just so much fun. So these drivers are going to have a blast, but it's not going to be an easy 100 miles because this track is so technical. There's no room for mistakes. They have to be fully focused all the time, and any mistake can be very consequential because there's not much runoff.
So how do you set the car up? Because there's that one long straight from 7 to 10. So how, and then you've got this, you know, the first part of the course, which is literally one long snake all the way to 6. So how do you set up?
So it's very difficult here. So
there it is.
Yeah, there's that snake. So that's a very technical sector. You can see. We'll go through the grid and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, just let me get the grid in. Rafa Matos, Annunziata. It's going to be good against master and pupil, so to speak. Annunziata with a win at COTA last year. Merrill and Gonzalez. Merrill, a specialist here. Connor Mosak and Ben Mayer, looking forward to seeing what Ben Mayer can do. Boris Sett Jr. in the Hendricks colours this weekend. Josh Hurley alongside him, the eSport champion from 2020, Jake Drew, coming in, a new boy. We'll talk about him. Barry Bowes now with SLR M1 race cars, and Barry Bowes is on a absolute tear at the moment. Lostowski and Bichelle, the young Gavin Bichelle, coming in again with SLR. Adam Andretti starts on the 7th row. Caleb Bacon looking to do what he did this time last year and come good. Thomas Ellis, relatively new. Will Rogers, likewise. They start on row 8. Then it's Durbin and Prochuk. Prochuk starting his 100th Trans Am race. Sabato and Odrick, the former Miami Dolphins tight end, I think he was. Dave Hodge and Michelle Abate on row 11. And we'll talk a little bit about Michelle. She's got some special colour scheme this weekend. Mock and Sheehan. Darren Mock had a broken rear axle in the first practice, so it's been a tough weekend. Caton and Phillips, Young, Raymond, Winston, and John Weisberg from the New York area in the Iron Smoke Red Line Oil car. And then right at the back for Ryan Companies, it's Matt Gray. And this, of course, a very important race weekend, given that Connor Zilic, who sure enough isn't doing the full series, but there's a chance now, certainly for Gonzalez, certainly for this man, Thomas Merrill, a former champion, to make hay, as they say, when the championship leader is away. After that first round, Connor Zilic leads the championship with 110 points, just 9 ahead of Tyler Gonzalez, the new man in Nitro Motorsports. Rafa Matos, his teammate, is right there with 97 points in 3rd place. And then it's Annunziata Green. Merrill at the moment in 6th place. And with Green not here as well, Merrill will be thinking of points and prizes. But hats off to Tyler Casera, who's helping Nitro Motorsports this weekend, and he was smiling, wasn't he, to both of us, saying, yeah, my boys are at the front.
Yeah, I was talking to Tyler, and that's hard work what he's doing. So I do some driver coaching myself. He's working, I normally focus on like 1 or 2 cars. He's working with 7 race cars this weekend. So, I mean, the time management to do that, that's really impressive. So, and he's doing well. I mean, his guys are running right up towards that front of the field. So, really impressed with that whole Nitro Motorsports team, all the great people working there, and all the great drivers making it happen on the track.
We'll be on board with the ASIO Data car of Barry Bowes. You just saw a glimpse of it there. And like I said, Barry Bowes, man on a tear at the moment, really going well. He changed teams, and he made an announcement effectively in one of his press releases saying that, you know, he's been around in this championship a while now, and he just feels like he's ready for the next level. And joining Scott Lagasse and that team is just a step forward of professionalism for him, and it's paying off. It's only round 2, but already Barry Bowes is moving up the grid, and we're used to seeing him in midfield, but now we're seeing him, you know, basically just outside the top 10, if not vying for a top 6 finish here. High above, as you can see, the Road Atlanta circuit. You wouldn't believe it. If you were here 24 hours ago, you would have seen a very different sight. It always seems to rain at some point in Road Atlanta. Guess it's lunchtime for this team as they get ready. But, a lot of rain. Does it make a difference to, I mean, we all talk about, you know, green tracks and rubber down and all this sort of stuff, and that's all good science and it's all good race talk, but does it make that much difference in Trans Am, a rain overnight?
So it totally does. So, yeah, you hear about these terms, a green track, rubbered in track. All it's talking about is what the rubber level on the track is looking like. So, obviously, the tracks are made of asphalt. But if you have the tire rubbers, when the cars are driving around, rubber gets deposited and it builds up grip on all of these tracks. So you can have better speed, you can have better quartering and better everything like that. So when a track rains really hard, it kind of washes all that rubber off. So the track gets what you call green. So then there's just the asphalt. There's no rubber built up onto that. So it's actually relatively low grip. So in these cars, it's not like a crazy huge difference, but it is definitely noticeable. You'll notice that you maybe have to roll 2 miles an hour less through all the corners. There's slight things that you're going to have to do a little bit like earlier. You might have to brake a little bit earlier. You might have a harder time getting the power down just because that good rubber that sticks to your tires is off of the racetrack.
So thanks, Evan. We'll speak more in a moment, but let's head down to Ben Sissel in the pre-grid.
Well, we're here at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. I'm here with my friend Juan Gonzalez of Mission Foods. I know him as a race car driver with International GT and SVRA, but Juan, Mission Foods is all over motorsports globally. Is that just because of your love for motorsports?
Yeah, my love for motorsports starts since when I was a teenager. But then I get to work, and now I have time to race and
be part of motorsports. It's my favorite sport, and we like to be part of Trans Am sponsors and SVRA, especially Formula 4, and we're also involved in IGT. You know, I've been racing SVRA since '91, okay, and I always love to come back to this racetrack.
I love it. Well, Juan Gonzalez, take the mic from me, and I love having you here. Deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engine. There you go, man.
Hey, you're awesome. Thank you.
And with that, the roar of these beautiful muscle cars, a championship that's been going since 1966, and of course this circuit opened in the mid-50s, so it's been going a fair few years, since the early 70s, and we've had 30 iterations of Trans Am here, so we are well established here, and there's some great names. In fact, there's some great names racing here this weekend, including Wally Dollenbach and many others. We've got crew chiefs from NASCAR up and down the field. I was finding out about Ben Mayer's crew chief, who's an ex-NASCAR guy. So there's a lot of real heavy-duty, heavyweight folk who have decided to be part of this new era of Trans Am. Evan Slater, if you don't know him, he is one of America's up-and-coming drivers. He's not in the seat at the moment, so if you've got an idea that you want to see a youngster succeed, he's right here alongside me, and he's available. And he is Evan Slater Racing. Look him up. He's got a great record here, and he's just chomping at the bit to go and take on these boys, and he's absolutely more than capable. We'll be on board also with Adrian Lostowski, the Fast, and we'll also be on board with the Ultimate Headers, Adam Andretti. We've got two views of his car. He had an off, in fact, in the first practice. Just got a bit of grass cuttings, and he came in early, and I thought there was something wrong with the car, and then I looked at the front, and it was just covered in grass. And then I also realized that he had a TA practice straight after, so I think he thought better of it. He said, well, I'm not going very well there. Yeah. So I'll come back in. But take me through the procedure now, Evan. We're going on this formation lap, and I always think when you're watching from the outside, it looks like the oddest time in a motor race where you're just weaving from side to side, and that's obvious. You're getting mechanical grip in the tires, but there's more to it than that. There's brakes, there's temperatures, there's all sorts of system checks, and probably engineer checks that you're doing with your radio, etc. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so basically there's a lot of things to do. I mean, I'm going to try and remember all of them, but so the first thing, radio check, you kind of talk on the radio at different points in the lap to make sure you can talk with your engineer. So it's just when they're racing, you know where you can hear it. So going through these laps, they'll be like, okay, I'm in turn 6. Okay, I'm in turn 10.
Okay.
They just talk like that.
Do you like to talk a lot, or like to hear your engineer up?
I don't like much. I like basically radio silence when I'm focusing. I like to hear the gaps. I like to hear if I have a spotter, like, okay, there's a car inside. I like to hear stuff like that. But normally it's pretty radio silent, except for this first lap where I'm talking to make sure the radio can hear.
Well, let's take a look at this Road Atlanta circuit, because it's technical.
We're here at Road Atlanta for round 2 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This track's fast, it's technical, and it's high speed. Turn 1, you can see the race start here from 2023. Nathan Hearn making a great move on me. It's kind of unfortunate, but this turn's really fun. You got to use the compression, you got to use the hill to really maximize the racetrack there. Here you got the S's. It's really single file. It's kind of follow the leader. You can see Connor Zilic getting held up by some lap traffic here. It's just really difficult to make a move because there's really not much space to really do anything, but you can still gain a lot of time through there. Turn 6, one of the hardest braking zones on this track. You can see Merrill going down the inside of Connor Zilic. That turn is really fun because you get it uphill on the braking zone, so you can really go late on the brakes and push it and roll that speed on the way in. Down the back straightaway, you're getting up to like 165 miles an hour here, and then it's hard on the brakes into turn 10A. You can see Zilic going down the inside of Brent Cruz right there. It's really a great place to make a move because it's such a hard braking zone. Then you got turn 11 and 12. Those are really fast, high commitment, high speed corners, and they round out the lap around Road Atlanta.
Thanks, Evan. A great look at this circuit with Evan Slater. We're on board with Keith Prochuk as he celebrates his 100th Trans Am race, and believe it or not, all of them with Cope Racing. And it's been a great story, and certainly Mike Cope considers him part of the family after 100 races, and long may it continue. But great to see Nathan Hearn, even though he was overtaking you there. But I'm sure he's tuning in Australia. Nathan, if you're watching, we want you back in the States. I watched him cruise to 6 race wins in a row in New Zealand very recently as Australia took on New Zealand in their own TA2 challenge. So it's alive and kicking is muscle car racing around the world, and we want to see more Australians, more New Zealanders, more Asians coming out over here and racing in the championship as Nathan did last year. He is hoping to make some moves here and do some racing here later.
So yeah, we got 2 pace laps this race, which is great because like I was talking about before the track guide, it really gives you time to get the car all dialed in. So you see the drivers weaving, that's to heat up the tires. They're also going to do some accelerating and some braking to really get those brakes up to temp. They're also going to be obviously using the motor, which gets the motor warm and all the oil temps and coolant temps up. So it's just this first lap is used to get every single system in the car warm, and then you also use it to check and make sure everything's working. You hit the brakes really hard, make sure the brakes are working. You don't want to have a brake failure.
Well, dumb question. How do you know that the brakes are up to temperature? Is it just that they feel right?
So yeah, we've driven these cars so much. Most of these drivers are very experienced, so you can kind of just go into driving at a random speed and slam on the brakes, and you can just feel, okay, how fast is the car slowing down? Is it supposed to slow down this fast? Is it supposed to slow down better? If it's supposed to slow down better, and it normally does slow down better, that means the brakes aren't up to temp, the tires aren't up to temp, something's not ready. So just keep going and keep warming it up. Hitting the brakes super hard actually is one of the best things you can do because it heats everything up. The calipers grab onto the rotor, so that generates a ton of heat in the brakes, and then also the tires are sliding, or they're trying to slide on the asphalt, so the tires are also getting hot. So you can see a lot of guys like doing slight acceleration, slight braking, and then the weaving to get the tires ready to go through a turn.
And this is a great view from turn 7 all the way down under that modal bridge, all the way downhill, mind you. There's a few bumps downhill, but it mainly goes down very quickly and steeply after this bit and down into 10A, which is probably the most normal place to overtake, or at least prepare to overtake.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the easiest way to overtake is on the braking. If you know that, okay, I can stop my car faster than the guy in front of me, you both have to get to the same speed for the corner, but if you can stop faster, that means you can start braking later. So that allows you to make a move and gain a bunch of distance because you're going 165 miles an hour and he's already slowing down, so you can just blow right by him. So that's the easiest place to overtake, and you're slowing down 110 miles an hour or whatever. You're slowing down a lot right here. So it's just great if you're 5% better on the brakes. That's extra distance that you can go and go deeper.
Well, as you can see, we're 2 by 2 as we come out of 10B now and getting ready for the start of round 2 of the championship with Zilic away, and by the way, on pole position in the Truck Series at COTA this weekend. Good luck, our friend Connor Zilic. But now it's Trans Am from Road Atlanta as we head to green.
Rafa Matos with a great start.
Brilliant start.
Thomas Merrill going down the inside, and Thomas Annunziata. That was a great start for that inside row. They got a much better run than the outside.
Yeah, I got a feeling about Merrill today. He's had some bad luck at Road Atlanta in the past, but he's also been always there or thereabouts. He's so fast in that number 26 HP Tuners. There you see it in 3rd place. Annunziata settling down into 2nd, and on board now with Keith Prochek as we go down through 5 and 6. Oh, it's rattle and hum, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see it's very tight through there. There's not much room to go too wide, but these drivers are pushing hard. They're trying to get the most positions they can. The start is the best time in the whole race to gain position, so they're trying to maximize from that. I
said to you pre-grid, if Rafa gets the start, which he has got, he's hard to beat round here. He won his first ever Trans Am race here in 2018, and of course went on, and he's been a 2-time champion since. He also won this race in 2019, and he said to me, as I spoke to him on the pre-grid, no question, this is one of his favorite circuits, and he also didn't worry too much, as you mentioned, that the qualifying didn't happen because he was pretty much dialed in. He knew what his car was, and he knew where he was. It's the same for everybody. He's fast.
Looks like Thomas Merrill was trying to look into the inside of 10A there. We're not really on the screen, but I saw him kind of peek in there.
Keeping an eye on Connor Mosak, of course. He led this race, was pole position here last year, got overtaken, and then in the pursuit of trying to get back the lead, he went off and didn't finish the race. The race went to Zilic instead, so we're keeping a watchful eye on Connor Mosak, who incidentally is going to do the full season, and that's great for Trans Am, but he's also going to be doing ARCA and Xfinity as well as some truck racing, as through goes Caleb Bacon in the number 18. Got a chance to meet his granddad, the famed Al Bacon. And of course, Chad Bacon, 3 generations of bacon. That's a lot of bacon if you're hungry.
It's a lot of bacon, that's a lot of racing. So great move by him into turn 1. So like I was talking about earlier, you can make a move there, but it has to be really high commitment.
Yeah, CB Motorsports took me through their entire garage at the weekend, and really sophisticated. Of course, they've got lots of IMSA background and sports car racing in their history. They've won at Sebring and many other great races over the years. So CB Motorsports know exactly what they are doing. So then, we are keeping an eye on how he goes. Ben Mayer in 7th at the moment. Josh Hurley coming back into real racing, so to speak. He's a driver coach and has done a lot of racing in the real world, but he won our E-Championship back in 2020 during the pandemic, and it's great to see him back in the seat again. He's just behind Connor Mosack, but we're now starting to see some overtakes as they dive into 10A. Under pressure now is Thomas Merrill from Annunziata, but Merrill got past Annunziata earlier in the race, and now Annunziata trying to make a move, and that's the obvious place to do it.
That was a very interesting battle, actually. So Thomas Merrill got by Annunziata, then Annunziata got back by him. So going into 10A, Annunziata was in front. He pulls out to the middle of the racetrack to defend, and Thomas Merrill goes around the outside, which is really not a normally done move, but he was able to make it stick. He was able to be really confident on the brakes, get that car presented, and he was able to make it work around the outside of 10A.
So, and also don't forget Connor Mosack right there in 5th, waiting for these two if they trip over each other. So, great racing so far at the start of this race. I love the drone. Really gives you an idea of how Mosack is just pulling away slightly from those, from how Matos is just slightly pulling away at the front from Merrill and Annunziata. Gonzalez, great run at Sebring. Gonzalez, the new kid on the block, and being mentored, in many ways, by Rafa Matos, but Rafa was beaten by him. And Tommy Sheehan, sadly, in the pits in the Vixen Motorcycles car, and that looks pretty terminal to me.
Yeah, I was talking to Tommy, and this is a brand new How car that he just got for this year, and he was super excited about it. So it's super unfortunate to see that splitter damage. So there's a lot of ways that could have happened. So maybe he went off the track, that splitter dug into the dirt, and it just kind of ripped off from the momentum of the car moving. Maybe he had contact with somebody. Super unfortunate no matter what happened.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been watching Australia in Formula One, and it's very much a street track, but then I look back here at this track, and it's really, as they go side by side, there's really not a lot of runoff here either, and it's that far from a street circuit, but there's really nowhere to go off. Look at how close the walls are.
Yeah, at the front of our screen, you can see that. Ben Mayer made it stick on the inside of that downhill. That's a really high commitment move because you're going so fast through there, and there's really no runoff. There's no room for error, so that's great racing for the both of them.
Yeah, and likewise, just behind them, Jake Drew coming in for Connor Zillage in the famous number 7. And as we've mentioned, Zillage racing in truck racing. He got the pole position at Coda this morning. And Jake Drew, in his 20s, from literally down the road from Connor Zillage. They're good friends. He's got some good ARCA and Xfinity, some good ARCA and West Coast experience as well. And
Connor Mosack,
big time.
That's Connor Mosack. Looks like maybe a car fire. Something's smoking real bad.
That could either be, to me, that looked like either
That's
a puncture.
Car fire.
It's a car fire. Wow. So Connor Mosack creates the drama, and surely that's going to bring out a safety car, and sure enough, the caution is out. So 3 laps gone, and one of our favorites is already out of contention. Well, you come back live on MAV TV just at the right time. We're under caution while you're away. We had a big problem for Connor Mosack. He we don't know yet. It looked like he kind of went up in flames. It's either a heavy puncture that's now caused a fire, or he's hit something. And as you can see, there's fire and smoke pouring out. He's okay, thankfully, but the silver hair is not as fast as it was just a few moments ago.
So that's so weird. It's like the body around the exhaust. It looks like the body's burning. I have no idea. I wonder if there's maybe more flames internally, but that is not what you want to see for a race car. But luckily, Connor Mosack is out of that car really
quick. A little bit of time more for Tommy Sheehan then to get fixed up.
Yeah, so they're doing something with the brakes. It looks like they're bleeding the brakes. So I wonder, that's weird. I don't know. Maybe he had some air in his brakes and it messed up. He hit the brakes and the pedal went long and he maybe hit the back of somebody. I don't know.
Here's a question for you. Is it frustrating to be under caution, or is it time sometimes to get a breath and rethink it?
I really don't like it when you're under caution because it gets so hot.
Right.
So these cars, they don't have AC at all. They're very raw race cars. So there's no heat
catch
insulation.
up on your podcasts. Right?
Basically, you can spend a little bit of time to relax, but you're relaxing and you're just heat soaking. So everything's getting hot. Your heart rate has been so high from driving so much, but now it's kind of getting a time to cool down and chill out. Your heart can start slowing down a little bit, but it's a weird feeling because you're so used to going so aggressive, so hard, pushing 100%, and now you're all going 60 miles an hour stuck behind one another. So it's such a weird experience, and it's just, I'm not a huge fan of it. I'd rather just keep racing. But sometimes at the end of a race, if you're starting to get really thirsty, you can take the full course caution, slow down a little bit, grab a drink of water in the car, and that can sometimes be helpful. But this early in the race, it's just slightly frustrating. But obviously, it's great to have the caution because we can make sure Connor Mosack is safe.
Well, as you can see, Connor Mosack's car just caught up outside of 7. And so that's why we're under caution. Conor Mosack coming out of 7 and then pulling over with that flames and fires. So we're under caution here at Road Atlanta. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with you, though. Don't go anywhere.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
The Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour returns to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, PSSA, International GT, Historic Trans Am, Toyo Tires 2.5 Challenge, Optima Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, May 3rd through the 5th. For tickets, simply go to WeatherTechRaceway.com.
As you can see, we're still under caution, and we've had a dramatic situation for Conor Mosack. He went off, and the car in flames. It's now distinguished, and they are going to extinguished, I should say. It's both distinguished and extinguished, whichever way. But anyway, either way, he's out of the race. But we will get a restart, and I've got Evan Slater alongside me. We're going to go through that restart in a moment, but it's Matos, Merrill, Annunziata, Gonzalez, Mayer, and Hurley. That's your top 6. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV because we are still under caution after Conor Mosack had gone off. A few other stories to tell you. Boris said Jr. is a good one. He's racing with the Hendrix colours this weekend, both as an overall and as a colour scheme on the car. He's currently in 7th position, and that's a really, really special moment for him. His father carried the similar colours, and in fact his father again will run his last Xfinity race in June in Sonoma in those famous Hendrix colours. And if you know Hendrix and Kyle Larson and that team, they are absolutely the top team in NASCAR at the moment. So as a young 18-year-old, wouldn't be bad to wear that blue and white, would it?
No, not at all. Probably an honor for Boris Jr.
Yeah, he said. I said, does that mean you're part of the Hendrix? I mean, are you going to be? And he goes, no, it's just the overalls. I said, yeah, it's a start though.
Yeah, for sure.
So let me talk about restart here. Let me put you in a position. Let me put you in Tyler Gonzalez's position in 4.
Okay.
How do you play it from 4? It's an opportunity, but it can also be a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I mean, you're putting me in Tyler Gonzalez's view, but I don't really know how that car is driving. So the way your car is driving depends a lot on how you're going to do in this restart. If you're really comfortable with your race car, you're like, okay, the car's handling great, I got good performance, I can go faster than these guys in front of me, then you're going to be in a really aggressive mindset. You're going to be like, okay, any gap that I see, I'm going for it, and it's in front of me. You're not looking in your mirrors at all because you're just focused forward. I mean, you obviously make sure you're not turning in on anybody, but you're really focused forward. But if also Tyler Gonzalez is like, oh man, this race car is really hard to drive, I'm really sliding around a lot, I'm struggling to have the pace of these guys in front of me, then he's going to be focused more on his mirrors. Okay, how do I position my car so nobody can pass me?
Yep.
So it's like if you're happy with your car, you're like, okay, how can I pass? If you're not happy, you're like, how do I not get past?
Well, putting that kind of inference on it, look at Merrill. He'll be thinking exactly the same because he knows all too well. There's those Hendrix colours I was talking about. But he knows all too well that if he gives Matos too many opportunities over this 100 miles, he's got no chance of winning. Merrill will see this surely as his chance these next 2 laps to have a go at the great mighty Matos.
Yeah, there's 2 thoughts behind it. So sometimes you want to lead the race because leading the race is good for the sponsors, it's good for the points. You get extra points for leading the race. But sometimes it's much better to be in second. If you're just sitting in second behind the guy, you can see where you're faster than him. You can see where he's slow. You can see you have 35 laps to think about, okay, how am I going to make a move on this last lap? So if you're sitting in second and you're comfortable with how fast he's going, and if you're comfortable with how well your car is driving, then you can just be like, okay, I'm not going to pass him. I'm just going to stay behind. We're both going to check out. So then at the end of the race, it's just me and him fighting, and you can learn spending that time following him, you can learn where you can make that move and make that opportunity.
Well, let me ask you this. We talk a lot about time management over the 100 miles. Rafa Matos is a genius at it. Merrill's not too bad either. Is it easier to preserve tires leading, or is it easier to preserve tires chasing?
It's hard. It's kind of a balance. So in a real downforce car, I think it's easier when you're leading, because in a downforce car you can get dirty air, so then it you have to use your tires more, you have to use more mechanical grip. In these cars, they don't have that much downforce. So if you're behind the guy, you can get the draft, which can definitely help you save your tires, but you also have to use your tires harder because you're not getting that downforce from the front end.
All right, let's head down to the pits because the Cope car of Tommy Sheehan is trying to be repaired. Ben is on the scene.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. And I'm here with Jamie Obie here with Tom Sheehan's crew. Tom's in this beautiful new liveried car, and looks like he's about to pull out. Look at this, the Vixen Cycle. The Vixen Cycle Company, I believe it's his wife's company. So sad for Tom Sheehan. Jamie, what did Tom say happened out there?
Well, I guess somebody got into him and pushed him up against a fence out there and ripped the brake line off it. Pretty much ended our day. Great car. Just an unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Beautiful, great car. Unfortunate for Tom Sheehan, but Mike Cope, you guys have other dogs in the fight, don't you?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we'll be back too. We'll be back with that car. It didn't hurt anything seriously, so we'll get her fixed.
Nice. And Jonathan, I'm hearing from race control that lights are out in the pace car. We're coming back to a restart, so back to you.
Thanks, Ben. That's what we like to hear. There is the Ginetta. Those are the lights that aren't on, and so we are going racing very soon. As he said, Mike Cope has got some big skin in the game, including second place Thomas Merrill. We misspoke earlier, calling it a Howe chassis. Of course, Tommy Sheehan is in a Cope car, as is Pro Chuck in his 100th race for Cope cars, and looking forward to seeing what Mike Cope and the boys can do. Merrill in second place. We're about to go racing. Down the hill we come. Up go the revs, and away we go to green. And Merrill is all over Rafa Matos, as you can see. Matos defends, goes to the inside. Merrill now goes to the outside. Can he make it side by side into turn one? It's dicey stuff, but Merrill makes it. Wow. What an overtake. 26 to the lead, and Matos has to sit and watch in awe as Merrill does the business around the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was talking about how Merrill might want to hang back. He did not want to hang back. He wanted to go. So, I mean, great move around the outside. What he did there is he pushed Rafa Matos all the way to the inside of the track where it's dirty. There's no rubber. There's a bunch of random dirt and dust and stuff. No grip. So then Merrill comes shooting out to the outside of the racetrack where the driving line is. That's where all the grip is. That's where the rubber is. So then he can use that grip and roll more speed and just roll right around the outside of Rafa Matos.
Into six, and Annunziata looking for his position as well to get past. Likewise, Gonzalez there. Mayer in fifth now. Hurley up to sixth. Boris said Jr. still seventh. Then it's Drew, Bacon, and Bose rounding out the top 10. Out of seven, they come and down the hill once again. And already Merrill is making away. He's got, 3 car lengths, and Evan Slater. Let's have another look at that overtake from your point of view.
Yes, you can see Thomas Merrill gets a great exit, and he fakes to the inside, so he gets Rafa Matos to go all the way to the inside, and then he shoots to the outside where all that grip is, and just breezes by him on the outside. Leaves him plenty of room on the apex if he wanted to hang in there, but he couldn't hang in there because of all the dirty track on the inside. So it's a great move. That's just going right around the outside. Textbook move by Thomas Merrill.
Thomas Merrill, who a few weeks ago was at Sebring, like 6 of our Trans Am cars. He didn't have the greatest of runs, but it's great to see so many top-line drivers there. Annunziata, look at this. We're all over Rafa Matos, who is struggling now to hold up the rest of the field and actually playing into Merrill's hands, because there are about 7 drivers, including this man, Barry Bose, in the 9th lap of 40, all trying to get past Rafa Matos as they climb back up the hill through 4, 5, and heading towards 6. Rafa's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa must not be happy with something. Normally he's a great driver, but he doesn't have the pace that Thomas Merrill does. He doesn't have the pace of Thomas Annunziata. He just doesn't have the pace right now. So maybe he's not 100% happy with the setup. And then all this racing, those top, or I guess the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place guys are doing, all that racing is slowing them down, allowing the guys behind him to stay in touch with them. And then it's also just allowing Thomas Merrill to just pull out and get more of a lead. He's up to 1.3 seconds right now, which is very impressive.
Back on board with Barry Bose in 10th position. We see the whole field ahead of him, which includes Jake Drew, Sed, Mayer, Hurley, Gonzalez, and Matos. And Annunziata looking now to make an inside move, but he's not close enough. And likewise, Gonzalez looking to try and get past him. Tyler Gonzalez, a winner.
3 wide into 10A. Borsa Jr. went all the way on the inside. Great move. He passed literally 2 guys in one break. That was great.
Well, he's definitely channeling Dad at the moment, who's out, of course, tomorrow. But I think the Boris said Senior was happy with that move. That was a great move by the newly liveried Hendricks Motorsport car. Somebody hitting the grass there, going on the lawn mowing expedition. And Jake Drew right there in the 7th. Trying to hold off Caleb Bacon now for CB Motorsports as we go back on board with Adrian Lostowski, currently in 11th place, just behind Barry Bowes.
I'm quite surprised at how aggressive everybody's being. They're also racy, and we're 10 laps into the 40 laps. Everybody's going so crazy. They're really trying to get that position. I guess everybody's really confident in what program they have. But, man, normally I would expect to see these races a little bit more calm in the beginning and then fighting in the end. But we're fighting hard in the beginning, which is, I mean, it's great for the viewers. It's great for us. It's exciting.
I think it's a combination of the rain yesterday, not getting qualifying in, and maybe now just reveling in the fact that we've got perfect conditions, nice and cool, no breeze, and just means that the tyres maybe last a little bit longer in these cooler conditions. I've had times here at Road Atlanta where it's sweltering hot. We're back on board with Lostowski. Now let's put you in his position now. 11th place and a chance to overtake Barry Bowes, but where would you do it?
Yeah, so I'm looking on the back straight there. It doesn't look like he has a lot of top speed over Barry Bowes. It looks like
they're very overtaking. Jake Drew makes it nice.
Down the inside, yeah, super easy, super classic. I doubt that was team orders, but just a really great move, and they're teammates, so they're not going to race too hard with each other because they don't want to take each other out. But yeah, from Adrian Lostowski's viewpoint, it doesn't seem like he's too much faster on the back straight than Barry Bowes. So I would say for him, just focus on getting a really good run through turn 6 and 7, being right up on the bumper of Barry Bowes, and then trying to make a move into 10A. But you got to be really right up on the bumper in 7 to make that happen.
Up onboard look at the HB tuners and co-car of Pete Prochuk as he makes his way through his 100th race, and he loves every minute of it and has done for, well, since 2014 he's been racing in Trans Am. It's a great story, and he has just improved as a Pro-Am driver. And of course we've got the Pro-Am Championship this year. Bring back the trains.
Oh, Doug Winston in the pits.
Yeah, that famous logo that he has been carrying for quite some time. They're looking quite close, Daddy. What do you think they're looking at?
I have no idea. The motor's on.
Yeah.
So, I have no idea.
When there's cloths out, it usually means there's some sort of liquid, whether
yeah,
it be
I wonder
oil.
maybe there's like an oil leak or a coolant leak, so they have the motor on to have those pumps pumping and try and see where it's spraying out. I really, I have no idea about that.
Yep, so the race continues. Merrill took the lead at the restart from Matos, and the gap is now almost 2 seconds. Doing a really good job is Thomas Merrill as he crosses the strip one more time. Annunciata still chasing Matos in 3rd. Gonzalez 4th. Hurley up to 5th now. Drew 6th. Borisset still in 7th place. We go on board with Adam Andretti, currently in 12th, chasing down Lostowski. So we're on board with 10th, 11th, and 12th. And you know what? Let's stick with Andretti. Tell us what you see. We know Adam very well. He's in this commentary booth all the time. But let's ride with him and you see what you see.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at that steering wheel. It seems like he's fighting it a little bit, but it's not anything out of the ordinary. I think it's normal. These cars, they move around a little bit with these big sidewall tires. So it seems like he's pretty happy right now. I mean, you can look in that bottom right-hand corner. You see he's not fighting the wheel too hard. So, I mean, I think he's probably pretty happy with this race car right now. He's just trying to maximize, trying to gain as much time on that car in front of him and get right up onto their bumper so he can make a move.
Into 6 he goes, down through the gearbox. What, 3rd through there?
Yes, you're 3rd down to 2nd. So it should just be one downshift and then you drop another one right here. That's in a qualifying run. Maybe in a race run you drop it to 4th through turn 6 just to get a little more scoot out of there. But I would personally go from 3rd to 2nd in turn 6 and then drop it to 1st for turn 7.
So Andretti making his way down to the famous turn 10A. It's his birthday this weekend. Celebrates it tomorrow, and he'll be racing tomorrow in TA.
So what I'm going to look at? What I'm going to look at? Oh,
whoa!
Barry Bowes down the outside. He's trying to make that work. Let's see. Adam Andretti outbroke Barry Bowes a little bit, so he could not make that move. Barry could not make that move, so Adam Andretti did a great job holding him off. What I was going to look at is the brake trace, that little brake bar, and see how that brake release is looking, so see how the car is driving on the way into the corner.
Well, that's a bit of a wake-up call for poor old Adam. He was going strong there.
Yeah, for sure.
So great racing throughout here, and Ben Mayer now with the Bow Marine car making his way.
That was actually not Barry
Welcome
Bowes,
back to our MAV viewers. It's fast and frenetic here at the moment as we're back on board with Barry Bowes, who was just trying to have a stab at Andretti just a moment ago So we've got racing all the way through the field from first to second and all the way down. Right now we're watching this battle for the top 10 going on with Barry Bowes heading towards 6.
Sorry, I made him a little mistake there going when we were on board with Adam Andretti. That was actually Gavin Bushell trying to make a move on Adam Andretti, the 28 car versus the 27 car. But he was still unable to make the move. But it shows that Gavin's really racy. He's really happy with his car, and he's trying to go forward.
Gavin Bushell, G-Money as he's known. He's a dirt expert, has come through the ranks, and he's still new to Trans Am, but making a name for himself. And there's no question that he is another one of our young guns who have come to Trans Am and are really showing what they can do. I've mentioned Jake Drew. Well, we saw him. He's currently in 6th position. His first race coming in for Connor Zilic. He's a 2022 ARCA Series West champion. 6 starts in the Truck Series and 3 ARCA wins at Portland and also at Sonoma. So, yeah, watch him, Jake Drew, coming through. And another overtake there just ahead of Keith Prochuk there. I'm not quite sure who that was, but it's a classic overtake at Road Atlanta. Gap at the front, still maintaining. In fact, Matos has taken a little bit out of it. The gap now 1.8 seconds. And I keep forgetting, it's a long way to go in this race.
Yeah,
it's not even halfway
It
yet.
seems like we've had so much happen so far, but we're only 14 laps in. We still have tons of racing to go. So, I mean, as these cars are burning off, the racing is going to spread out a little bit. As the tires are falling apart, the cars are going to start to do a little bit more sliding, a little bit more less comfortable things.
Well, then let me ask you then, where's the purple patch for the car with the fuel load and the tires going off? When is that sort of, is it halfway through and you go, right, I've got the sweet spot?
So it depends on how well you manage your car. If you do perfectly, your last few laps should be your fastest. Because you're not burning up the tires aren't getting overheated, the tire pressures have come in to where they need to be, and they're kind of just like staying there, getting ready to go. And as the fuel burning off, you have better acceleration, better braking, better everything. And you lose a little bit of tire grip with driving them, but if you don't get too much wheel spin, you don't get too much tire degradation, then you're still going to be able to go fastest right at the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm looking further down the field to see who should be further up, and it's good to see Jared Odrick in 19th position. He got a 3rd place in GT1 here just a couple of weeks ago, so another guy to keep an eye on. He's just behind Keith Prochuk. Ben Mayer spoke to his dad, Jim, earlier in the weekend, and just 16 years of age, and was asking him about his run here last year. He had to come from the back. A lot of people struggled last year because it was meant to be a wet race, and then it dried out. And so there was all sorts of shenanigans going on, and Mayer involved in that. He went to the front, went to the back, went to the front again. I think he, in the end, finished 15th. And he kind of had a similar race at Sebring where he started at the back and made it all the way through to 8th. So Ben Mayer, the man of the moment, down in 9th place at the moment, just behind Caleb Bacon. Back with Prochuk. There is Pete Prochuk in the similar HB Tuners colours as Thomas Merrill. 100 races, that's a lot. There's only 20 other drivers in Trans Am's history that have done that.
Wow, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of commitment. I mean, it's great to show. It shows that he loves this series because it's a great series, and he's committed to that, which is great to see.
Yeah, and he calls himself a Pro-Am driver, and that makes sense, you know. He's not a Rafa Matos who's been a professional all his career. He's kind of learned his way and done different forms of racing, but mainly here in the last few years.
Let's see if he makes a move. Going to the inside 10A. Let's see if he can get the out-braking done. Seems like he's going to have it. He's going to almost have it before the braking zone even happens.
He might get 2 here. You know he might. Oh, careful, son. And he doesn't do that.
So he just went a little bit too late and then just tagged that guy right in front of him. That's super
Roberto
unfortunate to
Sabato,
see.
that was at the 61. That was a shame.
Yeah, I mean, that happens. It's racing. You're pushing hard. You're trying to go as late as you can. And he would have made it, but that guy in front of him was just on that apex, and he was driving his own race, so you can't blame him in any way. But, yeah, Keith Prochuk was going to make that corner, but he had to trail brake and had to roll a lot of speed into there, and unfortunately there was a car right on that apex. So super unfortunate. I think that might be a penalty for Keith Prochuk because it was technically avoidable contact.
Yeah.
If he broke earlier, he wouldn't have hit him, wouldn't have spun him. So if Robert Sabato wants to file a complaint, that might be a one that he could get.
I'll give you a chance to have a look at it again, see if you change your mind.
Let's see. So you see Keith Prochuk right in the middle of our screen there going around the outside of that super fast turn 9. And then he goes really late on the brakes. Oh, the trees kind of get in the way. But yeah, you can see it looks like he got a little bit of a lockup right before he hit because he was just going in really fast. And just Robert Sabato was right there, and he just tagged him just ever so slightly. But when you're going, Robert Sabato is using all of the tire he can. He's going as fast as he can. So if you just have a tiny little bump, it's enough to spin that car out.
Yeah, and there's no question the fault is with Keith Project.
Yeah, and it was such a light
line. Yeah,
it was such a light hit, but he's already using 100% of the tire. So if you just give it a little bit extra, it's not gonna be able to take it and just spin right out.
Well, he's continuing to circulate, and then we're back down to the scene of the crime at 10A. And we go back to Drew, Jake Drew in 5th place at the moment, and he's got the pursuit of Josh Hurley behind him in 6th. Boris Said Jr. has maintained that 7th place of the Hendricks painted car, and he's under severe action from Caleb Bacon as well.
So I was just watching that turn 1 shot, and it was cool. You could see all the cars like kind of sliding up the hill. It looks cool because they're all like drifting up the hill. In fact, it's not actually cool because it's burning off their rear tires really bad. But that just shows these guys are really pushing it hard. They're trying to put that power down as well as they can. Unfortunately, it looks like they overdid it a little bit, so they were kind of drifting up the hill. So that's not great for the tire wear, but I mean, you can get some lap time and you can gain a little bit by doing that.
Josh Hurley under pressure in the BC motor cars, and of course BC, another one of the great Trans Am teams, like Mitchell Goldberg and many others, been part of that team. And now Josh Hurley getting a chance to run, and of course he's a driver coach, as you are occasionally, Evan. And but it's much more fun than getting out there with whoever you've taught, or against guys that you know, you think, you've watched him a few times, I could beat him.
Yeah.
Here comes Caleb Bacon on Boris Said. Side-by-side action. Said does the business, holds him off. But for how long? Look at this, bumper to bumper, and he's going to make a road move up the bridge. Here we go.
He backed off. He's not going to try and risk it. Ben Mayer made it stick, but Caleb Bacon.
Oh, Bacon!
Yeah, so he was on the inside going into there, so it kind of messes up his line. So when he turns in early, it just pushes him a little wide on the exit. But Ben Mayer maximized on that bad run out of 12 and makes a nice move down on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, that was a slice of bacon on the outside there on the
Bacon
grass.
locks up. You can see Bacon starting to really struggle. He had that big slide, little off, lock up, so he's starting to kind of not fall apart, but maybe the car's not driving 100%. Maybe he overcooked his tires a little bit. That's actually the car I was driving here last year, so it's always fun to see that car.
So there you go.
But
interesting stuff. So as we approach the halfway point, it's Merrill, Matos, and Anunciata Gonzalez Drew. That's your top 5. Further down in 26, Raymond Sabato, having dropped down after that spill, as it were, or knock from behind by Prochuk. And Odrick still in 19th position. Abate 20th. Phillips, Hodge, Young, Weisberg 24th. Caton in 25th. Darren Mock not having the race of his season so far, down in 18th position, but he did have that broken axle at the start of the weekend. Just put him off on the back foot, I'm sure, for a while. And Adam Andretti still 13th at the moment, but it's Thomas Merrill. Merrill still maintaining that gap of, now it's 1.7 seconds. So bit by bit, as we look at the leader, Matos is doing the business of exactly what you said, which is just maintaining that gap,
he's just going
saving himself perhaps for the end of it.
I'm just watching this car. That car looks really dialed in. Going up turn 1, like I was talking about before, it wasn't sliding. He was nice and hooked up. The car was really looked easy to drive on the way in, and that's what you want. You don't want to be working these cars hard. You want to just be on a Sunday drive. That's how you go fast. Let's look at Rafa Matos' car and see how that's doing. Going over the bumps looks pretty smooth. I mean, that didn't look like anything crazy was happening either, so that's what you want to see. And he's gaining a little, ever so slightly on Thomas Merrill.
You can see the gap they've got. It's over 6 seconds to an Ensenada in 3rd, then Gonzalez, so they've got their own little battle because there's nobody behind them. Drew and Hurley are in a battle with Said, Mayer and Bacon and Bose for the top 10. And as we look high above turn 7, the most key corner, I would argue, given that you've got to get good drive out of there to get the good drive down that long straight down to 10A if you want to try and make an overtake.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about getting on that throttle soon. So end of the speed on the straightaway, these cars are still gaining speed right before you hit the brakes. So if you can get on the throttle sooner, if you can get on the throttle 10 feet sooner, it makes the straightaway 10 feet longer. That's more speed. That's more time.
Halfway point coming up here in this race for your Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race from the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. So much to come from this one. Merrill, Matos and Anunciata are your top 3. They're being chased by Gonzalez, Drew and Hurley in the top 6. I love these drone shots. You really get an idea of the perspective and gaps that you've got between the cars, and each and every one that we get, you can really see. I bet you'd love this view if you walked racing. You'd be like, oh, I'm not that far from that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see it. It's something that's interesting because you never get this really anywhere. If you're walking around the track, unless you got a private helicopter, you're not getting those views. So it's cool to see exactly how spread out everybody is, and you can just see like kind of how the race is going from an overview, literally.
Well, Jake Drew, as I mentioned, coming in for Connor Zillage, the 24-year-old, but he's got plenty of truck racing and ARCA experience, so another youngster on his way, another kid from Mooresville. I don't know what the heck is in the water at Mooresville. We've got 6 drivers in this championship from North Carolina and Mooresville. Go figure.
Yeah, it's like the racing capital.
We know
of the
where
country.
NASCAR's digging its goal.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Of course, they're racing at COTA this weekend, and our very own Connor Zillage now with Trackhouse and Silver Hair as well this season, and we wish him well. Won this race last year. That was a moment for Andretti. Almost got it sideways out of 7th, but that's that drive I was talking about. You know, you can see it if you push down and try to get as much drive as possible. "21 laps now of the 40 in this Bennett BridgeHaul Classic. Of course, this is the home of Bennett BridgeHaul, and we'll see Danny Lowry in action tomorrow. And a lot of friends and guests from Bennett BridgeHaul will be here for that. Their home race just down the road at McDonough. And we welcome them. Darren Mock also with the new paint scheme for Poe Fabrications has got 50 guests here this weekend. Wow. And they are supplying exhaust systems to the entire series. They've done it in other series, and now they're here with Darren and hoping to get as many exhausts amongst the Trans Am drivers as possible. And we welcome back our viewers on MAV TV to the Q3 TA2 race from Road Atlanta Road, round 2 of the championship, and at the moment it's Thomas Merrill up against his arch nemesis. Remember, Merrill and Matos went head-to-head for the championship, and at the end of COTA, somehow Merrill did the impossible and beat Matos on a countback. They both have the same number of wins and score, but Merrill had the better overall championship and therefore took the championship away from Matos, and I think it's going to be similar again this year as these two go head-to-head, and that's exactly where they are right now, which is first and second. But the young buck that is Thomas Annunziata got a first win at COTA last year, and from there on in, his confidence has blossomed.
Yeah, I would say the top 3 running in this race right now are going to be the top 3 for the championship contenders. Tyler Gonzalez, he's a really great driver. I don't know if he's doing the whole year. I don't know if he's doing every race, and if he's not doing all the races, he's not going to be a championship contender. But those top 3, I think, are really going to be doing all the races and going to be fighting for this championship.
Ben Mayer now looking to try and see if he can get past Boris Said Jr. and 2 teenagers going at it, one 18, the other 16. Ben Mayer spoke to his dad Jim this weekend, and his brother Alex, just 11 years old, he's a racer too, though Dad thinks he's more of a basketball star, so he's going to keep the basketball in Alex's hands and support Ben in his racing. And Ben has proved beyond a doubt, coming in here just 15 years of age, that at 16 he is going to be a name for the future.
I love watching Ben Mayer on Instagram. He's always doing something cool.
He's doing
driving Trans Am, or he's racing dirt bikes, jumping those, driving Can-Am, like the off-road side-by-sides. He's always
shooting
doing
somebody
something
with his gel gun.
Yeah, he's always doing something fun. So, I mean, he's living the dream at 16 years old. And he's doing great in this race, 8th place. He was running in 5th, his highest 5th. So, hopefully he can get back there to the end.
Yeah, great kid too. Yeah, I spoke to him on the grid before the race, and looking forward to this one. He's also going to be doing some truck racing later in the year. He's going to be doing Long Beach. He might even bump into Matt Brabham, another Trans Am driver, because super trucks are sort of the display race.
There's like the trucks that do the jumps.
Over the jumps and stuff.
I don't know too much about that series, but I just see them flying through the air, and that's
you can
so
see
cool.
him doing that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, all the cool racing things for sure.
So we're getting down to the business end of this second round of the championship. The field has spread out. The gap between Merrill and Matos has gone up again. And I don't know whether that's Matos not being able to go as fast, because now the gap is, almost 3 seconds. So it was 1.7 seconds just a few laps ago. And now suddenly we've gone all the way up to almost 3 seconds. We look at Tyler Gonzalez, the man in 4th place, chasing down Annunziata just ahead of him in the black and green car.
Tyler Gonzalez is pushing hard. I'm watching that car. He's using all the racetrack, going through turn 12. He was maximizing everything. He's really pushing hard to catch up all the way up to Thomas Annunziata and try and make a move. they're teammates, so they got to be respectful to one another, but they're also like the closest competition because they're driving the exact same car. So it's really all down to the same car, same people. It's all about the driver. So these are great to see the teammate battle, but they got to be respectful. So, but Tyler Gonzalez is pushing really hard.
Yeah, Tyler Gonzalez, interesting guy. He's not run these powerful Trans Am cars that much. In fact, just this last week, he was a winner in the Mazda MX-5 Cup Championship here and won at Sebring. So, you know, he's jumping in and out of different cars at a young age, and that's exactly what you should do. But he's second in the championship at the moment. With Zilic gone, there was a chance at the beginning of the day that he could be leading the championship. But with Merrill and Matos where they are, Merrill started in 6th, and Matos is, of course, up there as well. So it's likelihood, if they stays as it is at the moment, that Matos would take the lead of the championship, but Gonzalez would go to 2nd or stay 2nd, and Zilic would drop down.
Yeah, I don't quite remember where Merrill finished at Sebring, but I know Matos finished 2nd. Or was he 3rd? Yeah, Matos was 3rd. So Matos got a lot of points at Sebring. So I think
Merrill's 6th, so he was 6th.
Okay, so yeah, I think Matos right now in this position, I think Matos would jump to the leader of the championship, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't quote me. But that's what I think.
Plenty of overtakes going on. Another Ford Mustang going through that. Looks like Lostowski's car.
Yeah, that's Adrian Lostowski on Masked Ray.
It's hard to get used to Lostowski's new colors. I'm used to that red interior and red outdoor as well.
There was a car parked on the outside of the Cube 3 Architecture Turn 5. It looked like blue. Maybe it was, I don't know, I don't want to. Oh, it's Borset Jr. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, Camaro out. And he was going so well in 7th place at one point, and that's going to throw things in the air a little bit. He was in 7th. Ben Mayer now moves up to 7th.
Yeah, that's definitely a mechanical failure, and it's crazy because it's the same. He's the teammate to Connor Mosak, same mechanical failure, not the same mechanical failure, but a mechanical failure in the same spot of the racetrack. So that's super unlucky.
And as you say, it was just on the exit or just after the Cube 3S's that he's pulled to a side. We've got a local yellow. We haven't gone full yellow yet.
Yeah,
and now we have. So we're now under caution again. Our second major caution of the day. Jake Drew in the silver hair, number 7. Going through his paces. He's now 5th, and now he's got nobody following him as closely. As Boris said, is out.
I wonder what happened to that car, because it's a very interesting place to stop. So it seems like he pulled it there. So it wasn't a suspension thing, I don't think. I think it was probably like a motor issue. Maybe the motor died, and he couldn't limp it to a further up spot, and he just like had to kind of stop there because he ran out of speed from rolling. So it's interesting. I don't really know exactly what happened to that car, but Silverhair I know definitely tries to build. They build great cars, so it's very just unlucky to have 2 coincidences in one race.
So it looks as though we've got a couple of cars as well stopped on track. Well, Boris said we knew in the 75, but also the 8 of Thomas Ellis. Thomas Ellis, the man from Florida, is out in the number 8 as well. And of course, he's one of the SLR youngsters coming in to the series. So 2 cars out. We're under caution for the 2nd time, but at a much more crucial time in the race. This is 24 laps gone. Merrill, Matos, and Enciati, your first 3. Then Gonzalez, Drew now up to 5th, early up to 6th. Ben Mayer and Bacon look good all weekend long. And they're now 7th and 8th, and we'll be smelling a chance of some big points here. Bose now up to 9th, Bichelle 10th, Lostowski just outside the top 10 in 11th, and Andretti 12th. Rogers now up to 13th. Good run so far by Will Rogers. He's just ahead of Procher in 14th position, and Darren Mock has moved up to 15th place. So everybody gets a little bit of a respite and a little rest here. And alongside me, Evan Slater watching the action. Got 4th place here last year. And wants to be out there, I'm sure, but it's great to have his insight in this intriguing race. It feels like we've had the championship going for a long time because it's only round 2, but they're so on it, so dialed in.
Yeah, they're pushing hard, and I think it's just there's so much experience here. So it's like they're not. I mean, there's obviously a few guys that are new to the cars, but they know the cars well at this point. They know that what you need to do to win a championship is push hard every single race. So they're obviously focused on finishing because that's what you need to do to be succeeding in a championship. But you also need all the points you can get. So a lot of experience. So I think that's why they're being able to be so racy, just because they all know exactly what they should be doing at this stage.
This time last year in the wet-dry race, I mentioned Connor Zilic, as we know, won the race. Thomas Merrill was 2nd, and Rafa Batos was 3rd. So no surprise to see those 2 at the front again. Brent Cruz was 4th, and Evan Slater, 5th place. Always love coming here, though. One of your favorite tracks?
This is definitely one of my favorite tracks. I mean, it's so much fun. There's so much elevation. It's fast. It's like it's flowing. It's high commitment. There's no runoff. So if you make a mistake, it's very consequential. But you need to push it to the limits. You need to be really driving hard to gain all that time. So I think it amplifies all the great drivers and all the great crews, because it's really difficult to set up a car for around here, because you need a car with a good platform. So it needs to be really stiff. Like the springs, they can't be super soft, so you have to have the car so it's not moving around too much through the high speed turns. But then it also has to be kind of absorbing, because you got those big bumps. You got the turn 3, the jump kind of in the apex there. You got the bumpy on the exit of the turn 5, cube 3, corner 5. So it's difficult to set up a car around here, so it shows where the great crews are, the great mechanics, the great engineers, and obviously the great drivers, because it's difficult to drive a car fast around here.
Well, as you can see, the recovery trucks are with Boris said Jr., but it's going to be another lap, I think, before we get underway. So then that's 26 of the 40 done. It's certainly not a sprint to the finish at that point. It's not, unless it's 10 laps, I wouldn't say you can go hell-bent for leather. You've got to be a little bit careful, haven't you?
Yeah, I would say with these cars and these tires, the last 5 laps, you're really pushing 100%. The 5 laps in the end, that's when you're giving it all you got. 10 laps, you can start pushing it pretty hard, but you still need to make sure you have a car for the end.
All right, let's go down to the pit lane. And Nick Tucker, of course, who runs the Nitro Motorsport team, he's with Betsys.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I'm down here with Nitro Motorsports team owner Nick Tucker. He's got a car in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We know the restarts here get kind of crazy. What are you telling your drivers?
We just got to press forward and do the best we can here.
What are they saying? Because I'm hearing you talking back and forth on the radio. Who are you talking to specifically?
Thomas Annunziata. Yeah, we're just we're struggling. We got a brake fan issue that we're fighting. So yeah, we'll just have to press here and see what we can do.
Well, good luck out there when they go green. Jonathan, we know that the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta restarts can get kind of crazy. Maybe Evan can tell us his strategy if he were to take this restart.
Well, he's been telling us all day his strategy. He doesn't want to give too much away. I mean, you know, he was 5th here last year. But come on, I'll tell you, I'll put you in a different position this time. I'll put you in Rafa's position, because Rafa's got another bite at the cherry, so to speak. The gap was 3 seconds before now. And Rafa knows the way this race has gone, that unless he has a poke at Merrill soon, Merrill's going to do what he would do to him, which is get away quickly.
For sure.
I would argue that Merrill's got the better car today. So if Matos is going to make an impact, he needs to get past him and block him.
For sure. I think that defending can be really great, because if he can get in front and just defend so he can't pass him, then obviously that's the win if he can hold it off for the 14 laps we have to go. But for Matos, it's difficult to get these restarts right, because in the way we have the rule books here, the leader can just kind of take off before the green. So the leader sets when the green flag goes.
How long have you got between?
So there's cones coming down the hill. I don't know if we can get a good camera angle of it, but there's 2 sets of cones. So that's kind of the start box. You have to take off somewhere in that box. So Merrill can just do it whenever he wants. So Matos has to be right up behind him, paying great attention. And like the second he sees that car start to like sit back and start to go, that's when he has to floor it to try and get the best run he can. So it's very hard to be right on their tail going into turn 1. But if you can make that happen, if you can be right up on their tail, he can try and peek out to the inside of Mission Foods turn 1, or he can just try and stay, or Rafa Matos can try and stay on the driving line and did what Merrill did to him, which is go around the outside of that turn 1.
Well, still some work to be done on the said car. As you can see, there is the incident just on the exit of 5, and they're still just lifting it onto the recovery truck. Now, I'm just wondering.
Doug Winston's still in the
Doug
pits.
Winston. Oh, it's still there. Gosh, he's been in there.
I wonder
for a while
if he went out and then came back in, or he's still trying to fix an issue. I don't know.
So Doug Winston getting a nice windshield clean as well.
It looked like they had some fluid they were topping up. So I don't know if it was power steering fluid. It didn't look like an oil. And maybe it was power steering fluid. I don't know what that was, but they were definitely topping something up in there. So maybe he has a slow leak. So he went back on the track, and then he's still just slowly leaking something out. So he had to come back in and get it filled up again. I really don't know.
So we're under caution here at Road Atlanta, here in the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Of course, the TA2 Championship this year with our new sponsor as a title sponsor in Cube 3 Architecture. And it's great to have them on board. And plenty of great stories, new drivers doing different things, new sponsors coming in. Will Rogers with new sponsors this weekend, and certainly making an impact in this race as well. And we've been on board with Adrian Nostowski and Barry Bowes. Caleb Bakingham with a good run too. He's in 8th at the moment. And Ben Mayer in 7th at the moment. And any one of those could be in the top 5 before the end of this race. It really is an open race there. If you like that look of the Ginetta, our new pace car, there's a Ginetta race coming up later in the day, so why not join us for that? Well, we haven't talked too much. Annunziata, we keep talking about the battle between Merrill and Matos, but Annunziata is not a shy violet, is he? He knows when he gets a chance, he'll put his nose in there.
For sure, but we were talking, or when Ben was talking to Nick Tucker in the pit lane, he said he was having brake fan issues. So these cars, the brakes aren't great. The brakes are pretty small, so they have to work really hard to get these big cars slowed down, so they get super hot. So the brake fans are kind of fans that blast air on them to try and cool them down, but it seems like he had a failure, so that might be hurting his braking performance.
Well, Mike Cope, of course, making hay at the front of this race. Let's head down to them in the pit lane with Ben Sissel.
Yeah, I'm with Bowser here with Mike Cope Racing, Thomas Merrill's crew chief. What's Thomas saying on the radio? Because it seems like he's just the class of the field.
Yeah, the Cope race cars, HP Tuners, Ford Mustangs, been running pretty good all weekend. And we've been just tweaking on it here and there throughout the whole weekend, and we hit on something pretty good here. And he ain't said a whole lot. The only thing he said was 10-4.
Nice. Well, you've got teammates behind you with Nitro Motorsports, who I believe are also running Cope chassis. So Cope seems to have figured out something here at Road Atlanta.
Well, it's thanks for all these guys and girls here. They put in tremendous hard work, and that's where it's at. It's just hard work in the shop and getting after it.
Well, this is the most relaxed I've ever seen this Cope pit crew. So they've got something here. They know something. So Jonathan, back up to you for the restart.
You could say they could cope with the situation. I'm here all weekend. Anyway, I want to talk about Ben Mayer again. We'll keep an eye, of course, on Thomas Merrill, but he is in easy street. Once he gets the lead, I wouldn't doubt against Thomas Merrill. It's when he's fighting for second or third, I worry about it.
Yeah, they're happy with their car, so I suspect that he'll get a great restart and just make some really good few laps and just pull that gap out and then just start managing it. The lights are out in the pace cars, so that means we're going racing this time.
Well, this could be the pivotal moment of this race, certainly for Rafa Matos if he's going to make inroads and get his third win here at Road Atlanta. He's got to make a big impact on the Cope car of Thomas Merrill, who leads the field now down the hill to get the restart underway. On board with Barry Bowes, he's got Caleb Bacon just ahead of him. They tighten up the field now. Merrill goes through the cones and starts to accelerate away, and he's
Merrill
got
gets a great restart. Holy
start.
cow. Yeah, that's exactly what Thomas Merrill needs, but Rafa Matos didn't get a great start, so he's under pressure from behind.
Wow,
Tyler Gonzalez down the inside of Thomas
Annunziata. Nicely done, and he's not happy. Oh, did he
bumped
set
his
him
teammate,
wide?
I don't know.
Oh, somehow Gonzalez gets slide-tracked and just slides his way back to competitiveness, but Annunziata is through.
I mean, that's a completely legal move from Trans Am. It's kind of a questionable move, bumping your teammate out of the way. But, I mean, he made it work, and both the cars are still on the track, so no harm, no foul. But,
exactly.
Not the ideal thing to do to your teammate.
No, and a good restart from Drew as well. He's 5th. Josh Hurley maintains his 6th, and Mayer still 7th. 29. Now we're getting the battle for the sprint with 10 laps to go after this. And really, is it now hell-bent for leather, or can you still just kind of hold back a little?
You're still holding back a little bit. You're probably pushing like 97%. I mean, Adrian Lostasi's not holding back. He's sliding that thing. He's trying to get the power down as best as he can. But what I would personally be doing is not 100%. 97% probably. So pushing still super hard, but no sliding, no burning up the tires, no burnouts like Adrian Lostasi just did. Trying to keep the car 100%. The last 5 laps is when I really start getting it 100%. Caleb Bacon looks like he got some front-end damage there.
Did, didn't he?
I think I saw a lockup from him on the way up the hill and through turn 2 because there was all the chaos happening in front of him.
And that dirt you see on the left-hand side was when he went just wide here when he came out the exit and got onto the grass for a second. So another lap completed. Merrill and Matos going at it, but Matos did not get the restart he wanted and now has got pressure from Annunziata, Gonzalez, Drew and Hurley, the top 6. The 27th going through is Barry Bowes. Good run so far. We're back on board with him and the ASIO data on board. Puff of smoke at the back of Bacon.
Yeah, so that's 2 lockups in a row in the exact same spot. The problem is, so when you lock... Rafa Matos!
Matos has gone off!
Going slow in the exit of turn 1. I wonder if
he's got gravel. There was gravel. He went into the gravel.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Hopefully we can get a replay of that.
Oh.
But that's super disappointing for Rafa Matos.
He's got a puncture.
Yeah, he's got a puncture. I wonder if there was contact there when he was racing hard with everybody. You can see that car's kind of... Looks like it's sitting down a little bit. Yeah, it's moving all around. That's no good.
He's going to have to head back to the pits. But, poor old Rafa Matos, two-time champion with a...
Yeah, he's riding that thing on the rim.
Yeah.
So I wonder if somebody around him tried to make a really aggressive move. Maybe they had a little bit of contact. I don't know. It's hard to tell without any visuals of it. But I think if I had to guess, what I would say is Rafa Matos was on the outside of turn 1, and then one of the guys on the inside gave him a little love tap and knocked that tire off the rim.
Andretti locking up slightly there. He's behind Barry Bowes. Adam Andretti. Lostowski on board, under the bridge and onto the main straight again. But the big news story is disappearing from contention. The two-time champion that is Rafa Matos, the poleman, is out of this race with a puncture. That means that Annunziata is up to second and 2 seconds, 2.8 seconds behind the leader. Gonzalez now on a podium position. Drew, Hurley and Mayer the top 6. It's going to be a really interesting finish, this one. Hurley now comes into play. Bacon's been there all day long. Slight damage to the front of the car, but it's not slowing him down.
Yeah, that's just cosmetic damage. He's still got a great race car underneath him. A little bit of Rubbins racing, but that car is still perfectly fast. And he's all up on the bumper of Ben Mayer, trying to figure out a way. Oh, bumps Ben Mayer a little bit going into turn 6. I think he got the move done. Hopefully they both stayed on the track. They did. But a little bit of love tap going into there in that braking zone.
So, all sorts of drama in this one. Merrill, Annunziata and Gonzalez were waiting on the battle between Bacon and Mayer. Mayer doing everything in his power, the 16-year-old, to hold off Caleb Bacon, who is just 18 himself. What great racing this has been. We've lost Matos, we've lost Connor Mosack, and so big attrition rate in terms of the big contenders expected to win this race. No surprise to see Thomas Merrill in the HP Tuners 26 Cope car at the front, but it's not over yet. He does have a solid gap of almost 3 seconds, and let's see if he can maintain it.
Almost 4 seconds. He's got a very solid gap. He's just checked out driving his own race.
I'm wondering who else could come through. It's good to see BridgeHaul coming up in 10th position now. Andretti up to 9th. That's a better run from Adam, who, of course, as I said earlier, went off in practice onto the grass and had a slightly shortened run in his first practice. Then, of course, qualifying was cancelled, so he hasn't had a lot of time in that car at all, and he'll be racing also in TA. Yeah, you can see the gap. It's ridiculous.
He's got a mile.
Yeah, he is gone, isn't he? 3.6 seconds.
So at this point, he knows he's got a fast race car. He's not pushing that thing at all. He's trying to minimize mistakes, like 0% chance of mistakes. So he's not pushing hard. He's making sure these tires are staying good. Rafa Matos coming back out of the pits, did a quick tire change. But
so it really was as simple as that, just a puncture.
Yeah, so I wonder, tires sometimes go flat on their own, but it's very unlikely. Yeah. So unless he hits something, the 25 in the Cube 3 Architecture S's.
That's Chris Durbin in from Cameron, Virginia, in the Amsoil Chevrolet, getting turned around. Ty Young involved as
That's
well.
Another tire failure. You can see the tire sitting right there. I don't know what happened there. That looks like at turn 1 as well.
So we've had lots of drama. Another caution, third caution. No surprise.
Maybe that's not turn 1. I can't really tell where that is. It looks like kind of turn 1 to me. It looks like the top of turn 1, but it's hard to tell from that.
So we're under caution again. Thomas Merrill has built a 4 second lead. Let's have a look at what happened, Evan.
So I don't know what incident we're looking at here, but
that's Ty going
on. So that's turn 6. So yeah, it looks like that tire failed and he just couldn't get the thing slowed down and just went straight into that outside wall in turn 6. Yeah, I was wrong about turn 1. Yeah, it looks like a mechanical failure. It looks like that tire let down because that tire just, you can see it laying on the track and it's not on the car. So yeah.
So, you join us back on MAV TV and more drama. Another caution is out, as you can see from those double yellows, and we've had a couple of cars going off. Merrill still leads this race. He had got a 4 second lead over Annunziata. Matos has gone out with a puncher. He's back out on track, but out of contention. So all sorts of drama on track, and we've now got, 8 laps to go in this one. Merrill in control, but he's going to have to do a really good restart yet again. And now the hard-charging youngster that is Thomas Annunziata is right there with him. Gonzalez, who's looked good all day, was second in Sebring, remember, beating Rafa Matos at Sebring, and is second second in the championship, so he will want to go one better. And then there's Jake Drew just coming in for Connor Zilic for the first time in Trans Am. I'm sure you remember your first race at Trans Am, but what a performance from Jake.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job. Oh, Rafa Monto's back in the pits, and Ben Mayer is also in the pits as well.
Oh, wow, Ben Mayer, who was very much in contention for Nitro. Gosh, it started so well as a weekend for Nitro, and it literally has popped like a Nitro popper.
Yeah, he's getting out of the car. He put his window net down, which normally means he's getting out of the car, but they're jacking it up. It's like they're both doing the same thing to the car, so I don't know what's going on there. The car looks good, obviously, from the outside, but they're looking at maybe the rear end, rear differential, something in the rear suspension. I don't really know.
Shame. The 16-year-old was really on it as well. Dad here this weekend and telling me all about what was going on with he and his brother. And he's a very laid-back character, Ben. He's great to work with.
It's so interesting. Two cars on the same team, both looking at the exact same problem. Both the cars are jacked up. They're looking at that rear suspension on the right-hand side, so I don't know.
And as always, we've got an extra mechanic in Tony Garcia, who's literally inside the wheel there. Good on you. Come on, Tony.
Oh, you can see something dripping out of the bottom there.
Yeah.
Right, I see a little bit of fluid on the ground there.
Well, either way, when it's as long as this, it's pretty much terminal, and we know that anyway because he's already come in for a puncture, and they're looking at the same tire that went down. So, when you have a puncture like that, it's very rare. It's just rubber. Once you get on the rim like that, all sorts of things.
So yeah, when you get on the rim, and he's still driving it back to the paddock. I mean, on your street car, you always hear like anybody tell you, if you get a flat tire, stop driving and don't drive on the rim. But here we're racing, we're trying to get the thing back to the paddock, so you need to drive on the rim. But that tire's flopping around. He's not going to be going fast on the back straightaway, but he's going 80 miles an hour, and with that rubber like ripping around, it can very easily mess something up. It can break something. It can hit the shock too hard, mess up the shock. There's so many things that could happen. We're also looking at the front of the car, so I don't. Very interesting.
Well, an opportunity for Matos to potentially get a win here has all gone up in flames.
Oh, they're topping up his brake fluid.
Yeah, putting brake fluid in by the looks of things.
I wonder if he like boiled his brake fluid and then some air came out and then he ran out of brake fluid. I don't know what that could be. I don't really know why. Brake fluid shouldn't really be going away. It shouldn't be burning. So I mean, it's not a good thing to have to add brake fluid in the middle of a race.
No, definitely not. So it's slow caution, but we're going to get into a full sprint race. And now it is go time, Evan. I've been asking you how long it is before you finally go, right, I'm off for it now.
Now it's time to go racing.
And you can see Ty Young still with work to do. So it's going to be what? Maybe one more, two laps before we get underway. So it really is going to be a 5-6 lap sprint to the finish.
Yeah, but we have 15 minutes left in the race.
Good point.
So we might be a time race depending on how long this caution is. We're running on average like a minute 25-second laps around here, so it would probably still right now be a lap race. But if we're under caution for much longer, it can turn into a timed race. But yeah, at this point, you're getting out there, you're all bunched up, and you're pushing hard. This is like exactly what Thomas Merrill did not want, because he already had his nice 4-second lead. He was happy to just cruise to the finish line, but now he's all bunched up. All the guys that he's competing with are right behind him. So this is not what he wants, but they're going out and they're going to be pushing as hard as they can because they know it's a pretty short run to the finish line, and this is when it counts. It's okay it's great to be a lead in the whole race, but you got to lead the last lap. So that's what they're going to be focused on. They're going to be focused on pushing super hard and making sure their car's out front for as long as they can be in this stage.
Well, Road Atlanta in its 54-year history, when it opened in 1972, has held 40 Trans Am races like this, and they're always interesting, that's for sure. All the greats have raced here from the Trans Am Series, and now it's becoming fastly a new era for Trans Am. We've got so many great youngsters making their name, and really looking forward to the season ahead. Great to have a spring race at Road Atlanta. And of course, it's the home of Bennett BridgeHaul, and this, the Bennett BridgeHaul Classic from Road Atlanta, and a full weekend of great racing.
I was looking at the YouTube live chat, and I see somebody pointed out exactly what happened to Rafa Montes that I completely did not realize could have happened. He popped the tire, and the tire ripped the brake line open. So then they had to fix the brake line. That was what the fluid dripping in the rear suspension was, and they had to put more brake fluid in.
You see, the internet, it's a vast pit of knowledge. Welcome back to our MAV TV viewers, and we're still under caution. You've missed nothing, and we're going to have a doozy of a finish here. We're still clearing up Ty Young's car, which means we're still under caution, so therefore that's why we're on board with Barry Bowes going slow. But the top three, let's just confirm it on your top left. It's Merrill, Annunziata, and Gonzalez. Drew is fourth, Hurley fifth, and Bacon now in the top six. Let's head down to Ben Sissel with the latest from pit lane.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Joe Claridge. You can hear the Nitro guys talking. That was very frantic. You had Ben Mayer coming in, and then you had, who was in second place, Rafa Matos. What was happening out there?
Well, I don't really know because, unfortunately, I'm crew chief in for Michelle, so I don't even can't hear what's happening. So I'm diving in because we're just a team of guys that all worked our butts off to be here. We don't care what car it is. We are a team. But something happened to the brakes on Ben's, and then the 60 had a dang on tire go flat, unfortunately, while he was up front. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're here as a team. It doesn't care what nitro car has a problem. We're all going to help each other.
I love it. So then you hear Joe Claridge jumping in, changing tires, changing brakes on Ben Mayer's car. And you can see that it's kind of frantic down here with a lot of tools just kind of laying around. That's not something you see too often in a Trans Am. If they're coming into the pits, they're not doing well because it's a 100-mile sprint race. So Evan Slater, we could use her expertise. What's Ben Mayer and Rafa Matos trying to do out there? Back to you.
Yeah, so I mean, those guys, they understand that, okay, they just lost a bunch of time going into the pits. So hopefully they didn't go a lap down. I suspect they did. If they went a lap down, I hate to say they're screwed, but it's not great. Look, it's not looking great for them. Because you would have to, yeah, I know, you would have to pass all the guys and then pass them again. So if they did go a lap down, it's really difficult to make that up within 5 laps. If they're not a lap down, that's great because they're at the back of the field and everybody's bunched up. So it's like, okay, how many cars can I pass in 5 laps at that point? But if you're a lap down, it's kind of just, it's a difficult situation that you're in because you can't pass everybody and then pass them again and go around the lap and lap them. So
with the tyres as they are now starting to go down, I mean, do you how do you do more careful warming up of them, or is it almost like you need to do more? Several cars coming into the pits as well, 3 cars coming into the pits.
Yeah, so they're coming into the pits because we have a rule: if you're a lap down, you come through the pits. So I guess it's an easy way to tell if Rafa's a lap down.
Yep.
Right? Is that
we'll
him
soon
in
find
the pits?
out. Is that him? Yeah.
No, he's out of the pits, so he's not a lap down.
Oh, no, that's another puncture coming in.
Yeah, there's a nitro card, 51, Darren Mock. He's got a puncture,
Darren Mock's
too.
got a puncture. God, if it wasn't for bad luck, they wouldn't have any.
Yeah, Nitro is not having a good day with those tires, but they're all the same tire that failed. They're all
interesting. Yeah, that right rear.
Yeah, that right rear. So I wonder, I mean, going over
that
turn 3.
Is that a choice of PSA, or is it just the
So it could be the PSI. It could be that turn 3 curb in the beginning of the race. We're at the end of the race, but the beginning of the race, it could have messed up the sidewall. Because you hit that jump, and then the car lands, and it's super aggressive. So in the beginning of the race, the tire pressures are low. So it could have just given the sidewall a pinch flat because these huge sidewall tires. That could have been what it is. But, yeah, super unfortunate for Darren Mock to have that issue.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel once again as the Pro Fabrication car comes in.
Well, you can see here we're with Darren Mock, who just came in with the right rear tire down. That's Darren Mock with ProFabrication.com. Darren had to start in the back with a broken axle for qualifying and then moved all the way up to, I think, 12th or 13th. And then looks like he cut a right rear tire. So I don't know what it is about the Nitro Motorsports, but it looks like they are having a lot of right rear tire problems. And they can't get this tire off. There we go. The tire is off, and it looks like those little brake coolers are kind of in the way of them putting the tire back on, as they have to manually put in the lugs. The lugs were not glued on like we see in some of the stock car racing, so he's coming out. But Darren Mock in this beautiful Pro Fabrication headers and exhaust Ford Mustang with Nitro Motorsports, he did exactly what he's supposed to do. He stayed in, came into the transition lane, pitted. That's hard to do under this duress, and now they're working hard to try to get him back out there on the lap. They're sending him out now, and you can see there that the tire was really rubbing against it, but it's all happening down here. Then we come up here to Ben Mayer, who's back into the pits. You can see they're looking at the car, and it looks like Joe Claridge looking around, not quite sure what's happening. But Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Yeah, an unusual day at the office, and a shout out to Pro Fabrication of North Carolina. They brought 50 guests here this weekend. Big new sponsorship deal for Darren Mock and for the whole paddock, in fact, as they're looking to get as many exhaust systems on all the cars, so we welcome them on board, but not a great day at the office, as we say. But we're going to have a doozy of a finish here, Evan Slater. We're under caution, and this is getting long now. These guys are getting impatient, they're hot, they're tired, and there's a race to be won.
And they're ready to go, though. So yes, they're hot, they're tired, they're everything like that, but they know that this is the time when it counts. 8 minutes to go or 4 laps. So if we go green soon, it should still be 4 laps, but it's looking more like it'll be a time race. So I imagine when we go green, there'll be about 5 minutes to go. Don't quote me on that. That's what I think. But it's going to be very quick, so not a lot of time. So Thomas Merrill is focused on going as fast as he can, as clean of laps as he can. Oh, Rafa Mato's in the pits because he is a lap down, so that's super unfortunate for him. He's going to have a hard time making up any places on this restart besides everybody else that's a lap down. So he's just going to be racing the guys that are the same lap down, but then he can't get further up to the lead lap at this point.
But an important factor to remember in Trans Am, you know this all too well, is that we've got a massive change in the point system a couple of years ago. So if you win, you get over 100 points, but all the way down the field, you'll score points. So, he's thinking long-term as well.
So, so the reason why he's staying out there and not just calling it quits is because, he can still get points. So although he's a lap down, he can try and pass all the other cars that are a lap down and just get more and more points for that. It's not going to be a big points haul, but it's still a little bit. In round 2 of a 12-race championship, if you can get 5 extra points, that can be huge, and that can be really beneficial. So
I'll tell you what, there's still a long way to go yet, and what I mean by that is you can see Ty Young's cars on the recovery vehicle, but they've got they've got a few more minutes before they're going to be clear on that. Like you say, 7 minutes on the clock.
It seems like the car's on the thing, though, so basically they just have to drive that off the track and then drive the thing. So
maybe this
off
lap.
The track. So maybe this lap, if not definitely the next lap.
Well, as you can see, conditions absolutely perfect. Perfect here. Just a few puffy clouds. I know that those on the East Coast are dealing with a lot of rain at the moment and heavy weather, and likewise in the north of America, some big heavy thunderstorms. But it's perfect conditions here, having had rain overnight last night, and of course we've got a full weekend of racing here, as well as the TA race coming up tomorrow. That'll be the feature race of the day, but right now it's TA2, and it's hell-bent for leather with 550 brake horsepower. Former champion Thomas Merrill out there, out front, looking to do the business. Brent Cruz still not here, and of course the current champion had an illness at the start of the season. We haven't seen him since, so we're hoping he'll be back and fit and full fettled for the next one. But again, it will be interesting when he gets back in the seat for Nitro Motorsport to see how he slots in, what the fitness looks like, and he's going to be a factor, the youngster, having had a fantastic season. So we're going round again. One more lap.
This is interesting. So we have 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yep.
But the safety car, so the Trans Am cars, they can run 125s around here, but the safety car, they're not going that fast. So it probably takes maybe 3.5 minutes. So we might get 1 lap, but I don't know if in this series would they start it with 1 lap to go and then do the checker the next lap. Hopefully they would.
Yeah, I hope so too. Well, we'll find out.
That would be really exciting, because that would be a green checkered, which is always one of the most exciting things in racing, because it's the last lap. Everybody's super bunched up and they're all trying to make as many places as they can, and it's just. It sometimes is chaos, or sometimes crashes when that happens, but it also is very exciting because everybody's pushing super hard. They're using every single thing they have to try and gain those positions.
Great to see Will Rogers there now in 11th position in the number 6 car. So Will Rogers in the Caldwell Coaches Adolphi Productions Ford Mustang, and having a good day out, as 11th place will be one of his best finishes in TA2. So, Merrill, biding his time. Grew up in Salinas in California. And
Merrill right now, I mean, if this was me, I'd be on the radio being like, man, they shouldn't start this race. They would be super
let's
unsafe.
finish it. Let's get done.
It'd be super dangerous if they started the race.
Well, we just heard from Race Control that there's going to be 2 laps of racing. So
really? Great.
They're going to give, exactly.
So they're giving a little time extension.
Run, and I guess that's fine, because when the clock ticks down, that's just a case of when the race should finish. But of course, that could be in the middle of a lap. It could be at the start of a new lap. It could be at the end of it. So they've got a little bit of leeway there. And quite rightly, the race director said, look, okay, we've been under caution for a while. A 1-lap dash could be also unsafe in that everybody's going, too desperate. Whereas 2 laps gives you a chance to get up to speed, carefully and safely, and then that last lap. Okay.
I think that's the right decision. I'm super happy about that because the one-lap shootouts are a little bit crazy, a little too crazy. 2 laps is perfect. So these guys are really going to be fully focused forward. Thomas Merrill is going to be really trying to hold up Thomas Annunziato as much as he can. And Annunziato, Tyler Gonzalez, and Jake Drew, they're going to be trying to make as much headway as they can.
Well, it's interesting. Thomas Merrill started this weekend in 6th place on 80 points. Just, 5 behind Austin Green. He'll take Green out of the picture because Green isn't here this weekend. Annunziata currently in 4th on 88 points, but Annunziata in 2nd place at the moment. So that's going to be interesting. So a lot to play for, even though it's early in the season. And away goes Merrill. Annunziata under pressure from Gonzalez. Into turn 1 they go.
Inside or outside? Oh, they're just all staying in line. They're all playing nice.
Yeah.
No real changes up the front for that restart. They know that it's going to be the 2 laps, so they're not really focused on making it done in turn 1 because they know they still have 2 laps to make it happen.
And watch out for Jake Drew. He's in 4th at the moment in that silver hair number 7, and he's all over the back of Gonzalez. And I think he wants to have a pop at the podium. That would be a great result to take over the car that won this race last year.
Yeah, and Connor Zilic has proven that car's fast, so Jake Drew is just out here, and he's really trying to live up to that legacy that Connor Zilic has shown with that car.
Meanwhile, Bacon all over Hurley as they dive into 6. 2 to go. Less than. Ooh, on the outside is the 41 of Andretti, trying everything. And now Andretti goes to the inside at 7. So Andretti also got his tail up and looking for a result in the 41. Gets a little slide out of 7, does Andretti.
So that's just not going to help him on that run. That hurts the power down. So instead of accelerating faster, you're just spinning your wheels, not really going anywhere. So that's going to hurt his run. So it's going to make it even harder to make a move into 10A. But he still looks like he's looking for it.
Yeah, and here comes Drew, as I mentioned, on Gonzalez. Jake Drew makes the move at 10. Nicely done.
Perfect.
Picture perfect move at Road Atlanta. And there's nothing that he can do, Gonzalez. Is set, try and come back at him. And he does so under the bridge.
Inside.
Side
into
by
12.
side. Gonzalez. Wow, come on.
He lifts out of it.
Has to lift out.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy move. Super high commitment.
He isn't
but
done,
he's looking into the turn 1 on the inside.
Last lap. And everybody going for the points here. Gonzalez trying every which way in the 40 white car. He's side by side as they go up the hill for the blind crest. And he's trying to take him. You told me you couldn't overtake there.
Yeah, but he made it done.
Love it.
Yeah, he made it stick.
Likewise, so too is is Hurley trying to have a go at Drew. Well, drama indeed. A fantastic move at the crest of the hill at the top of turn 2. And that was brave maneuver. Bacon, meanwhile, still trying to catch Hurley.
Full course yellow. That guy has a full course yellow flag out. I don't know.
Well, not sure why. Annunziata is still there, though, as they dive into 6 for the last time. And at the moment,
I think there's a full course yellow. Yeah, there
is.
is.
Right, there is a full course
I think
yellow
our screen hasn't updated. There it is.
Yep, it's all slowed down. So we're going to finish finally under caution, but we had some excitement, didn't we?
Yeah, that was crazy. And then, so that's interesting. I don't know if they're going to go back a lap or keep it with that lap because
it's going to finish under yellow. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Because sometimes they ended early and go like reverse a lap, but I think that's if there's like a black
I see
flag.
what you mean. Yeah.
Because then Drake Drew crossed the line that lap in front of Tyler Gonzalez, but Tyler Gonzalez is currently in front. So I think they're going to finish this lap out and then call it. But sometimes if there's a red flag, it gets kind of interesting and they like rewind a lap.
They
should, that would be
because
interesting. But they'll just finish this one out. Yeah.
I think, anyway. We'll soon find out, but Thomas Merrill, either way, has done a great job of maintaining his position at the front. He got a great lead away from Matos, did an excellent overtake on Matos. Matos went out with a puncture, and Annunziata has been there and thereabouts all day long. Jake Drew did a good job, but Gonzalez just got past him as they entered the last lap and almost did it before they entered the last lap. But a great run by Gonzalez again. He was second at Sebring and now looks as though he's going to take third. Drew coming in for Zilic takes fourth. Hurley fifth. Bacon, another good run by him up to 6. Andretti recovers well. He gets 7th. Barry Bowes, who was 11th at one point, makes it up to 8th position. Boschel takes 9th. And Keith Procek celebrating his 100th Trans Am race, finishes in the top 10, and that is great news for both Mike Cope Racing and Keith Procek. Done the business. That is really a great result. And how about this one? Michelle Abate, 11th place, having started down in 22nd. The girl from Nevada. And that is good work by her because she hasn't had too many top 10 finishes. She's just outside this time.
Yeah, I wonder if that's her best finish. Yeah, I don't know 100%
that might
her
well
history,
be.
but that's a really great finish for her, for sure.
Well, hats off to the Ghost-sponsored Michelle Abate, one of the most popular drivers in Trans Am. That will go well. She'll be on our socials. Looks like that's the reason. It's down at the bottom of the S's there, in the Cube 3 S's, that we've got an incident of somebody hitting the wall, and they've decided that they needed to get the trucks out there quickly, and that is why we have ended under caution. But what a, hey, catch your breath, hey?
That was
Evan,
a crazy race.
fun.
Yeah, you got to catch your breath from that one. That was like battling through the whole way. I mean, Thomas Merrill did pull out there a little bit in the end for the lead, but I mean, all the way through the field, there was great racing. That was a really exciting race to watch, and there was hard racing, clean racing, a little bit of contact, but that, I mean, rubbing is racing, so that happens. But I mean, great race, and huge congrats to Thomas Merrill for making that happen.
Well, and the two men who've made the most impact on the championship, early as it is, today are Thomas Annunziata, who started today in 4th position, and Thomas Merrill with that first and second place. And Tyler Gonzalez, that's the other man, obviously, who started today 2nd place and should, by my account, be 2nd in the championship, but very close, if not 1st in the championship, with Merrill in 2nd. So it is a bit of a turnaround. I said there could be a change in the guard, and there was, and great to see for sure. But my thanks to Evan Slater. That was a great run at Trans Am TA2, and a good advert for what these guys can do. Put on a great show of professional racing at one of the hardest circuits in the US of A. And we've got a long way to go in this championship. And the man from California, Salinas, California, Thomas Merrill, grew up watching his mum race club racing.
Wow,
Porsches.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she used to take him round in her Porsche, him and his brother, in the lunch break.
Wow.
And do a joyride and
yeah,
not tell anybody.
Thomas Merrill, he's a great driver, tons of experience. I think he's a Trans Am champion maybe 1 or 2 times. I don't fully know. But yeah,
once.
Trans Am champion, great driver, super clean. Aggressive when he needs to be, but he knows what you need to do to win a championship. He knows that you got to finish races, you got to be consistent, you got to minimize mistakes. So really huge congrats to him. I mean, I know, Jonathan, we were talking earlier, and you pointed out that you thought your money was on him.
I know.
So
well,
he proved you right.
On the way here on the plane, I read a great article that said that Thomas Merrill was the most underrated, well, not underrated, but America's best kept secret of motorsport is how he was described. I actually said to Thomas, did you know you? He said, no, I didn't read that. And I said, well, not for long. He was at Sebring just a couple of weeks ago, didn't have a good run there. He's here winning again in Road Atlanta, and the secret is out, folks, I'm afraid. Yeah. Thomas Merrill is the real deal, and he's been our champion already 2 years ago. Current champion Brent Cruz not here this weekend, but he'll be back. But we've got a cracking championship on our hands. So many competitive cars, so many youngsters on the way up, and also the old guard, like Thomas Merrill, if you can count him as an old guard, like you say, doing the business here at Road Atlanta. And he's happy. Well done to Mike Cope Racing as well. And let's head down to Ben Sissel, who, as you can see, is with a delighted Thomas Merrill.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Thomas Merrill. Unbelievable performance. Thomas, just basically from lap, half or lap 1, you just were the class of the field. I even talked to your pit crew and Bowser. I've never seen them more relaxed. Here's a hat for you, sir. Back on top here at Road Atlanta. That's got to feel really good.
Oh, it feels great. It feels great to stand back on the top step with these boys and HP Tuners and the whole Mike Cope Racing crew. They never stopped working hard. It's been a while since we've been up here. It's really nice to put on a performance like that I know is a reflection of their hard work. So really proud of our group.
Speaking of HP Tuners, Keith Prochuk with HP Tuners is going to be here joining you on Winner's Circle because it's his 100th TA2 Series start. That's pretty cool.
It is really cool. It's a great way to cap off a great weekend for all of us at Cope Racing and HP Tuners. Big congratulations to Keith for 100 TA2 races, and here's to 100 more.
I love it. Well, here we are down here at the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Winner's Circle. Thomas Annunziata, just a really good performance from you, especially up front, and then it seemed like they were gapping, and then you were fighting with Tyler Gonzalez, but what a great day for Nitro.
Yeah, these Nitro Motorsports guys are amazing. I wish it would have been a 1, 2, 3 for Nitro, but that was unfortunate for Rafa. car was great. We just had we were battling an issue from lap 5. We had some wiring issues, started to smoke. We were afraid it could catch fire, so we had to turn the brake hoses and brake fans off. So it was hot in there. Tires were falling off, but we kept it under us, and we got a podium for both me and Tyler. It's amazing. I can't thank my sponsors, Nerd Focus, SC Arms, AI Media, Bayshore Mortgage Funding, everyone that helps me. Cube 3, thank you to Nick Middleton and Keith Boyle for putting this show on, and this is awesome.
I love it. Thank you very much, Thomas Annunziata. Congratulations. And then if you're paying attention, ladies and gentlemen, we talked at Sebring, Tyler Gonzalez, and you weren't sure you were going to run the whole championship, but now with the points that you're in, 2 podiums in a row, somebody would be crazy not to come in here, put their name on the side of your car, and make you run for a championship. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I just can't thank Nitro Motorsports, all the guys that have been helping me out. You know, the crew's worked really hard all weekend long. This car's been a gremlin, but we're trying to figure it out. We had some issues here in the race as well with some suspension stuff and then some wiring stuff, just like Thomas. A little unfortunate, but I still think a P3 is a pretty good result. You know, I'm pretty sure we're going to leave here with the points lead, and I couldn't be happier. You know, it's unfortunate that Rafa couldn't be out there battling with us, but hopefully I'll be back for some more, and I can't wait to.
I love it. Well, that's Tyler Gonzalez. Now we're going to come over here. We're here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, but this guy right here just finished 100 Q3 Architecture TA2 Series races. Keith, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty exciting going into the race. 100 races, 100 starts. I made a joke about maybe 99 finishes. But yeah, it was a really great race. Barry really commanded the Pro-Am series. And then for Merrill to win Pro, fantastic for us, fantastic for Cope and HP Tuners. Really good day. The weather held out, no rain whatsoever. Felt great out there.
HP Tuners on the winning car. That's awesome. Well, we're here. We're going to celebrate here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. Yep, as always, great to hear from our top men in the championship. And congratulations also to Mike Cope just in the distance there with Thomas Merrill, because, of course, he has run both Keith Prochak and the man who won the race, Thomas Merrill. Let's take a look at the results then. Confirmation of a great win and putting himself back in the box seat when it comes to the championship. Thomas Merrill wins for the HP Tuners Cope race cars, and a brilliant race it was for him. Annunziata, Thomas taking second place, Tyler Gonzalez in third. Then Jake Drew coming in for Connor Zillage. What a great way to make your debut. In fourth position for Silver Hair. Josh Hurley 5th, Caleb Bacon 6th, Adam Andretti up to 7th in the end, Barry Bowes 8th, Gavin Bichelle in 9th, and Keith Prochak, as we've mentioned, for HP Tuners and Cope race cars in 10th. 11th, Abate, probably her best finish. I'll check that with the archives, but that's a great result either way for Michelle. Lostowski 12th, Sabato 13th, recovering from that spin. Kel Phillips 14th, Hodge, Raymond, Durbin, Weisbeck in 18th position. Darren Mock all the way to 19th despite the problems he had having to come from the back. Jared Odrick gets a finish, didn't get to finish in Sebring. Further down then, Matt Gray, Rogers, Will Rogers, then Rafa Matos does get 23rd after what could have been a win for him, sadly. Ellis Mayer, as you can see, also getting a result in 25th. Caton, Young, Boris Said Jr., Winston and Mosak, unfortunately not finishing the race, as you can see, but everybody had some interesting times. Tom Sheehan also coming into the pits and having damage to his right front of the car. So that's how it finished, a bumper field, and as always, Road Atlanta throwing up some great racing throughout that 100 miles. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of what was a cracking Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. So then, we got off underway, and as you can see, it was a good start from Rafa Matos, who got away well. Sadly, losing out a position was Andretti to Caleb Bacon. Then up in smoke went the silver hair of Connor Mosak. Then a great move for the lead. Merrill taking it away from Matos. Then a bump in the back for Sabato by Keith Prochak. Then a puncture, sadly deflating the hopes of that man, Rafa Matos. But there was skittles everywhere as several cars going off, including this man, Tyler Young, hitting the wall hard. And it took some time to get him. Several cautions slowed things down, but the battle for the front was very hardly contested. But no one could stop this man. Merrill wins at Road Atlanta. So, that is how it finished, and now it's a time to head down and go down and see the podium. But of course, don't forget, if you want to see the highlights on MAV TV, they will be this Thursday with TA2, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be followed immediately by the TA highlights, XGT, SGT, and GT, all rolled in there at 9 p.m. So Thursday nights, forget else what you're doing. If Johnny's going to basketball, let him go. If you've got to do the yard, do it Wednesday, because Thursday nights is Trans Am, presented by Pirelli on MAV TV. So let's head down to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle, where Ben Sissel is ready for the podium.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle here with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series at Road Atlanta. Come on, crowd, get loud. Nice. This is going to be quite a fun celebration. This is going to be the dogs. See, the dogs are getting loud. You guys need to get loud also. So we're going to start with the Pro-Am Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series in third place, but having to start way in the back. Let's get loud for Michelle Abate. Michelle Abate back in the TA2 Series with us. We got Nick Middleton here with Cube 3 presenting the trophy. Michelle, awesome to see you guys back.
I don't even know which side it's on.
Oh, it's 213. Here you go.
Okay.
Right here.
All right.
And now this is extra special, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing them up here for second place. But before we do that, I'm going to introduce the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, John Claggett, to present him his 100th TA2 start, Keith Prochuk with HP Tuners, second in Pro-Am. How cool is that? Hold on now. Hold that up for everybody. Look at that. Beautiful. And Keith, this is a rarity. We don't get to celebrate many 100 starts, so that's unbelievable. How does it feel?
The 100 feels amazing. You know, I said it yesterday, TA2 is just a fantastic series to race in. Trans Am puts on a good show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Michelle racing from the back to finish third. I was so happy to see her. And then Barry just dominated our race there. So fantastic.
Nice. I love it. And then to have HP Tuners on the winning car, too. Spoiler alert. But hold on, Nick Middleton, you got another trophy here, too. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, second place Pro-Am. Let's hear for Nick Middleton for supporting the series at every race. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this guy is putting in the work. Racing in 2 series. He was just with us at Thunder Hill, way out west a couple of weeks ago, getting really fast. Let's hear it. Asio Data, Barry Bowes, first place. Pro-Am TA2, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Barry Bowes just getting super fast out there. Nice job. So, Michelle, so great to have you back in the series with us. The livery that you were running, I was following what was happening on social media, and I'm sure this feels good, and I'm sure you have some shout-outs you want to give.
Yeah, first and foremost, I have to thank all of our first responders. As most of you know, I lost my brother November 30th from a drunk driver. He was Nevada State Highway Patrol. But today he was with me in my car, and he was helped guiding me, keeping me safe, and brought me towards the front. I still got a few steps to go, but this is very iconic for me, and I'm just very grateful to be here today. Thank you to my team. Nitro Motorsports gave me the best car they could give me. It all falls in my hands at the point of driving it. It's definitely set up and could have won, but it needs the right driver behind it. I just have a few things to learn, but thank you guys very much. It's an honor to race with everybody here. Barry, super stoked for you, and Keith, great job. Just thank you all very much for all of the support, especially the fans who came out.
Nice, I love it. Thank you, Michelle. So sorry about your brother, and love the livery that you run. I know this is extra special. And speaking of extra special, 100 races, Keith, and you and I have been in the TA2 series for just about as long together. It's really cool to see you out there, knowing that you have a true day job, but you're out here running just because you love the series and love racing.
Well, that's kind of the benefit of the Pro-Am. Like, we work and then we come here on the weekends to kind of try to run with the pros. And Barry certainly did today. He was running fantastic. Yeah, it was, man, the sun's coming out now. 100 races. Yeah, TA2 is just a blast to be in. Once again, congrats to Michelle and Barry. Fantastic race. Nice.
I love it. Keith Prochuk, ladies and gentlemen, HP Tuners. And that's 2 podiums in a row for the Pro-Am. So this points battle in this Pro-Am is going to get pretty serious. And speaking of running your own business, the ASIO data car there, Barry Bowes, you just love running this series, don't you?
This series is the most fun I can possibly imagine. I've run in a bunch of different series. These cars have no aids, you know, as everybody knows, and you just got to work it, and I love it.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Absolutely. M1 Race Cars for giving me an absolutely fantastic car. Rolled off the trailer. Perfect. Made one setup change, and then we undid it, and we ran the weekend, and that is phenomenal. It does so much to help the driver out. TRB Autosports for all their supports, and of course, ASIO Data.
Nice. I love it. Barry Bowes, ladies and gentlemen. Now, come on, Road Atlanta. Get loud. Let's hear it. Michelle Abadi, Keith Prochug, Barry Bowes, the TA2 Series Pro-Am, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am. Now we're going to do a hat dance. Man, I love the round of applause we're getting from the dog, too. See, we need more of that. I love it. All right, Road Atlanta, let's get loud. Come on now, show them some love here. Michelle Abadi, Keith Prochug, Barry Bowes, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am. What a great start to the season. And the championship battle is going to be, those are some big bottles of champagne there. Look out.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, Joe, did you get sprayed? Yeah, he said, yeah. I'm loving this, Atlanta. Keep this up. Keep up this energy. Nice job.
Smart move.
Going right for the eyes. Yeah, exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. This is really heating up, and just by my basic math, and I'm not very mathletic, but this person we're about to bring up in third, this is 2 podiums in a row to start. This is the second race of the season, so he's got to be probably top step of the points right now. So let's hear it, number 40. Where is Tyler Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen? Nick Middleton here with Tyler Gonzalez. And ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the season, Tyler told me he wasn't sure he's running for the championship, but man, somebody's got to sponsor this guy and have him have a run for the championship. Tyler, this has got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super glad to be up here. I'm glad I could do it for Nitro, for Jeff, for Brian, for David, for everyone that's helped me get here today. You know, it's been a big effort. We've put in a lot of hours here at the track, working late nights to try and get that 40 car up on this podium. We just were able to get it done right behind Thomas. He drove a great race, and other Thomas as well. You know, congrats to both of them, and I'm just glad to be up here with y'all.
Nice. We'll pause for the start here of this F1600 race. And then the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series second place finisher. Really excited to be here back at Road Atlanta. Let's hear Thomas Annunziata. Last season was his rookie season. Now I guess we can kind of call him a veteran. Having some great runs here with us. Nick Middleton to present the trophy. And Thomas, I'm going to come to you, but then let's bring up in that beautiful HP Tuners, the class of the field, the Cope race cars, our TA2 champion from a few seasons ago. Let's hear it, Thomas Merrill in that 26 car. Come on, Atlanta. I know you guys can get louder than that. Come on now. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, always super competitive. 2 Thomases up here. Thomas Annunziata, we spoke before the race. This has got to feel really good, but I know you really wanted that top step.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, shout out to Nitro Motorsports. Four podiums in the last 2 races. That's amazing. It just really goes to show how hard they work and how fast these race cars are. Yeah, I can't thank Nick, Mike, and Cody for all the work they've done over this weekend and so far this year. We'll get one soon, but this is good points for the championship. Yeah, we were struggling around lap 5. We had a wire issue. It was starting to smoke, so I was afraid it would burn up on fire. So I had to shut the brake fans off. The tires were getting hot, so I kept it under me, but had a really good battle with Tyler Gonzalez. Proud of him, proud of Thomas Merrill. Yeah, I can't thank all my sponsors enough, and Cube 3, Nick Middleton and Keith Boyle for putting the show on. It's amazing. Can't thank you enough.
I love it. I love it. And then, you know, we've been talking the last couple seasons about these young guns, Thomas Merrill, but for a while there, you and that two-time champion Rafa Matos, another veteran, were battling it out. That had to feel really good. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
I had a feeling you'd ask me about my age in this interview. It was a great race. A lot of fun racing up front with Rafa at the beginning. Once we got up front, we just set sail. It was such a good race car that the Cope crew gave me today. And such a good day for Cope race cars. I mean, looking out and seeing all these Cope chassis up here makes me proud of all the work that we've done over the last couple of years. And obviously, huge congratulations to Keith for his 100 race brick, and very happy to put the HP Tuners car on the top step. It was just a great day. It was a pleasure to drive that race car, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Nice. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on, Road Atlanta, get loud. Tyler Gonzalez, Thomas Annunziata, Thomas Merrill. That is our 3-2-1 there at the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And then Eric is going to do the hats. Is everybody of age? Have we asked that? They're not of age, he says.
They've got extra ones to throw out.
Oh, and they've got some hats to throw out, too. Let's throw out some of these V-Box hats. Who's got the better arm? Last race here. Oh, nice. Where did Merrill's go? Oh, there we go. In the Rolling Stones shirt. All right, get loud, everybody. Tyler Gonzalez, Thomas Annunziata, Thomas Merrill, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Got a Ricky Bobby fan out here too. Love that. Oh, yeah. So you can see Michelle passing out sparkling water. Thomas Merrill has the advantage here. He can spray that thing pretty good as he goes right for the eyes. I have a feeling we're going to see these three gentlemen on the podium quite a bit this year. So unbelievable. And then we've got one more for you, Thomas Merrill. So Thomas and Tyler, you guys can step off. I think we're good. Chris Clark? We're good, but then our Omo Legato Fast Lap Award, presented by Nick Middleton of Cube 3 Architecture, goes to Thomas Merrill. Let's hear it, our fastest lap. I love it. Wait, Nick Middleton, come back up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Nick Middleton here with Cube 3 Architecture sponsoring the series. Your second race. This has got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great being on the podium every week, but this is a very competitive field this year. I'm looking forward to all the races. Congratulations to the top three there. I'm looking forward to the next one in Coda. I'll see you all there. But at least it held out, no rain. So, awesome job. Thank you.
Next one's in NOLA.
NOLA, yeah.
Well, we're all watching Coda tonight because Connor Zillage is running the truck series. But Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and racing everywhere, and our graduates are making it each and every weekend somewhere in racing, and we are growing some superstars in this championship, no doubt about it. So, we are about to head out of here for TA2. Just a reminder again that we will make Thursday nights MAV TV's Trans Am night. And that, of course, is 8 p.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Eastern for all the highlights. Until then, though, we'll be back with more from SVRA. We'll see you next time.
by Zimmer.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome to Road Atlanta, one of the most fearsome roller coasters you will ever see on the circuit. We are ready to handle this 2.5-mile circuit for SVRA 5A, 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. But before we can get into all of that action, we get to be joined by the one and only Ben Sissel, who's down for a grid walk.
Well, welcome back. Here we are. This is kind of a grid walk at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour with the SVRA Group 5A, 7, 9, 11, and Prototype Sprint Series Association. We're looking right now at Marco Sansetti's beautiful PS1/P. Unbelievable Revolution car. This is a PSSA Prototype Sprint Series Association car. But I want to come up here and talk to Nolan Aller here, who qualified first. Nolan is in his grandpa, Lewis Cooper Jr.'s car. Beautiful, but this car, of any other vintage car, and your grandpa runs with us quite a bit, this might make the most beautiful music that we have. It just sounds unbelievable. Is it that much fun to drive as well?
Oh, it's incredible. I actually just talked to my grandpa. I'm a little bit disappointed that I'm driving it because I don't get to hear it from the outside and see what it can do. But it's just absolutely incredible. It's unlike anything I've ever driven.
What kind of G-forces is this car putting down around Road Atlanta?
We pull over 4 Gs on the brakes and then around 4 Gs through the corners, especially turn 1. That's the most loaded. It's incredible.
And then the downforce. Just, you know, I know this car is a pretty high downforce. What other kind of cars have you driven that are similar to this?
So I'm actually racing in the Indy Next by Firestone Series right now with HMD Motorsports. So I've driven, that would be the closest car to this, but it's nothing compared to it. This car, you know, they make jokes about how cars could drive upside down. This one could do it quite easily.
That's awesome. So hopefully our cameraman will be able to get good shots of this, and then you got to hear the audio. So Nolan, thanks for being here, man. That's awesome. Lewis Cooper, thank you for bringing this car out there with RM Motorsports. And let's talk to Mr. Bennett here. So, Mr. Bennett, you guys always bring some crazy cars, but this might be one of the craziest.
Yeah, this is a really fast car, and you know, Nolan's granddad normally drives at Lewis, and he does a pretty darn good job in it. It's really cool to see Nolan get in the car and be up to speed right away.
I love it. Well, Mr. Bennett, thank you very much with RM Motors. Then we've got over here, so this is kind of a crazy group here. So this is Harbir Das over here in an F4. Unbelievable. So you're out here with a crazy group of cars. Are you having fun?
Oh yeah, I'm having a blast.
Nice. And now, this is the F4, just like in our F4 series. But this year, Ligier has come out with a new chassis, so this would qualify in our JS F4. But so cool to have this out here, the number 42, powered by Honda with the hand-cooked tires. But then let's go through some of these PSSA cars. So this is a Revolution there, the 65 that we've shown. And this is a Sebico here. And the coolest thing about this group of cars is they're running their own championship within the PSSA championship. Some beautiful cars, some unbelievable trophies as they come through. So you can see the center seat car. These cars, all these PSSA cars kind of always look to me like they're about 20 years in the future. So this is the Sebico. Then if we come over here, we're going to see, I think, the Radical. So this is the Radical here. Trying to get my notes right. So that's Raiden Nicole. And this all kind of started with this Radical here. So the gentleman that first produced the Radicals, I think he sold the company, and then he started building these Revolutions. You can see the Revolutions are a little bit wider. In my opinion, a little bit more Batmobile-y, if that's a new adjective that I can invent right now on the spot. But really cool to see. So we've got the Radical, we've got the Revolutions, we've got the Sebecos, we've got Wolfs. Then if we move up here a little bit, Judd Miller was our runner-up in the championship last year. I'm going to come around if you don't mind, Judd. But Judd, you were kind of one of the, OGs of this PSSA. Second last year in the standings. What's your plan to get on the top step of the championship this season?
Well, that's going to be a tough task. I got some really fast guys in front of me, but I'm really happy to be back here at Road Atlanta. It's been a couple years. I just love this track. I'm just going to do the best that I can do and see where it plays out.
Nice, I love it. But we got to get a shot of this livery. He always wears the red, white, and blue, sometimes in different ways, but it's unbelievable. Then we got to show this thing up here, Tony. I'm sorry, I'm running you all over the place, but this is so cool. We got to mention this. So Jim Downing up here in this kudzu rotary engine. Look at this huge trap right here. The car sounds so good, and this is so cool. But I have to show you something, because Jim Downing, this is an innovator. So if you see right here, see this thing he's wearing? That's the Hans device that Jim Downing, the man right here behind the wheel, was a part of the innovation, the invention, and he was a part of the team that made the Hans device that has saved countless lives in motorsports since the inception of the Hans device. And then this car here, I believe, is the car that he won the 24-hour Le Mans in, or maybe Daytona. I'm forgetting, and I can't ask him because this rotary engine is just way too loud. But that is Jim Downing, a beautiful car. And leave a comment on our comment section if you know what that says. So we'll get back to some of these PSSA cars. The Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook Tires. You'll see that they're all wearing the Hankook tires. I love these cars. They were with us last year at Sonoma Laguna Seca, but some beautiful cars out there. This is Zach Mosley with the Classic Car Club. You can see him wearing it across his chin. I believe from the state of New York in these Revolution cars, but so cool to have them out here. I'm loving it. And then we've got a lot of Sebecos over there on that side in their own championship. It looks like we have one lone S2000 of Steve Conson up there in that number 10 Swift. As we come up, so there's the Sebeco. Beautiful, the 9-4 Motorsports, the number 84. That's Clay Keel. And then we'll move up. That's the 97 of Russell Allen. Looks like he's got the Mazda power. Oh, we have another S2 coming down here, so that's good. This is the number 50 of Madison Prince. That's the 15 of Wade Leathers. And then if we come up here, the 10, Steve Conson here. Steve was running a couple of cars this weekend. He had a little bit of a problem and a fire with his other car. But Steve, you're out here. This is a crazy group, a group like no other that we run in vintage racing. How's it feel out there so far?
It's going to get interesting. I'll be watching my mirrors a lot, and just pull my line. And I was out this morning, and they were really great to run with. So we'll see how it goes this afternoon.
Nice, I love it. Steve Conson races all kinds of different cars here with us. Usually in some really cool MGs, and then a Merlin he's with us this weekend. But out here in this S2, just really unbelievable. And then you can see this here. This is just, I love the lines of these cars, the Prototype Sprint Series Association. And what I love about the drivers, they're all giving us thumbs up. They seem like they're happy to be here, having a lot of fun. So it's so cool to have them. We've got another Revolution over there with Gary Gray. We're going to say that name a lot because we're going to see him moving up through the field in PSSA. I don't have a 456 on my grid sheet, but I'm sure he belongs out there. So this is the NPO1. And then I'll come over here just to this last Revolution over here of Gary Gray. You do have a translation. I hear that we have a translation on that Japanese. I love it. So here is the Radical here of Gary Gray. So we've got, 3 or 4 different manufacturers competing here in the PSSA, Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook Tires. And then we've got some S2s. Fast race. I'm hearing from the producers. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some knowledge in our booth. So fast race up there on that kudzu. But it looks like they're about to fire up. Chelsea Miller, our grid chief, is giving them the signals. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, hold on. What in the world is this? The 07 Jacek Muka. Jacek was with us earlier this year. That's the Jacek Muka in that Group 11 GTP2. And I heard from our announcers that this was a car that just raced at Daytona and Sebring, but it has been detuned a little bit for reliability. But Jacek Muka, always really fast. We saw him in the Cadillac at Sebring just a couple of weeks ago. But you know what? It's getting a little bit loud down here and a little bit hot, so I'm going to send it back up to you gentlemen up in the booth, and I'll meet you there in a little bit.
Well, thank you so much, Ben Sissel, down on the grid, giving us all of that information. Absolutely fantastic to be able to see all of these cars. Again, my name is DJ Clark, lucky enough to be able to be joined up here in the booth by Mr. Miles. And looking at these cars, I mean, there is so much just fantastic history and fantastic modern history in these cars.
Absolutely, yeah. Bunch of different manufacturers all coming together to make one great show for the fans here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's going to put on a great show. And when we talk about Road Atlanta, I mean, this is exactly the kind of motorsport that you want to see here at a circuit like this. Downforce obviously available in droves in all of these prototype, semi-prototype machines as they come out onto the track. You're able to take a little bit more through turn 1, push it a little bit more coming down through the Cube 3S's. You're really able to have some fun with these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And for some of these drivers, getting used to the downforce is part of the learning curve. A lot of these drivers have come from sedan cars or cars that don't develop downforce, and as you get these cars going faster, they stick more and more. So, yeah, once they cross over that boundary into the downforce, then you really see them move in the corners.
Yeah, they certainly do. And as we saw on the grid, our pole sitter here, Nolan Allaire, kind of the marquee driver out at this point, racing out in that SVRA Class 9 field, doing a little bit of back and forth in Indy Next as well, so no stranger to downforce there for him. But why don't we go through, because we do have several different types of classes here for PSSA, and for those who aren't necessarily familiar, who are tuning in with us on SVRA, why don't you walk us through what those class differences are?
Yeah, so we have the basic classes are PS1, PS2, and PS3. The PS3 class was created for the Sebeco cars. It also, the Radical with a 1340cc engine runs in the PS3 class. The PS2 class would be the Revolution 427, naturally aspirated, the 1500 Radicals, and then also the Sebeco new car, the SPX, that runs in PS2, and you'll see Ben Cooper out there in the factory, white and black Sebeco in PS2. And then PS1 would be all the highest power cars, the Revolution 500, the Radical SR10, the LMP3 cars. Unfortunately, we lost Michael Schmidt earlier in the weekend with some transmission issues. But and then in some races we have a PS1P where Marco Cincetti runs, and he's a pro driver, so we want to leave this championship open to the gentleman drivers and the amateurs. And so when a pro driver comes in, we mark them as PS1P, so they don't affect the championship for the rest of the drivers. So that's basic rundown of the classes for PSSA.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to be able to have here, Jason, and I love the fact that we have that place for gentlemen drivers to be able to come out, because that is such a crucial part of motorsport, having that bronze driver, gentleman driver, whatever you want to call them. It is part of the very fabric of grassroots racing, and to be able to see that honored here with PSSA, it's very much what SVRA is all about, and I love seeing the team up here that we're able to get with the two of them.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of these cars, once you get into the PS1 class, a lot of these drivers, Judd Miller, Zach Mosley, Mark Russell, these guys are utilizing driver coaches, and so to have them be able to come out, run part of the enduro, but not affect the championship, it gives the coaches a chance to get in the car and get into some races too, not just the practice sessions on earlier in the weekend. So yeah, great.
Yeah, and having those driver coaches really, really crucial, especially around a track like Road Atlanta. We talked a lot about over some of the previous broadcasts of the day of just how difficult of a track this is, and it's not necessarily because of the elevation change and the physical load that goes through your body, although that is very, very crucial. I think the biggest thing around here is, and we talked about this earlier with the downforce cars that we are running, is the level of commitment that you have to do. You cannot be cowardly in the way that you attack these corners. You've got to chuck these cars in.
Absolutely. Yeah, the commitment coming down the hill into turn 12, that in most of these PS1 cars, you can hold that flat, but to do that, you really, it's a lot of commitment, and there's a lot of risk there if something goes wrong. And definitely looking at data over the weekend with some of these drivers, with their driver coaches. For example, Mark Russell picked up over a second just by looking at some data and just working on a couple corners. So these driver coaches are key to these drivers' success and them having fun out there.
Yeah, and those driver coaches, those are really going to be the ones that allow them to be able to get themselves into a good position. They're going to be the ones that tell them it's okay. You can take that car a little bit farther, because the human brain naturally wants to go, no, I can't do that. I can't do it. And so those driver coaches are going to be able to be there, as well as you said, break down that telemetry. Go through those little details that it needs to be done in order to create a full racing driver, and that's where those driver coaches are so invaluable, especially in these high-powered, high-downforce machines such as this.
Yeah, it's not like there's a light on the dash that tells you to go flat now.
I wish there was. That'd make my life so much easier if I could get into it. We need to come up with that and be able to do it. And as I learned the very hard way, coming from a sim racing background, there's not that little, red and green thing on the track that tells you where to go. You got to kind of figure it out yourself.
Yeah, no driving line.
No,
yeah.
that was a little bit of a rude awakening for me when I first figured that out. But nevertheless, we're ready here for about a 30-minute session for these drivers. They're going to push themselves out, coming out of the second grid, led around by our fantastic Ginetta pace car that is being used here over the course of the entire weekend. So very thankful there to them for giving us that wonderful, wonderful machine. And when we talk here about this Road Atlanta circuit, we keep talking about it, but it really is a bit of everything. A couple of great overtaking opportunities. We watched the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series not too long ago, really talking about how turn 10A and 10B, Bennett BridgeHaul turn 10A and 10B were really the primary overtaking opportunities there. We saw a couple of passes down into Mission Foods turn 1, but with these downforce cars, it opens up the track more. You're able to take more lines across the entire field, and so that means that there are expanded overtaking zones. We may see some drivers get a little more aggressive into turn 5 because you can carry more speed down through the Cube 3S's and in through the treacherous turn 5.
Yeah, 5, 6, 10A. You'll even see some passes through turn 12 likely during this race. But yeah, it's the level of commitment and trying to stay off those curbs that get a little slippery but they're there if you want to use them.
Well, that is going to send us to a quick commercial break before we get back to racing. Stay with us, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
The Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour returns to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, PSSA, International GT, Historic Trans Am, Toyo Tires 2.5 Challenge, Optima Ultimate Streetcar, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, May 3rd through the 5th. For tickets, simply go to WeatherTechRaceway.com.
And welcome back to Road Atlanta as we get ready to roll off here for SVRA Group 5A, 7, 9, 11, and PSSA action. Looking down on the grid, there is our wonderful tech officials and pit lane officials getting through the last couple of checks here at this point. We did have a race before this, so we think that there's a little bit going on there with that, just making sure that this track is absolutely perfect. And we've got to say here, yes, it's a little overcast. It's not perfect in terms of, that 76 degrees Southern California sunshine that I'm used to. But I got to say, with the forecast that we saw coming into this weekend here, I am so thankful that we've got clean racetrack. We don't have to be messing with any of this rain here that could potentially scare us out. Everything worked out pretty darn well for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad the weather moved through, and for the PSSA guys, this is the third round of the season, and we were down in the 30s at Eagles Canyon up in Decatur, Texas, and Thunder Hill in California was not much warmer, in the high 40s, low 50s, so I think they'll take whatever's out there right now, 60-something degrees, and clear track, and no rain.
Yeah, no rain, and obviously two great racing circuits to be able to go to. And on behalf of California, we're sorry for the weather. We don't know what's going on this year. There's been a lot of rain, there's been a lot of cold, and none of us are happy about it. So we're still trying to figure out exactly what's going on there with California weather. But as we continue to just wait here for the official rollout at this point, again, DJ Clark up here in the commentary booth alongside Jason Miles, and we get looking down through this order, and for fans, as we say that, the sun comes out. There we go. We get a nice little bit of sunshine on the raceway. But Jason, what should a casual viewer, maybe somebody who hasn't been able to tune into a PSSA race before, who should they be watching for? Who's going to be the exciting part of the day?
Well, at the front, you've got, for PSSA, Marco Cincetti, factory driver for Revolution, 1:19.5. That's a blistering lap around here. And Raiden Nickel, hometown guy, runs here a lot. They're based out of Primal Racing at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and he is fast. So I can see those two duking it out at the front. Judd Miller's always in the mix. And I want to see Jacek in that Cadillac, see if he can bring that up the field. That has a 1:08 time around this track with in IMSA. So and there's just all throughout the field, there's going to be battles. The Sebecos, a lot of those guys, they, like you said, running their own championship throughout the in the PSSA. So we're going to see that car count grow a lot.
Yeah, and as you were telling me a little bit before air, so wonderful to see that car count grow in PSSA, that it has just continued to frankly exponentially grow over the years. And I think that is indicative of not only just grassroots motorsports, but motorsports as a whole, of seeing a wonderful windfall in terms of motorsports across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And these PSSA cars, they're not a typical race car culture where they're all in one spot or they all go to the same series. These cars are scattered across the country in country clubs, and to get them all going in the same direction is definitely taking a lot of work, but you can feel the groundswell this weekend with the number of cars. We're over double the field we were last year here at Road Atlanta, and as we get into the later part of the season, Road America, Virginia, and COTA, it's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic to see. And we've got the best thing to see here, which is cars rolling off of the grid here at this point, bringing their way out onto the circuit behind that Ginetta safety car at this point. So that is going to be bringing everyone out right now. We will be getting our way out and around very quickly, as it is looking like it is going to be Cincetti that leads the way. I'm not sure why Nolan Allier is not going to be marked there on my timing and scoring, but I think you are right. That battle right at the front between Nickel and Cincetti, that is going to be the battle that I'm going to keep my eye on up in that PSSA category. I think some of the other drivers to certainly watch out for farther back down when we talk about the SVRA competition here, bringing their way out. We have the Group 11 GTP2 entries there. We've got Michael Schmitz, who obviously had the problem earlier on, but Musa that we talked about earlier in that Cadillac Daytona prototype, as well as the Radical SR8. Those two didn't qualify all that far away from each other, and I think that could potentially be a fun little battle to see over the course of this race.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice to see that the more senior drivers, Gary Gray, Jim Downing, out there, they're loving the competition with these young, fast prototypes, and they're welcoming it. So that just adds to the field.
Yeah, and adding to that field across the board. We also have two Swift entries out there with Wade Leathers and Steve Conson, and they're going to be starting down farther in the field, it should be said, in around 17th and 18th position, but they qualified right next to each other. A little bit of a gap in between them as they ran. The best overall time there, separated by about 3 seconds or so, but love to see those two Swifts coming together and them coming out onto the grid. That could be a lot of fun to see, but here we go, coming down that back straightaway as they make their way around. The lights are out on the Ginetta safety car, which means we will be able to go racing this time by as they make their way down into the Bennett BridgeHaul Turn 10 complex, bringing their way along through Nolan Allier, bringing his way up through the only Group 9 entry, the second Group 9 entry in the field. Nathan Bird farther back in there as well. He's in the JDR Anomaly. Meanwhile, Allier going to be in that Panos DPO1. As here they come forming up, coming down into the start zone, looking towards the flag as there goes the green, and we are racing here for SVRA and PSSA, and it is almost 4 wide at the start of the field. I think that was Raiden Nickel trying to get a little bit of a jump on it, and now we're side by side with Cincetti and Nickel diving into turn 1. They're going to try to keep the motion up here at this point, as there you see climbing up the hill. It continues to be Allier leading at the moment. And right now, as they try to hold themselves out, Raiden Nickel being very, very aggressive at the start. And I think that proved him out well. It looked like he wanted to take there a look at that Panos machine driven by the Indy Next star, Nolan Allier. Didn't quite make it work, but look at him starting to scamper off there. There as he goes, diving down into the corners right now of 6 and 7. That Radical S10 with Nickel behind the wheel. That is how you get a race start done.
Yeah, he got a great start jumping out to the right there. He almost passed past Nolan at the start, and it looked like back and forth a little bit through the S's, but he was able to hold off Cincetti.
Yeah, able to hold off Cincetti, and even with these downforce cars, going too wide down through the S's is never a good idea. So I'm glad to see that that didn't happen. We take a look here at Cincetti as that number 65 Revolution Black Machine works its way on through, and I've got to agree with what Ben Sissel said. That Panos DPO1 may be one of the best sounding cars I have heard out here this weekend. It is absolutely fantastic. They're continuing to work their way on through the number 500 of Judd Miller there in that patriotic scheme, working his way through. That's in that PS1 class Revolution 500 SC.
Yeah, Judd Miller out of Katy, Texas. Driven over the last few years Radical and Revolution cars, and Ben Sissel called him the OG, and he definitely is. He's been here a number of times, and he's a fast guy around here, so look for him to move up.
Yeah, certainly knows his stuff and has done so much over the course of racing. That is the number 95 that you see there behind. That's going to be Zach Mosley. And now as we look, there is that Cadillac DPI that we talked about. On home turf, let us say. It's exactly where it wants to be, that 07 with Musa, the Cadillac Daytona prototype, the black and blue machine. Absolutely fantastic. And speaking of great engine noises, I mean, whether we talk about the modern GTPs or indeed that Daytona prototype, Cadillac just has a way of making an engine sound perfect.
Absolutely. Yep. Between that and the Judd V10 in Nolan's car, beautiful noises.
Absolutely beautiful noises. A little bit side by side, farther back in the field here. Here comes that wonderful liveried machine in the engine there that we had talked about a little bit earlier in the number 20. That's Jim Downing being able to make a move coming down into Bennett BridgeHaul turn 10A and 10B. Pretty textbook of a move to get it done. And that rotary engine starting to flex its muscle here as they run.
Yeah, it looks like he's catching up to Mark Russell here in the other classic car, Revolution.
Yeah, he really caught up there, as a matter of fact. Downing looked like he was going to be a little bit farther back, and I would have anticipated that there would have been a bigger gap in between the two as they run, as they continue to go right now, working their way out and on through. Downing going to bring his way down through the S's, starting to close on in here at this point, trying to put a little bit of pressure to the back of Mark Russell in that number 55 Revolution 500.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a yellow there coming between turn 5 and turn 6. I don't know if that's just hanging out of the stand, but I'm not sure. But yeah, and that's the great thing with the PSSA, with different levels of drivers out there, and always somebody to battle with.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to go full course yellow here at this point, as you see that popping up across your screen. Full course yellow in the SVRA groups 5A, 7, 9, and 11, and PSSA race. And so, as you said, looked like that was around the turn 5 area. Of course, yellow displayed, and a little bit unfortunate here is we were kind of shaping into a fun little battle there between Russell and Downing, but I think that battle will resume as things go, and as we see Russell's streak on by, very, very good. But we take a look right now on the screen of that is, I believe, the 04 machine coming on through. Absolutely gorgeous, classic livery there on that car. You really kind of love to see that.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at the 94 right here of Dario Cangelosi running under 94 Motorsports. They're fielding 3 cars this weekend, all Sebecos. They've also got an LMP3 that they do arrive and drive with that we might see later in the year. But yeah, there's Ben Cooper in the 33 Sebeco.
And I've always loved those Sebeco cars because they have a little bit of a look of, well, a certain modern sports car that doesn't have a rear wing. The low-down nature of the Sebecos, it just always kind of surprises me, and I have to sort of hunt for that rear wing, and I love that look of it.
Yeah, definitely low. These cars, all the modern traction control, ABS in these cars, and different levels of performance, from the 2-liter Mazda engine up to the 2.5, making between 190 and 250 horsepower. It looks like right around turn 6 there is where the safety truck stopped. So.
Yeah, we saw a pretty significant decrease in speed there from the entire field. The Ginetta safety car recovering recapping the vehicles, getting them all up in front, and that's going to be able to slow everything down here as they bring their way across. About 15 and a half minutes left to go, let's call it, in this race. And what we're going to do here at this point is throw to a quick commercial while this setup goes underway, but stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
The Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour returns to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, PSSA International GT, Historic Trans Am, Toyo Tires 2.5 Challenge, Optima Ultimate Streetcar, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, May 3rd through the 5th. For tickets, simply go to WeatherTech Race.
And welcome back to Road Atlanta. You join us once again under caution as everything does continue to circulate here. And it looks like, Jason, we were just looking on the screen that I think, based off of our timing and scoring, looks like Madison Prince may have been the driver involved in whatever brought out this yellow.
Yeah, Madison Prince, number 50. Local guy from Ackworth, Georgia. Not sure if we got a replay on that, but somewhere around turn 6. It looks like Charlie Locklear here is going to play a factor in the restart as he's between Nolan and Radin.
Yes, he is, and that's Locklear there in that 00 Speco NP01 running in the PS3 category. And that's going to be a little bit of that lap traffic that we always have to deal with. I mean, that's the beauty what we talk about with multi-class racing. Not used to necessarily saying the term multi-class racing when we've got an open-wheel car such as that Panos out front, but nevertheless, we've got multi-class racing, and I think for the likes here of Nickel, he's going to have to get a little bit of a hustle on. Not that he can't. We saw that first opening start.
Yeah, that car, it's like shot out of a cannon there out of turn 12. And he's been around here a lot, has a lot of laps around here. And he's fast in pretty much everything he drives. So he may be a contender here at that point. And remember, it technically is two different classes. We're talking about the 9 boss category and the PS1 category, but you tell that to a racing driver. If there's an opportunity to make the pass, you're going to go for it. Yeah. I mean, multi-class racing, still the overall win is still pretty special. So they're going to go for it here on the start.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the lights are out on the Ginetta safety car, which means that we will be back to that start here in just a few moments' time as drivers make their way down into Bennett BridgeHaul turn 10A and 10B, getting ready to bring their way out and around. I'm going to be watching to see what Locklear does, if he's going to be a little bit courteous with this and get out of the way. His car comes down into pit lane, giving Nolan control of the field here at this point. Locklear giving him a big gap as Outlier comes into the acceleration zone, gets on the loud pedal, and that is the jump of jumps. Oh, almost contact farther back in the field.
Yeah, it looked like Jim Downing got a jump before the green there, but I think Locklear's clear there, and they're off to the races again here.
Yeah, they're off to the races, and that contact that I was alluding to was between Downing and I believe Jessica Mucha there. It looked like that Daytona prototype, and he almost got together. Almost a little bit more coming through turn 2, and that is Locklear in that 00, very slow on the circuit. I'm hoping that is him just sort of opting to stay behind and let everybody get by him so he can run his own race.
Yeah, I know he had some issues earlier in the weekend, broken throttle pedal, so hopefully it's not that reoccurring, but it might be just him trying to get out of the way and let these guys carry on.
Yeah, that could be what it is, as drivers now work their way down into Customers Bank turn 6 and through turn 7. These wonderful prototypes now making their way down the snaking back straightaway, trying to pick up some of the draft, and that's something we haven't really talked about. With this increased downforce on the cars, the draft so much more effective in these machines.
Yeah, definitely the draft, and also wind. Wind direction can make a big difference in these cars going through the corners. Looks like they're pretty evenly spaced out here. Looks like Nickel almost 2 seconds ahead of Cincetti right now.
Yeah, and it looks like that gap staying relatively calm and steady here at this point. Jessic Mucha has been able to get away from Jim Downing. That almost contact that we saw further back in the field, not going to be a problem there with that as we focus in right now on the number 42 machine that you can see at the front of your screen. That's Das. Up ahead of them, Clay Keel, Ben Cooper. They work their way on through Mission Foods turn 1, up and over the hill. Right now they go. There they go. That's Goebel Newsom behind as they continue to run. I believe that's Russell Allen that we take a look at right now in that black machine.
Yeah, this one, I think this might be Harry Colson.
You're right, it is.
Yeah, Harry Colson, Russell Allen in the orange and white Sebeco. All these guys, this is their first PSSA race. So, and those Swifts are sticking together.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're not going anywhere here at this point. Diving down into the corner is the number 15 machine. That's Wade Leathers. We talked about that. Those two Swifts kind of duking it out. And frankly, what we're seeing here out of the Swifts is kind of a copy from qualifying. We said there was about a 2-second gap in between the two. Well, that's about what they're running here at this point. So I want to give some massive credit there, in particular to Steve Consen, for keeping that gap at only 2 seconds. That's very, very heads up to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and those guys have obviously there's faster cars out there, and for them to be able to have their own race and not be looking in the mirrors the whole time, that's good to see that too.
Yeah, good to see that. Goebel Newsom going to be able to gain a position over Nathan Bird right now. Harry Colson looks like he may be dropping down through the order potentially. No, it's Nathan Bird that's dropping down through the order. Excuse me, something's happened to that 00A machine. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm seeing him kind of plummet down our live timing and scoring right now. Allier holding about a 12-second gap over Nickel right now. There's a look at him right now, and oh, that car and the sound. And you can see it. It's that classic way of driving that car is just constantly dancing.
Yeah, and it down at a 111. That's got to feel good in that car.
Yeah, it's got to feel great, but what probably doesn't feel great is the G-forces he's experiencing right now coming through the Cube 3S's. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see a whole lot of open-wheel cars racing here at Road Atlanta. It's, well, dangerous for open-wheel cars, and the G's that you pull in those kind of machines, absolutely brutal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it looks like Nickel down his best lap, 1:19.4, which I think that's might be his fastest lap around here in that car. So
good job there for Nickel. Also seeing Cincetti continuing to set personal best. The last time he came on through was a 1:20.593. But we've got a little bit of a battle brewing on our hands. We checked back on this a little bit earlier. I believe this is going to be Russell Allen and Harry Colson.
Yeah, and it looks like Gary Gray off at turn 10B or 11, just before the bridge. So, but continues here, Russell Allen and Harry Colson going at it.
Yeah, that's going to be Allen leading the way in that white, orange, and black machine. Colson trying to chase. We followed them a little bit earlier. Colson just trying to suck up behind at the track. But I've got to give credit there to Russell Allen, able to really extend that gap coming through Mission Foods turn 1. That was a big commitment there from Allen, and it really paid off in lap time.
Yeah, yep, for sure. And I just saw Gary Gray go by broadcast booth here, so he must have spun and continued. So that's good. We stay green.
That is good. We stay green here at this point is the number 42 of Herbert Das in a little bit of consternation as they're running pretty close there. I think that's Clay Keel right up in front of him, and that's Goebel Newsom not too far behind.
Yeah, Clay Keel owns a winery down in Florida. So he left sunny Florida to come to overcast Atlanta.
Much like myself, I left sunny Southern California to come to overcast Atlanta, so I envy him. He had a shorter trip here at this point. But right now, we look down as your leader continues to lap away right now. That's the number 99 machine on your screen. That's Goebel Newsom. And Newsom's had a good drive here. Started very far down in the order and has been really able to climb up here at this point. Running right now in about 14th position.
Yeah, Newsom, that's a completely spec car, 2-liter Mazda engine, so he's doing really well with what he's got there. And this battle with Russell Allen and Harry Colson continues.
Yeah, it continues on here at this point. We give a look there at Harry Colson. Not able to set a personal best on the last lap, but I will say the best time that we've seen Colson set is significantly faster than Allen's best time, to the tune of about 0.8 of a second in between those two. So there's clearly some more speed to be had, but Colson just not able to close it in nearly as much, especially through this first sector of the lap. It's not looking as good there for Colson. Yeah, there he seems to fall behind a little bit, a lot in that first sector, and I think it's on the backstretch that he gains it up, and to me, that reads as a little bit of setup, that one driver went for a little bit of downforce and one driver went for not a lot of downforce.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like they're starting to get into lap traffic here, so saw Radon Nickel just pass the Swifts, and Cincetti's working on them now, so.
Yeah, they're making their way on through here at this point as we take a look at the number 84 machine, Clay Keel, that we talked about a little bit earlier. This is some of that traffic that they're going to be having to negotiate right now, and this is indeed that battle that we talked about a little bit earlier with Doss and Newsom, that they are absolutely on top of each other here at this point, although it has spread out a little bit more as they run, and it's now going to be Ben Cooper leading the way in that PS2 category in the number 33 Clay Keel in the middle of it, and then Javier Doss in that Ligier Formula 4 trying to hold on to the back.
Yeah, and Dario Cangelosi's still running strong up there in the PS3 class. I think he's the leader in PS3 right now. We're working lap 10.
As we work on lap 10 here at this point, only about 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and we've got a car coming down into pit lane, it looks like. So somebody not having a good day at the office, trying to get an eye and see what that is. But we're going to keep our eyes here on the battle that takes place on the circuit right now. Keel, Doss trying to sort themselves out a little bit. I've got to imagine that Ligier is going to try to go for a move because they've got cars coming up from behind.
Yeah, and it looked like the kudzu of Jim Downing was sideways there off the track between turn 5 and Customers Bank turn 6.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, so we'll have to see if we can figure that out. Nolan Allmeyer coming across the line here at this point as the white flag flies. White flag is in the air for Nolan Allmeyer. One more lap to go, and one more lap of utter domination up at the front of that field for that Panos DP01.
Yeah, it looks like he's got he's out there by 24 seconds right now, so, and Radon's moving away in a race all by himself here too, so.
Yeah, they'll continue to run as Allmeyer comes down into Customers Bank turn 6 here at this point, and you can definitely tell he's backing it off a little bit, and you were right. Komatsu is off to the outside there, so we'll have to see if we can figure, or the Kudzu rather, is off to the outside. We'll have to figure out exactly what happened there to that, but that's really of no concern to Nolan Allmeyer. Now is able to go on the back straightaway and keep his way rolling here at this point. I think it's safe to say this is almost a little bit of a victory lap here for Nolan as he brings his way down. It looks like he is definitely backing off a little bit, coming down the back straightaway.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if we're under full course yellow, but definitely backed it off as he comes into 10A here.
I'm not seeing any indication here for a full course yellow, so I'm not entirely sure, but that Judd engined Bano is going to come out of the final corner right now, work his way down and on through. He's going very slowly, but he will cross over the line and take the checkered flag. Nolan Allmeyer, your victor here from Road Atlanta. We've got to wait about 27 seconds here for the next car to come across the line in the form of Radon Nickel. And we're hearing here that what that may have actually been is just a little bit of gamesmanship there for him. So that could have been for Nolan Allmeyer. So that could have been what that was. As we take a look at these cars starting to finish up here at this point, coming down through the Cube 3S's. An absolutely fantastic race and such a beautiful display of machinery here and such a pristine track. I mean, I know we're biased here, but it doesn't get much better than this.
No, it doesn't, and that's the thing with the PSSA series. You get to run on iconic tracks with Pirelli Motorsports Holdings here and SpeedTour all over the country. So, yeah, we go to Sonoma Raceway and Laguna Seca next on the West Coast, and then we all join up back together at Road America.
All right, we're going to bring you back through some of the highlights here at this point of what was a fantastic Group 5A, 7, 9, 11, and PSSA feature. As here we are taking a look at it here at this point. It was an amazing start for Raiden Nickel, absolutely jumping his way forward. And then we saw a pretty good battle there in Makutsu for Jim Downing as he tried to get his way through the field. Traffic management was a big story, as there we also saw off of the restart Charlie Locklear backing off, letting everyone through. The 55 having a good day out there, and continuing on is that battle between Downing and Mark Russell carried on through much of the day. We also continue to watch this fight on your screen with Russell Allen trying to be able to keep his way up and forward. But the story across the board was Nolan Allier, who took a commanding victory. And we are going to throw to a quick commercial break here. Thank you so much for joining us. We will go to commercial right now.
The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour here, and it's a beautiful day actually. Nice little bit of breeze. We've had a lot of rain in the weekend. Jonathan Green here, bringing you the action of our next group coverage, and it involves, well, quite an eclectic group. We've got Group 6, we've got the Ginettas, as you can see, and we've also got Group 12 in this one as well, and Group 8. So that means that Ben Sissel will be front and centre, salivating at the opportunity to get amongst the Group 6. But we've also got Andrew Heffering, who is part of the Ginetta scene. In fact, his dad's out there right now, a racing driver himself, but he is an expert on all things Ginetta. And yeah, looking forward to this one. And I'll start with Ben. Ben, this is quite an interesting group, this lot, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm super excited just because of these Ginettas. You know, as a British car guy, this is just the modern British cars.
Yeah,
and, you know, we've had Ginettas and SVRA, and they seem to dominate just about everything that they're in. Very lightweight, nimble cars, but these cars have a lot of horsepower, don't they, Andrew?
No, they have very little horsepower, actually, only putting about 272 the wheels to the ground.
That's a lot of horsepower to me.
He's
a
an
Mini
MG
Cooper's
guy.
less than 100 horsepower, so that's a lot of horsepower.
Compared
for a
to an
British
MG,
car.
yes, there's definitely a lot of horsepower. But no, it's coming from a 3.7 liter V6 that I used to run in the Mustangs, and so it's basically a stock engine, and they are reliable and fast.
And so these are the latest modern versions of the Ginetta, because the Ginetta is a long history, but this is the latest model, right?
Yes. So most of these cars are going to be 2023s. There's a couple 2024s. We have one that was a 2021. It was the test mule car that it's not out here this weekend, but it should be out at the next races. But yeah, they're all 2022 to 2024 cars.
So who would you say we should be looking for to be impressive today?
So
Ginetta?
Anybody in the top 6 has a really good shot of winning. Right now we're looking at the Rich Brow car, which is Christian Shield. He is the original Ginetta Challenge champion from 2022. And the car we're looking at now is the reigning champion from the VIR Ginetta Challenge Series, Daryl Allen. He is getting up to speed on the new tires, but he is quick and he is fast, especially when he gets a little angry. So let's see him coming out there. Todd Nunn that we're looking at now, he is a privateer driver and really kind of getting back in the series, doing well. And then once we see the car behind us, that is Mark Swain. That is essentially the operator of Ginetta North America. He's even he's racing in his own race series. We raced with him back, with the Spec Adams series almost a decade ago. And he brought these cars back over, and now he wants to race with us again.
Ben will
now look at this. This is Danny Lowry from Bennett BridgeHaul.
Their
and
event
a beautiful
this
Shelby GT350. That's the first time we've seen Danny Lowry with us in Group 6. He's raced with us in everything, but that is a true Shelby GT350 of Danny Lowry there. So it's really cool to have him out here with us.
Beautiful car.
But he's not on my grid sheet. But I know
more modern. The one next to it. Again, a Mustang, but. Now another one. So look, you can see the evolution, as it were.
Now it's funny because, he's so used to running an SGT with the ABS brakes and the anti-lock brakes and all the driver assist. He came into, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, came into 10A in testing and just hit the brakes and locked them up and just went right through the tires because he's used to, the kind of brake assist stuff. And which is also very rare for Group 6 cars. When you get hard on the brakes, they either go left or right real quick. And this one went straight. So it's, I guess, attributing to Cobra Automotive and their great facilitation and building of these beautiful cars. So it's cool to have Danny Lowry out there. I think his mom is here watching. That's Renee Tursilla out there. But I think Danny Lowry's mom and family, everybody here from the Bennett team is out here watching. But that's Renee Tursilla in the 009 Ford FP350S. This car here, Alan Cohen, lots of fun. He brought us some energy drinks today that I absolutely loved. But look at these fender flares, Tony. Oh, look at that little peace sign. And he's wearing the gloves that we asked the drivers to wear. But get a shot of these fender flares. Wait, Tony, go back. The fender flares were made in Mooresville, North Carolina. He took them there. That car is actually a stock Cadillac that he's been building. And the flares on that are astronomical. So it's really cool to have Alan Cohen, Cadillac CTS-V, out there with us. We don't have a complete grid sheet, though. And it's, I think I have the same one.
Oh, okay.
But we're missing some drivers.
Well, we don't have Danny Lowry. He's
out
a
of
late
order.
entry for sure.
But we'll go through here. We've got David Lecco in a MPX as the class, Ginetta G56 GTA. Then Jeremy Zumwalt is number 2. Peter Heffring, 3rd. Seth Henry, 4th. Christian Shield, 5th. Darrell Allen, 6th. Todd Nunn, 7th. Mark Swain, 8th. Preston Peebles, 9th. And Randall Poteet in 10th. And that is the Ginetta class there. You see Skip releasing the cars from grid. They will go up ahead, and then what we ask the drivers to do, so you see Jerry Robinson on the right there in the Dodge Viper, is when they're coming into 10, when Jerry is coming into 10A, he wants to see the rear Ginetta basically going under the bridge. That's about the gap we want to give to these split starts.
Will they catch up?
Jerry definitely will, to catch up to about maybe half the Ginetta field. Jerry's very quick. We've actually known Jerry for a little over a year now. We've got a great relationship with him. He loves us, and when we saw the Ginettas roll off with the new Pirelli tires, he was like, "Oh man, I guess we're never going to catch your top guys again." And yeah, it's going to be a good fight with him, because Jerry's a really good racer and he's very good at dealing with traffic.
There you go.
And Jerry sent me a note. He's in the Dodge Viper. I think it's the ACRX, the factory-built race car, the Dodge Vipers. We used to, one, I guess, broadcast, we called it a street car, I think I did, so I apologize for that. But he has the number 8 of, I believe, 50 cars produced that Dodge made for their race series back in the day.
It is a venomous car that is really fast.
So there's Danny Lowry. I like the use of venomous there with the Viper.
See what he did there.
But see, there's the 11 of Danny Lowry. So he's just not on our sheet, but Ron Pauley. So let's go through the vintage. So that's Jerry Robinson in a Dodge Viper, then ACRX, then John Strauss in a Ford Boss 302S, Alan Cohen in that Cadillac CTSV, Renee Tercilla in the Ford FP 350S, Tim Bowder in a Ford Mustang Group 12, Steve Denton in a Group 12 Porsche Cayman, Victor Corda in a Group 12 Ford Mustang 302R, James Contardi in a Porsche Carrera Cup 3.8, Chris Boutier, is that right? Boutillier?
Yep. Boutier, yep.
Ford Mustang Boss 3, and maybe in Atlanta it's Boutillier, but it might be Boutier. Ford Mustang Boss 302, Ron Pauley in our Lexus IS 300, and then Danny Lowry in that Shelby GT 350.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is I don't know if Steve Denton is going to be on track. He had a problem in qualifying this morning, and I don't think I saw his car out there on grid.
So your dad's out there?
Yeah, he is.
How long has he been doing this then?
Oh, it's making me feel old, but we're coming up on our 14th year of racing. I started when I was 14, and we started at the same year. We went through a racing school. And then
he hadn't done anything before either?
No.
Wow, cool.
My grandmother shut that down really quick when he was young. He lived in the UK back in the era of when you could have really, had a shot at running in Formula One and that kind of stuff. And my grandma said, nope.
Look at that. Cool shot of the Ginettas coming into Group 10. Leave us a comment here if you're joining us on Facebook. Look like Eric Cartman from South Park is saying, go number 11. So it's an honor to have him here as they come into Bennett BridgeHaul. Turn 10, 10A, 10B, but Jonathan are coming down the hill to take the green flag.
Yeah, as you can see, led by the Ginettas, it's going to be a split start. The Ginettas leading the way, and a lot of interest in these beautiful cars from Leeds in England. This, the latest modifications of them, and they're 2x2 as they come down the hill here at Road Atlanta. Green flag waves, and away we go. Led by David Lecco and Jeremy Zumwalt. And everybody jostling for position, and the second start will get underway very soon indeed as they head up the hill. The others are coming down to start their race, and away go the vintage cars as well. But out and over the crest and out of the blind hill, here you come. Here's your Viper leading the way.
Jerry Robinson into Mission Foods turn 1 here at Road Atlanta, but I got to give it to Seth Henry. Made a good pass there in the number 44 at Mission Foods turn 1. A lot of Mustangs coming into turn 1 from every iteration of Mustang, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. We've got a real smorgasbord that's from the 60s all the way to, well, pretty much modern day yesterday. But now the Ginettas stretching their legs as they head down the hill and towards turn 6 again for the first time now in the race, though.
Yeah, we have our two youngest competitors going at it with Jeremy and Seth. Seth's only 21 and Jeremy's 28, both coming out of circle track and dirt racing. So definitely going to be up on the wheel real quick. And David Letko out front is first I want to say, non-club race, and it's pretty exciting. He got pole and now he's leading away.
Is he more of the road course guy? You mentioned the two dirt guys. I love the transition because it's never easy, but the Ginetta seems like it'd be a great way to get into road racing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to get into road racing. Dave Letko's coming out of Miatas, 100 horsepower Miatas in Texas, and it's the S's racing team that's supporting the car this weekend, and they have done a fantastic job prepping it and getting it ready for the track.
I know S's very well. My good friend David O'Neill works there, and they, in fact, have the privilege. Whoa, very wide goes the 21 for Jeremy there. Zumwalt almost getting it lost, but gathers it into turn one, the Mission Foods turn one, and back up the hill they go. But a big moment.
I love the smile on the faces of the Ginettas, but man, this top three, look at that side by side. Coming through there, that's not so suggested as they come down through the...
Yeah, he did it though, didn't he?
Q3 Architecture S's, and Seth is there, but you can see Jeremy Zumwalt went a little bit wide there coming out of 12, and that's cost him that momentum because you can see how equally yoked these cars are from our shots from the drone. They are just keeping the same gaps. Nobody really has an advantage. This is a driver's class, this Ginetta Challenge.
Looks like Christian Shield and the number 10 is kind of trying to catch back up to the top three. He usually takes a lap or two to pick up pace, but he is definitely one of the fastest cars in the field as well.
Coming out of 7, the leaders now starting to pull away, the top 5 at least anyway. Top 3 glued together, as you can see. Then there's a little gap to 4th and then 5th, and starting to spread out nicely. And we're just waiting to see, coming into 6th now, the Dodge Viper by the looks of it. So the more muscle-card vintage cars starting to catch up bit by bit. We've got a battle here for 2nd place, though, into 10A. And it is Zumwalt that gets through and into 2nd. Makes it stick this time.
Very clean move. Good racing.
Very good. Yeah, that's a classic take, but he hasn't done yet, and back down the inside. Well, he's overtaking at places nobody else overtakes here at Road Atlanta. That's 2 overtakes that we didn't expect, so well done.
That was a great move by Seth.
Yeah.
Great car control. I've actually ridden with him a couple times, and honestly, you feel like you're going to crash with him, but he's always kept it right on the pavement, which is wonderful.
Christian Shield going up through Mission Foods turn 1 up to the top of the hill, and Christian Shield is closing that gap. But in the top 3, there was a larger gap there. It looks like he's going to be able to do that. Just that little bit of racing sometimes slows the other 2 cars down, or maybe Christian Shield has found some speed here.
Andrew, what's the, if people are watching, I'm looking at the feedback on YouTube, and a lot of people are very interested in these Ginettas and how they are part of this. But give us an idea on sort of costing and how much it would be if you wanted to get involved in this, because it's in relative terms for the quality of the car, it's actually a pretty good price point in terms of getting involved.
Yeah, so if you wanted to buy one of these straight up from the factory, ready to go racing, it's $125,000, and then you budget about $20,000 to get the car full ready for race spec. And it looks like Jeremy Zumwalt's coming down, getting passed back by Seth right here, going down the back straight.
He's got 2nd place, but it's not over yet because he's got the better line, isn't he?
He's going to go for it.
No, he's got him.
That was a good move. That was definitely a good move.
So we've got a really good battle here. So carry on.
Yeah. So it's about $145 all in to get a Ginetta Challenge spec car ready to go.
Right.
That includes rims, V-box, custom-made seat, that kind of stuff. And then we're aiming to where we want to have a little under a $60,000 budget for running 5 race weekends with 2 races each weekend. That includes tires, fuels, brake pads, anything you can imagine, transportation. So, we're trying to make a gentleman series of a pretty close like a GT4 level car at half the cost. And now we see Mark Swain, the owner of Ginetta North America, and he's coming up and doing some great racing with us. Appreciate him coming out. He went straight into qualifying, never ran testing here on a new tire setup, so it's pretty exciting. Pirelli came on board only a few months ago, and it was fantastic to have him join us. And very few drivers have ever run on the Pirellis in these cars, and it is a fast tire. The more you push, the more it's there.
Yeah, and they don't wear out like we've seen in the Trans Am Series or International GT. These Pirellis, they don't wear out like some of the tires that we might be used to running.
And Andrew, as you're saying, there's the price point, but look what you're getting: a race car with a V6 Ford engine, 300 brake horsepower, 6-speed sequential gearbox, Motec. It really is the modern deal for racing.
Yeah, it really is. And we've had them for about 3 years, and it is amazing how much they have grown in just the past 12 months. It's kind of once you get the catapult effect, it just keeps growing and growing and growing, and it's exciting. It looks like Jeremy Zumwalt's going to try to make a pass maybe down the front straight. It's coming really close.
Yep, here we go.
Yeah, so we're looking at right now Randy Potia and Preston Peebles. Randy has been joint part of the race series here for a couple of years and is really adapting well to the Ginetta. And this is Preston's first ever race.
Wow.
And it's exciting. He's doing great, and he's having a lot of fun. So that's what matters, right?
Yeah, exactly. Indeed, and he's doing a good job too.
Yeah. He's done a lot of time attack and a lot of time trial stuff. So he knows how to drive a car quick. He knows how to, keep it underneath him. But now he just has to learn the racecraft side of it.
And you've driven these cars, you've raced these cars. Is it easy to drive these cars?
They are pretty easy to drive. To get them to 8/10, not difficult at all. They can be a little twitchy when they're cold, but what race car isn't?
Right.
That last 2/10 can definitely be a little bit tough to achieve because it's a lot of grip. You have to get over the, okay, now I can push the car even farther. And now we're looking at Jerry Robinson, which is nice to see him out there. That Viper is just beautiful.
Yeah, currently in 10th position, so he's doing some catching up. His last lap of 1:34.6, so he's on the
first
pace.
in his group.
Yeah.
First overall in his group, Group 12. He was our Amateur Mechanic of the Year with SVRA, but absolutely beautiful car with Bobby Archer here this weekend. Dylan Archer was here in the beginning of the weekend, but he's at COTA right now as a spotter for the NASCAR races. But it's really cool to see Jerry Robinson back out with us at Road Atlanta in that Viper. And like you said, yeah, he's catching these Ginettas.
Yeah, Jerry's a great personality. He's one of the best people in the paddock I think we've met in the past 2 years, and we love seeing him out here.
Well, he's finally caught up with the back end of the Ginettas, as you can see. Cadillac.
Alan Cohen. Now look at the flares on that thing. That is such a really cool car, and I see that somebody here is saying go Patriot Missile because we know him in the Patriot Missile also. But that's his CTS-V car that he bought and has been developing into a race car ever since. And then there's Renee Torsilla right behind him with John Strauss. These two are both with Griffin Motorsports from South Florida, with Billy Griffin running in the TA class now.
Now talking to Florida, I've just got a question, and I've got one for you now. Can you get an SVRA license in Florida?
Yes. Yeah.
That's for RDC Autosports.
All 50 states. The SVRA license translates into, and basically North America. All the vintage racing groups recognize it, but who is this coming up right behind John Strauss in that 77?
That's my dad, Peter Heffring. Honestly, I didn't see him take the start with the rest of the Ginettas. I wonder if he had a problem kind of getting out on track. So I think he's kind of fighting his way back through the field.
Well, he's struggling to get through there, but I think he's definitely quicker than the two cars in front of him. Here's a question for you. We just had it on the internet. The Ginettas are light, but have a bit of a twitchy bounce if you can't load up the aero. Is that fair?
That is correct. So over the winter, we actually had to stiffen the springs all the way around the car. So now it's even bouncier. So all the drivers were talking about coming down through turn 12 that there's a nasty bounce. You have to be a little bit careful because the car will actually get airborne. So we're in the process of fine tuning these cars because it's a new tire setup, new spring setup, and all the teams are really working hard on finding out what the perfect balance is. And I think it's going to be a nice fun season because when something clicks, I think it's going to really open up these cars even more.
Good. That's good to get a good full answer to that one.
I saw on the pace lap that there was the white Ginetta coming around, so he must have gotten to a late start, or he must not have made the grid, so they made him start in the back. But now he's finding out that these Mustangs are really wide. We see some weather stripping there coming up the side of the number 52 of Tim Bowder, so it looks like something's happened there to the weather stripping maybe on his hood coming up through, but that's a beautiful Ford Mustang.
Yeah, I don't think that's harming it anyway, though.
Wait, is that Tim Bowder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're 10 minutes in. We've got a few minutes left. David Lecco leading well here at the moment, but it's a good battle for the lead. Jeremy Zumwalt right there with him, and it's going to be a battle to the finish. Seth Henry still third. He's still very much in contention. And then fastest lap of the race so far, Todd Nunn, a 1:34.7 in 7th place at the moment.
Looks like Jeremy got through coming out of the broadcasting booth here. Yeah, Jeremy's gone through.
Ah. Good
that
call.
Is the 67th of Chris Boutillier. Boutillier? I don't know.
No, Boutillier. I like it.
But we do have a lot of Mustangs in this race.
Yeah, we've been asked why there's no Camaros. I'll let you take that one. No, it's just choice, right? They totally qualify.
Yeah, we could have Camaros out here. I think, honestly, it's Ford, like Porsche, just has a better race support for their customers than GM back in this day. And now we see Ford really stepping up with the things that they're doing with these dark horse cars and everything that they're doing. With Jim Farley at the helm, such a race car aficionado and racer here with us in SVRA, would actually be out in this group we're seeing right now.
Yeah, that's right.
He loves his racing and really wants Ford to compete with Porsche for the kind of customer service that Porsche race car drivers are attuned to, and that's what Ford is trying to do with this new Mustang and Dark Horse program.
And yeah, with the Mustang series now, one make series, that's bound to just up the ante again. 8th overall now, Jerry Robinson, as we've been looking at the all-green Viper. So doing a great job at the moment.
But there's our leader, that's Zumwalt. So yeah, he's in the lead over Lecco.
Yeah, he's got ahead of Lecco, hasn't he?
Half a second, but you can see he's not getting the exit out of 10B that he needs to have, because this is such a driver class, this Ginetta Challenge, that every little scrubbing of the tires, takes just that little bit, because these cars are so equally yoked.
Yeah, and Jeremy actually just put down the fastest official lap in a Ginetta this weekend at a 1:31.7. He's definitely moving.
So I'm hearing the white flag next time by for
makes sense.
Jeremy Zumwalt.
Boy from New York says hello, boys in the booth. Hello, boy from New York. Glad you're with us yet again.
Also, Peter Tremulous is saying, go 11. I'm sad to report that the 11 has just come down into pit lane.
Ah, Danny. Oh, Danny boy. But he'll be up and at it tomorrow, of course, in the TA race. Another Bennett BridgeHaul Classic race. It's part of the Road Atlanta Speed Tour.
Coming through Customers Bank, turn 6. It's the 17 of Mark Swain, and you said that he's the
owner of Ginetta North America, and he is the one who's been importing these cars and really getting them out here with us and getting part supply. And they now bring a parts truck, and it's a really nice gesture.
So white flag coming up in our Group 6, 8, 12, and Ginetta class. There it is. Final lap.
Yeah, it looks like David Lecco got a little bit unlucky there and got held up by another car as he was coming down turn 12, and I think that's going to let Jeremy just kind of scamper away.
Well, unless he gets held back here in these S's as we go through the Cube 3 S's for the final time. He has a gap of about 2 seconds, but as you can see, he's getting held up a little bit by the slower Mustang here. He's going to try and navigate his way around. He just can't quite do it yet. Now he's done it he's done it now. So, yeah, weaving his way through, snaking nicely through there. Final lap then. And as you say, he's kind of cracked it, hasn't he? There's enough of a gap now where unless he makes a mistake, he's got this safe.
Yeah, we've seen some aggressive driving going down the Cube 3 S's there. That wasn't quite the vintage racing pass you want to
right
see.
there.
Look
it's
at
going to
that.
be a battle down the back straight.
Yeah, Lecco got a bit of a break there in turn 7 because, look, they're still now side by side almost as they get behind that
He's using
Mustang.
the draft.
Mustang's got the grunt
has
now.
The power. So if he can use that draft and make a good pass into 10A.
Here we go.
He's going for it.
And he's got the line too. This could be a great race to the finish. Side by side coming into 10A for the win. Last lap. Lecco on the inside in all white, but crossing his bows in the 21 is Zerwalt. But still side by side as they come under the bridge.
Oh, he got.
Oh, they split. The Mustang will try to.
Oh, it was so close. He just got held up, just picked the wrong side, and that happens sometimes in racing. But what a fantastic end to the first Ginetta Challenge race for Ginetta North America. It's amazing.
That's great. Just what we wanted. And we're going to get more of that. Where else are we going, Andrew?
So next stop is VIR with Hyperfest, and then we are with SVRA at Mid-Ohio in June. We're at Watkins Glen in August, and we're back to VIR for the championship final in October with SVRA yet again.
Perfect.
It's going to be a fantastic race series.
Love to hear it. And the Dodge Viper, surprise, surprise, finishes on top, still in 8th position overall, and about to take the checkered flag. And here he comes. Crossing the line now, Jerry Robertson wins for Group 12.
Oh, it looks like Darrell Allen may have had a bit of a problem. He fell back, and he's actually behind Peter Heffring as well. So maybe maybe Peter either made some sort of unbelievable lap, or they must have had an issue.
There's a man who knows how his inheritance works, doesn't he? A miraculous last lap by Dad.
Sorry. Yeah, honestly forgot he was my dad for a second.
No, you're just doing a good job. Anyway, we'll take a short break. My thanks to Andrew Heffring, who was calling the race with us, and of course Ben Sissel. We'll be right back with more from the Speed Tour after this.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey, I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Back to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. This is International GT Race 2. Actually, this is the second race of the day. We had a fantastic race that Tom Pank won. There is Tom Pank right there, and that number 42, 2013 Porsche GT3 Cup. I believe that's the GT4R. You can see there on the rear end and how the big fender flares. Let's see if we get a thumbs up, or is he too game face? Come on, Tom. Give us a thumbs up. Oh, taking a second off his time.
Yeah, definitely.
This
Anybody
is
doesn't
a
thumbs up
beautiful
gets in
car
trouble.
here. This is the number 313 Tadas Karlinkas.
That is different, isn't it?
It's hand painted. They wrapped it, and then people came in and hand painted the lines, kind of like the Warhol BMW cars of the day, which I absolutely love the livery of that car.
It's kind of funky. Yeah, I like it. Well, we've got one Ginetta in this one, but it's not racing. Well, it could be. It might lead more laps because it's the pace car, and we're delighted to have Ginetta on board as our official pace car this year. There's Mr. Fengler with his sign up. Greystone Eye.
Now, we were seeing the other side of the sign. The drivers were seeing that sign say 2 pace laps. So that is Reg Williams, Dr. Reg Williams with that Greystone Eye, the 008. Porsche GT3. It's a 2017 GT4R. We
got 1 minute on the grid. This is another group that runs these Pirelli P0 tires. We were just talking about them with the Ginetta cars. And then Eric Cartman was wondering, I still can't help but wonder what directions the planes landed on the back straight. Eric, I guess that would be a whichever way the wind was blowing is, no pun intended, that would be the way that they landed on the back straight. But that is kind of the lore of Road Atlanta. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what we're talking about. So that's a lot of fun. But we've got, I think, 18 cars signed up here for International GT. I'm hearing that they may release cars. We're seeing the shot there from Tony. Ken Fangler holding up 2 pace laps. So what that means is they go out, they do a pace lap, and then the timer starts for their race on the second pace lap. There's David Tuwati. David Tuwati had an off in the first race in turn 5. Wasn't very happy with his finish, but there it is. There's our in-car camera. Mark Sandridge in that 991.2. Mark Sandridge with Sandridge Foods out of Medina, Ohio. That's a 2018 Porsche GT3 GT 4.0 liter engine. Mark Sandridge's son is actually here, Jordan Sandridge, racing with him in a 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Now, do you think after qualifying, Juan Gonzalez here gets together with Mark Sandridge to talk food?
I'm sure they do. They're both have big food processing facilities. Grandma Salads is Sandridge Foods that you can get in grocery stores all across America.
Yeah, and shout out to Juan Gonzalez, who's been a huge supporter of us in the last few years, as well as many others. Pato O'Ward now in IndyCar and many others, but he's in IMSA, he's in Indy, he's very much a part of Trans Am, racing obviously himself, so he doesn't just throw the money out and pass it out. He's part of the event, and that's a good way to keep an eye on your product and how they're using it, right?
Yeah, and the NHRA.
Yes,
I think he's the title sponsor of the NHRA Mission Food. So let's go through the grid here. Starting in first is Tom Pank. Second is Tadas Karlinkas. I hope somebody's a magician in that family.
Ta-da!
Reg Williams is third. Lucas Pank, Tom Pank's son, in fourth. David Tuwati, fifth. Mark Sandridge, sixth. James Hammond, racing his son Stephen Hammond's car. And he said, I talked to him at the grid, or at the winner's circle after last race, and he loves that car now. So, Stephen, you might not be getting that car back. David Richardson in a 2018 Porsche GT3 Cup. Juan Gonzalez, Porsche GT3 Cup. Scott Vanacore in a 2019 Porsche GT. Thomas Ballister, 2015. Jordan Sandridge is in that 3.8. Ross Poole is in a Cayman 3.8. David Paul is in an Exhibition 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup. Richard Manis in a 2019 Porsche Cayman 3.8. Ariel Offgang in a Cayman 3.8. Ernestes Puzelis in a 3.8 Cayman. And Paul Denton rounds out the class in a 3.8 Cayman. As they come through the Bennett BridgeHaul Turn 10 complex here at Road Atlanta.
Don't know how many guests they'll have here will Bennett BridgeHaul this weekend, but shout out to them. This, of course, their Bennett BridgeHaul Classic this weekend. So welcome one and all, and thank you for their support.
Safety car has been ordered to pick up his pace as he comes around here in the Mission Foods complex.
Yeah, these are a whole different ball game, aren't they? These Porsches are fast, and they want to get those tires up to speed, and they want to go as fast on the formation lap as they can, really.
Look at that car, though, Mr. Karlinskis in that 2014. Just the hand-painted, I love that. And he was with us at Sebring. And I can't remember his racing partner's name, who also has a car very similar to that. But he was explaining to me when I was doing a Facebook Live that it is wrapped, and then somebody hand-painted it, basically painted the lines on it. It's just so cool.
And our GT, we have both the Stuttgart and the Maranello Cup, mostly Porsches out this weekend. It changes from weekend to weekend. We also have an endurance race which takes part over the weekend, sometimes two drivers, but not always. Yeah, we're going to get some nice onboard from Sandridge, aren't we?
Yeah, Mark Sandridge, longtime competitor in IGT. When I started with IGT about 9 years ago, and they were still like hoping to get 8 in the field. You know, Mark Sandridge was there, standing strong with us, and really helping to elevate the series. And some great battles with Mark Sandridge and Tom Pank back in the day. And so it's really cool to see him here with his son, just having a blast.
And of course, IGT, if we haven't mentioned it already, now part of the Pirelli Holdings family, which is growing exponentially, it seems. So congratulations to be part of this family. They have been part of the family, but now it's official.
So now they're trying to get heat into their tires. You see that Motul bridge there. That was the Dunlap bridge in Ford versus Ferrari, and they ran it counter race, and they made that bridge the Dunlap bridge, which is it's always really fun to see when they kind of do things like that in the movies.
Sure.
And you're like, I know that corner.
So they
launched this like Lotus-looking thing out of this cannon to land in front of the cars that they're showing, and it's pretty neat to see all the behind the scenes of that.
Very cool. Well, the lights are off on the Ginetta, which means our second IGT race of the weekend about to get underway. Tom Pank will lead them through. Carl Linkus in that special painted number 313 is second. Reg Williams in third in the 008. Down the hill they come, 2 by 2. The pace car's gone. Away we go. Race 2 underway, and Tom Pank in the all-fluorescent green has the better line for now, but Kalinka's trying to go whole shot and go round the outside, but I don't think he's going to make it. Lucas Pank also with a good start in 4th. On board now with Mark Sandridge for the first time as they crest over the blind hill at the top. Diving down to the Cube 3S's.
See, Lucas Pank got ahead of Reg Williams, and look for this orange car, the TLM of David Tuwati, to really try to give Reg Williams a run for his money. David Tuwati not happy with his first race, so we'll see what he does, but then there's Hammond right behind him.
A clean start. And already the top 3 pulling away from the group as they dive into 6th for the first time. And my man Ron at the helm of the camera. Ken Fengler is on board. He's in the house, as they say. He's rushed up, having got them out cleanly. And he'll be pleased to know that there is no drama, young Ken, so far.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hopefully a continuation of race 1 this morning. And, yeah, I watched the start and kept my fingers and toes crossed, and all good.
Yeah, we had a few shenanigans at Sebring, didn't we? It was an interesting start to the year, but they've calmed down a bit.
Right.
Yeah. You had a word, right?
Yeah, we did, yes. So
I didn't see too many Maranello Cups this weekend. It's a varied group each time, isn't it?
Yes, I would say the Ferrari group, the Maranello group is probably the most fickle group. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes they're on their yacht, somewhere in Monte Carlo.
When you own a Ferrari, it's what am I? You put your finger in the air to see how the wind is on the day, and then I'll stay by the pool.
Yeah, that's life. But it's all good. We still have good racing on track.
Yep, we do.
Unbelievable. You see there, Reg Williams being able to hold off David Tuwati as we ride on board now. Here with Mark Sandridge behind Hammond, and it's I was talking to James Hammond when he got out of the car, and now he loves this car. So I just told Steven he might be losing this car.
Yeah, exactly. You have to let Dad borrow the car, the keys to the car. It's usually the other way around. Usually it's Junior asking for the keys to the car. Just bring it back full. And this way here it was the other way. Dad was asking for the keys to the car.
That's David Richardson behind Mark Sandridge. There's our camera car as he comes to Customers Bank Turn 6. Mark Sandridge from Sandridge Crafted Foods. I was just saying, one of the kind of original international GT competitors.
Yeah, Mark's been with us a lot of years. He won when we were just prior to the Stuttgart Cup. We had another Cayman Series, and Mark won the championship, I think in 2011 or so, called the Inner Series. And, it was the beginning of really the Cayman being a race car for Porsche. Prior to that, they really only recognized the 911 as the purpose-built race car, but sales of Caymans were lagging a bit, and when Napleton Porsche went to them and said, we'd like to buy 70 cars, they kind of paid attention, said, oh, maybe we should do this, and obviously they followed suit years later with their own series in Caymans.
There's that car, and I think this is my favorite in your field, just that hand-painted wrap there of Karlinskis. in that 2014 Porsche. But where did he come from? The first time I saw him was at Sebring.
Yes, he ran with us at VIR, and of course Darius, his co-driver, won all 3 races there at Sebring. You know, one of those Eastern European bloc countries, I don't know, not very big, and you don't hear much of. You know, you know, you hear of Liechtenstein and all, you know, these smaller countries, and that's where he's from. But a great addition to the International GT paddock and racetrack.
So we see Tom Pank leading, and then Karlinskis second, Lucas Pank, and then Reg Williams. And look for Reg Williams and Lucas Pank. Reg Williams I thought would be ahead of Lucas Pank, but Lucas Pank does cut a little bit smaller hole through the air here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, certainly, you know, Lucas is a great student of the game. You know, spends a lot of sim time, and it shows on the racetrack. He just shows up and is usually dialed in. He's been a great racer, you know, you know, father-son team and father-sons of the Pank family that run with International GT. But Lucas is the most consistent of running with us and has really brought it on and won a championship for that.
Consistent because Tom Pank seems to be a little bit checkers or wreckers type of a racer, and Lucas Pank seems to come to the finish line a little bit better.
Well, that's Tom's.
No offense, Tom.
That's Tom's personality, you know. That's Tom. For a while, I basically labeled him my ADD poster child. All right, I just had to try and keep him on the short leash and keep his attention. But when he's dialed in, as he was this morning, yeah, he's very quick, very consistent, and that was his key this morning. He got down very quickly, cut some fast laps, and ran consistently in those laps, where the other competitors took their time in getting down. The track was a bit cold, bit damp, and bit green this morning, but not so this afternoon.
One of my favorite racers in the paddock, though, is Tom Pank. Always fun to be around. But here we are, Mark Sanders. Look at this, kind of drafting behind James Hammond. Looks like he's going to be able to get right behind him, but does he have enough going into Bennett BridgeHaul turn 10A? Doesn't look like it. And then Mark Sandridge, kind of, we were talking about Tom Pank, kind of the other approach to racing of just kind of making sure he has the pass and pretty conservative and kind of the sportsman drivers that you want, you know, behind the wheel of your cars in International GT. And he and James look like they are having the most fun out there right now.
Yeah, certainly seasoned racers, so to speak. And, you know, there's no use right there. He'll earn the pass and earn it cleanly. And but good job running. Joe Barty crewing those cars very, very well. And good to have Mark Sandridge and Sandridge Foods back with International GT.
And having so much fun with his son out here, Jordan Sandridge, and came in a GT 3.8. Sorry about that. But as they come through the Cube 3, you can see that Mark's car is faster in some areas. James' car is faster in other areas. So this should be quite the battle. Mark's getting frustrated here as he comes into Customer's Bank turn 6, but then James is able to keep him behind him.
Yeah, can't pull up on him. Let's take a look down the grid. Say other names I see on there running well. David Richardson in the exhibition class. Thomas Ballister in a 3.8 liter with his teammate in a 4 liter. Scott Vanacord running, you know, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Jordan Sandridge, Mark's son, in 11th. And David Paul, exhibition. We move to the Cayman class in Stuttgart Cup. Ross Poole, newcomer, relatively, second race with IGT, but leading the Stuttgart Club class in front of Richard Manis and Ariel Wolfgang, who's been on the podium many times with International GT, and Ernesto Pulas, who's new with us, and really just getting new car, new driver, and just getting his feet wet with this racing thing.
Mark Sandridge behind James Hammond as they come into Mission Foods turn 1, and you can see this is just like the battles that we've had with Stephen Hammond and David Tuati back in the day, where they're just so equally yoked, and one might be better in the entrance of a corner, one might be better at the exit, but just running very similar laps.
Yeah, I'd say this was a good pick for the in-car camera.
Yeah.
Good battle going on here between James Hammond and Mark Sandridge in 6th and 7th. Tom Pank still leads out in front. Tatis getting down to hit Tom's best time, getting close there. He'll have to be consistent, but getting close and passing is another story.
Yeah.
And you know, he will have to fight hard for Tom, as he said on the podium, he said, I don't know if I've got anything for Tom, but he's getting closer, so maybe it'll be race 3.
Yeah, now look at this. He's just kind of sucking right behind James. They come up to the crest of this hill. They're at pretty much full speed here, and then it's got to be hard on the brakes. So if you don't just get it right, you come side by side, sometimes it gets pretty ugly there. But you can see Mark Sandridge, he might just be having a blast doing exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, 2 cars classed in the same class, 4-liter class. First, second, and third is Lucas Pank is running up ahead of them in 5th place. So 5th, 6th, and 7th are all 4-liter cars. That's Richardson and the 06 car. David.
Now, why is he running exhibition?
Exhibition? Let's just say the black round things aren't quite up to spec.
Okay. Makes sense, yeah. But when they have a car like this, you're going to find a place for them to run. It's just they may not be competing, but still he may be out here like we've seen in other series, like with Ted Giovannis, testing for whatever other things he's doing, and you've put him in an exhibition.
Yeah, I think they're pretty consistent in the in one of the Cup Series, Porsche Cup Series, so you know, which runs other tires. So you know, yes, we do see them maybe a one-off, but you know, these one-offs are what makes us have us win them over. You know, to go on to other races with IGT. Hopefully their experience is good enough that they'll enjoy coming back.
Yeah, how many times have we heard that, yeah, I came to run one just exhibition and I had so much fun, now I'm a series regular.
Yeah, that's a great thing. We have 4 new customers here in this, and it's great to have that new blood come into International GT.
Mark Sanders, this seems to be the closest he's gotten. You can see how light they get coming under that bridge, over the crest of the hill. He's really right behind James, but they're both on the power at about the same time. I mean, this is
very evenly matched. I mean, he's going to have to wait for James to make a mistake. That's what he's patiently waiting for. You know, not hit the apex, leave some room there, not get a good track out. Some mistake along the way, he hopes will lose his concentration. Of course, James has the extra job of watching in a rearview mirror, of knowing where he is. So it's not that easy. A lot of times it's a lot easier if you're in the lead. You just got to drive out the windshield. Driving in the rearview mirror is not a lot of fun.
And you can see David Tuati now behind Reg Williams. So Reg Williams got around Lucas, but now Tuati coming up behind Reg. So Reg should be able to pull him a little bit here, but now Tuati might be able to get him coming into turn 10A, 10B. But here's that fight again with Sandridge.
Yeah, good battles throughout.
Here we go. Look at this. David Tuati right behind Dr. Reg Williams. And let's see what they can do coming into Mission Foods turn 1. I think that's where David's going to want to try to take him, but not sure if he can.
Yeah, we saw that great pass when he was running with Stephen Hammond here on the last lap, and he may be setting up Reg for that Twattyism, okay?
Yeah, the side-by-side 10A, 10B pass.
Right,
yeah.
And then just, on the last lap pulled out the pass, yeah.
Look at how they use that curbing up there to basically steer the cars. Here we go into Mission Foods turn 1. Mark Sandridge giving that look. Mark Sandridge coming right behind Hammond. Just can't seem to make it work. Or maybe he's just having a blast doing what he's doing. Look at how even they are. I can't believe it. Like, it looks like they're choreographed. This is unbelievable. I've never seen this long of just staying this even. It's like, well, I'm going to stay 2 car lengths behind you. I mean, if they were shooting a car commercial, they couldn't do this.
Yeah, you watch and you see that opportunity that Mark could go by, and I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, there hasn't been that mistake. There hasn't been that advantage of speed in the brake zone. In the track out, both of them very, very evenly matched.
There's Lucas Pank there, Tom Pank's son, but also a Mission Foods GT Cup Trophy champion from last year.
Yep.
You can see him just hang that
2022.
Okay, yeah, 2022,
yeah. Last year was Scott Blind, not with us this weekend, but we expect to see him throughout the season. Scott runs a lot of different races and experiments, so to speak, and but he always enjoys the, there's a great video that Pirelli put out about 3 weeks ago at Sebring, and Scott was one of our enthusiastic supporters of International GT. He had a great season.
Yeah, see, we're seeing missing the gesture. Scott B.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, so
exactly,
I love it
yeah.
in our comments. But yeah, Scott and his team always, they always very well dressed, and they all kind of choreograph and synchronize what they're going to wear, but have a blast here in the paddock and add a lot to the whole Speed Tour paddocks with their whole presentation.
Yeah, no, the Ruckus Racing crew was a great addition to the paddock. We miss them. Come on back. You could be in the middle of this right now.
Look at this, David Tuwati, Reg Williams. These are two really good drivers. David Tuwati, he's getting frustrated in there if he can't find a way around. That's a new car for Tuwati.
Yeah, sure is. The new livery, not new car, new livery. He went through 3 different liveries. I'd say this is the correct one for a Tuwati car. The others were, let's say, more RAF olive drab. Okay, they were certainly not of this, but coming up on some traffic, which may play into the hands here, and this may be the difference right here.
Lucas Paintclough.
Wow.
I give my award there to the Cayman driver who just held his line.
They did, yeah, did a good job there. I'm sure it was not the most, it certainly got his attention, so to speak, saying, great, now I got 2 guys on either side of me.
You can't miss that orange car in your mirror.
No.
You can see the leaves starting to come in here on the trees in Road Atlanta as they come into Bennett BridgeHaul, turn 10A, 10B. You can see the front, you can't call that a hood on a Porsche, but the front flap on David Tuwati's frunk is coming up and down.
Next lap, Stuttgart Cup still has Ross Poole in front, Richard Manis in second, Ariel Wolfgang in third, Ernesto Rosales bringing up, and Paul Denton down a few laps. He had some problems, came in and went back out.
Let's see what he can do here. Now, David Tuwati knows he's got a little bit of time, but we're on board with Mark Sandridge. Let's see what Mark Sandridge can do here. He's getting behind him. Might have it. Woo. Look at that.
Yeah. There it goes. There's the pass.
Good driving by James Hammond, who saw him there.
Yeah. James says, once he got alongside him, James says, all right, you got the position. So,
but isn't that what we're looking for here?
Yeah.
In a series like this?
I have to say, these guys, no matter where they finished, this could be happening at the back of the grid, and this is still good racing.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of fun to watch here. As we're seeing now, there's James Hammond. And there's the white flag on Tom Pank, our leader. And that Base Saber GT4R 2013. And he's coming up on lap traffic. And how do you say the first name of the person behind him?
I'm sorry?
Tadas?
What's that?
Did you say Tadas?
Yeah, Tadas. Yeah. At least that's the way I call
Tadas.
it. Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying it's the way I say it.
I was like them, just like ta-da.
Ta-da. Yeah, really.
He's in a 4R.
Yep.
Right behind him. And here they come up the lap traffic into Customers Bank. So there is our leader. Tom Pank in that wide. Those 4Rs are just wide portions. Big rear fender flares.
James Hammond kind of gave up the ghost. I have to say, he ran toe-to-toe with Mark Sandridge, but after that passed, I think that all the air went out of the balloon. His last lap was 4 seconds slower. He just kind of said, all right, you got me, but I'm going to live to fight another day, and that's a good thing. And another day is tomorrow morning, 60-minute race. I think we go off at about 8:10, and it's always interesting because the race strategy comes in, pit stop strategy comes in, a totally different ball game from these sprint races that we run on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's Tadas there, right behind. Still keeps Tom Pank in his view.
Yep.
But the checkered flag is out. Tom Pank, Tadas, then David Tuwati, third, coming back from fifth. And look at that, Reg Williams, Lucas Pank, and then we should be seeing Mark Sandridge coming into view here.
Good run for the guys. I'd like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli, our sponsors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Interlake, and Detroit Watch Company. Thank you for all your support. Stand 21, official vendor, Speedcom Communications, all helping International GT to be what I consider one of the premier sportsman series that's out there. Going to the best tracks, best time. If you're looking to be at some of the most fantastic racetracks in the United States, we will be there in one of our 11 locations that will be there throughout 2024, including Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Nice. Well, I'm hearing that we have some highlights coming up from this race. So they've cut together some highlights for us. So let's go through the highlights here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour.
Well, Ben, I'm glad to hear that they're highlights and not lowlights. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
The race is over, and it's I'm glad to hear that part.
So you can see the leaders come down into Winner's Circle. So Ken, thank you so much for joining us. Great race. We'll see you here at Winner's Circle here in a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ben. Thank you for the invite, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right. So we have Tom Pank in first. Tadas Karlinskis in second, David Tuwati third, Reg Williams fourth, Lucas Pank fifth. Mark Sandridge got around James Hammond there on the last lap. James Hammond seventh, David Richardson eighth, Thomas Ballister ninth, and Scott Vanacore 10th. That is the top 10 there in International GT here at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta. But as the drone comes in, here comes our highlights, ladies and gentlemen. It was an unbelievable start as they come into Mission Foods. Turn one down through Cube 3 S's as they kind of now go back and forth. But then Tadas Karlinskis was really showing us some of the power that he's got in that 313. And there's Lucas Pank and Reg Williams coming down this back stretch. But this was the race to watch. Mark Sandridge, James Hammond, very equally yoked throughout the race. Unbelievable racing there with Mark Sandridge. You can see here getting right beside James Hammond, but not able to do it there until the last lap. And then there's David Tuwati and Reg Williams. Here comes Mark Sandridge. Here's the pass. James Hammond sees him next to him, but an unbelievable International GT race at Road Atlanta. Well, ladies and gentlemen, join us after this break. It's been a fantastic Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour high above here at Road Atlanta. Beautiful weather. Join us right after this break.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hello and welcome back to Road Atlanta. DJ Clark joined up here in the commentary booth alongside Ben Sissel. And Ben, we get ready for SVRA groups 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. Always fantastic to be able to see cars taken around this track. And with these drivers, a little bit less horsepower, a little bit less grip on the circuit. So it's going to change things up a little bit and make for a very different style of racing than we're used to.
Yeah, this is actually my favorite class, and I know I say this every time, but I love the little British sports cars. Unbelievable. That, like right there, Sterling Heath, we haven't seen him in SVRA in quite a long time. A longtime friend of mine in that beautiful MGB GT, usually races with BDCA, VRG, so it's really cool to have him out here. But this is a weird class. We've got Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, but I don't think there's any Group 1 or 2 cars here with us this weekend. We missed them. But we've got David Jacobs there in that beautiful Group 5B Chevron B19. And just one of those cars that would have raced back in that Can-Am 2-liter Brian Redmond kind of era of cars. Then Efren Ormaza, who always seems to be here in that Ford Spec Racer, in second place. Then John Nash in that Group 3 Lotus Super 7. Right behind him is Karsten Gregory in a Mazda Miata. And then Alan Schamer, last year's Mazda Miata Heritage Cup Trophy winner in a Mazda MX-5. Robert Riles in a Mazda Miata. Then there's Sterling Heath in that MGB GT. Greg Kimbrough in a World Sports Racer. Ron Fuller in a Datsun 200SX, the number 78, beautiful car. Richard Taylor III in a Toyota WSR. And then Richard Jemison is in an Alfa Romeo Pininfarina Coupe A.
Well, it wouldn't be a racing weekend unless we had some sort of Alfa Romeo out here, so always glad to be able to see that come out. And, of course, a couple of MX-5s and Miatas as well to add to the spice of everything. A beautiful drone shot overhead here. And I've got to imagine for a lot of these drivers, the slipstream down this back straightaway going to be very, very crucial. As we said, a little less horsepower in these cars, so any bit of that extra speed that you're able to gather up underneath you is going to be absolutely crucial.
Oh, yeah, like Ron Fuller could probably have a snack and check his emails on his phone as he's coming down that back straight, you know. But that's the beauty of these kind of small bore cars, and you've got to really drive them with momentum. Any little bit of steering input can scrub off your time and your power, and it's a lot of fun to watch these cars, especially these Miatas, mixing it up with the cars, the likes of this like Lotus Super 7 there of John Nash or Efren Ormaza in that Ford Spec Racer.
Yeah, exactly. As they now come down through Bennett BridgeHaul turns 10A and 10B, it's going to be Jacobs and Ormaza up at the front of the grid, ready to lead their way on through. Ginetta safety car makes its way down into pit lane as all eyes go towards the flag stand here at this point. Getting ready to go as there goes the green, and we are racing here in Road Atlanta. And talk about a good getaway there for Efren Ormaza. That is absolutely on it, but the power coming back to David Jacobs as they plunge their way coming down into turn one. It's going to be side by side, but that's going to be Ormaza going for the lead there at that point. Did he get the car slowed down? Yes, he did. I thought he might have overshot the corner.
Yeah, David Jacobs there. I think he saw what Ormaza was doing and just thought, you know, I'm going to live to fight another day. David Jacobs, really good driver, but also nothing against Ormaza, but has a lot more to lose in that Chevron B19. Just a car that, unbelievable car with a lot of history. And Efren Ormaza in that Ford Spec Racer, a huge class in SCCA class racing where sometimes they'd have fields of like 60, 70 cars.
Yeah, a lot of those cars, and now it's going to break out here a little bit as we watch Jacobs working his way back through the corner, and both he and Ormaza really dancing on throttle application and braking there at that point. You can really see that lack of grip in the cars. Probably going to take a little bit to get heat into the tires. It's a relatively blustery day out here at Road Atlanta and a little bit chilly track temps.
Yeah, we were the grid at the Trans Am race. I saw somebody put the thermometer to the track, and it was just 80 degrees. And so it is hard to get heat in the tires as we look at John Nash coming down that main straight. But Jacobs was kind of closing the gap on Ormaza. But look at John Nash, loves racing here with us. Lorna, his wife, is always there, maybe more enthusiastic than John himself, but look at that car. I love watching the Lotus 7s because you can see them move the steering wheel and the wheels move with it. It's just a lot of fun. Almost an open wheel car is the 7.
Yeah, it really is, and it's a gorgeous piece of machinery. As you said, very Spartan in the way that it's laid out. Very, very pretty. As we take a look now at Karsten Gregory in that number 18 Mazda Miata, working his way down through turn 1. Not the most aggressive line through the corner. I've seen some drivers really chuck those things in there, but I think Karsten probably feeling pretty good in P4 right now. He's the second place here in that Group 3 entry, obviously in a different subclass than John Nash up in that Lotus Super 7.
There's Chalmer, last year's Miata champion. Usually races here with us in Atlanta, was with us just a few weeks ago there at Sebring, but really smooth in these Mazda Miatas.
Well, and that smoothness is such a key when you talk about bringing your way through. I mean, they're such momentum cars. You can't afford to scrub any speed, and the same is true here with Sterling Heath and that number 81 MGB GT. I mean, you just have to be so millimeter perfect. If you scrub even a little bit of speed coming through those corners, especially like a corner that's turn 7, you're going to lose that speed all the way down the straight.
Yeah, you got to carry enough speed through there because it sets you up for this. And, you know, with that 1800cc engine of the MGB GT, that's, you know, you don't have a lot of that torque and power, so you've got to every little bit that you can get. Sterling, longtime racer here at Road Atlanta. His dad Stan races an MGA with us too, and it's really cool to see him back here. I haven't seen him at an SVRA event in quite a long time, but really good racer. I think he lives down in Tampa, Florida now, and has started a family, so it's cool to see him out here in this MGB GT.
Yeah, that's always good, especially I know plenty of folks, you start a family, you got to stop spending money on your toys, and you got to buy, you know, plastic and wood toys for your kids. You can't necessarily use it on the steel or the aluminum or the carbon fiber that you used to. But continuing to go back down through the field here at this point, I believe this is the number 14 of Robin Riles right now, falling down a couple of positions, but a Mazda Miata there with the hood obviously cut off the top of it.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the more efficient way to race a Miata, but the Spec Series, I think they make you have the hardtop Miata to run it, which I like. I like the Spec Series classes like that because then you really get a driver's class.
Yeah, and that's really what you talk about when you talk about those Spec Series. But then as we continue to look our way through the field, the 00 here, again, Greg Kimbrough in that World Sports Racer, silver and yellow, very reminiscent of the old Audis, the R18s that used to, or the R8s that used to run back in the day, with that livery and the yellow splashes on there, and of course the open car, open cockpit sort of prototype design, very, very reminiscent of that. That's what my mind goes to when I see that car.
Yeah, it does. I bet you that's what he was doing. It's kind of like a tribute. And then there is that 78, should be, right? Or is it the 68? Ron Fuller, number 68, sorry, is the Group 3 BSL, the Datsun 200 SX. He usually brings that car to this event, and that is a really cool car to have out here. I'm sure a lot of the commenters on YouTube remember those cars, and they're a lot more common in the street than race cars. So I love it sometimes when the drivers back in that day, they would just kind of make anything into a race car. But a lot of people probably went with their moms or dads to pick up the groceries in those Datsun 200 SXs.
Well, and that's the old kind of style of racing. You bring what you brought to the track, and likewise, the flip of it, it's the old adage, win on Sunday, buy on Monday. And so if you're able to do that and have that kind of play back and forth, it'll be absolutely perfect there to be able to do that as they go. Ron Fuller in that machine right now as he makes his way up and over Bennett BridgeHaul, turn 10A and B, and down into that massive story drop of 11. Looks like a little bit of a bob at the head. Is he maybe putting some metal music on in that
I don't know. I think maybe he's just like, where's this speed? You know how they do in the go-karts? They try to jump up and get some speed. But, yeah, I haven't ever seen that before. That's the 477 Richard Taylor III. That's the Toyota WSR. That's a Group 5B car.
And I remember a story back in the day of Emerson Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr. racing at one point next to each other, kind of doing that go-kart move to try to will their cars on forward. I'm not sure if it has the same effect here when you're running with this much horsepower, but it's got to feel good to do it. It gives you that kind of psychosomatic way of thinking about it.
When you're on such a long straightaway, I think you have to feel like you're doing something.
Exactly. And just slamming down that foot pedal sometimes isn't enough necessarily as he brings his way on through, down through the Cube 3S's here at this point. Good sight lines there that he's getting. You could really get a sense. That's why I love some of these older open cockpit cars. You can see that lean. You can physically see the G-forces on the car. As he continues to work his way down through here at this point, checking the mirrors, down to the inside, making sure everybody's there so he can be able to go on through. Almost looked for a second like, I think it may have just been his safety belts, but something flapping around. And there's the Alpha as it makes its way down into Bennett BridgeHaul Turn 10A and B.
The Coupe, we've been having trouble with this driver. He went off early in test day and didn't have a rear tow hook, and it looks like he's still having some problems. He was able to put a rear tow hook on, but I can't tell if he was coming into pit lane. It looks like, yeah, he is ducking into pit lane, so that's Richard Jameson in that Group 3 Alfa Romeo coming into pit lane. Hopefully he can get that thing up and running for tomorrow's races.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to do that and get that back up around. But let's take another look here at your leader right now. David Jacobs, Efren Ormaza. I was looking at the wrong screen there. No, David Jacobs is being scored as in the lead of the race here. I think David got around him.
Yeah,
yes,
he did. Yeah.
So there, what was foretold, I guess you could say, in the qualifying session. David just kind of took his time, waited to get on by Efren Ormaza, and he got the pass done. Well done for that Chevron B19.
A lot more tire on that Chevron B19, so he probably, took him a little bit longer to hook up, and but now look for him to really make a big gap here in that beautiful kind of Can-Am 2-liter car. But Efren right behind him again. Look at that. Efren looks like Efren Ormaza might be a little bit more confident here going through the S's, and look for him to make a pass coming out of 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really what it was. A lot of times, if you're not as confident in the car going down through the Cube 3S's, you're going to feather that throttle a little bit more. And if you've got full confidence in the car, you can chuck it on through. Let's see, though, coming down the back straightaway here at this point, that draft, as we talked about, still going to go into play there. So that'll be a big thing for them. We'll have to see how they're going to be able to do. As there we see a couple other drivers working their way on through turn 6 and 7. Oh, look at that gap, though. That is just straight horsepower there for David Jacobs, being able to extend that gap over Efren Ormaza.
So let's see. This might be a handling versus horsepower battle here, because if they're coming into lap traffic as they come around Mission Foods, turn 12, so here we go. Lap traffic there. And they're going to hit it coming through the Cube 3S's.
Yeah, they are. Ormaza's got to be very, very aggressive there to come down at the inside of turn 1. Now, they're going to come up behind that World Sports Racer, that's the Toyota WSR, I believe. They're going to get on through it. That's a little bit of a sketchy proposition to make, but they make it through. And here comes Ormaza on the attack here at this point. I think you're right about this, Ben. I think this is horsepower versus handling.
They take very different lines on the exit of 5 there, coming up into Customers Bank turn 6. And you can see when he gets on the brakes, the car, it looks like his rear brakes are hurting him a little bit there as David Jacobs, his rear end kind of wants to swing out a little bit, so he has to kind of feather the brakes a lot more than Ormaza does.
Yeah, he really does. And I think it's interesting that Ormaza really takes that car all the way to the outside of turn 5, kind of what we'd consider almost more of a prototype line, using the full curbing of that. Whereas with Jacobs, he's taking it much narrower, staying off the curbs a little bit. I wonder if that's maybe just again, a comfortability thing, if Ormaza just feels better going over those ripple strips on the exit of 5.
So there we are back with our leader, David Jacobs, in that Group 5 BNC Chevron B19. Now they have a clean lap ahead of them, it looks like. And there's the gap between the two leaders. Both of them are Group 5B, different categories of 5B, and different decades of cars, but running very similar lap times.
Yeah, running very, very similar lap times. Indeed, the last time they came by, their lap times only separated by about 0.2 of a second in between the two. And their fastest time, well, the fastest time in the race belongs to Efren Ormaza. But let's give a little bit of love back here to John Nash in that Lotus Super 7. No, we can't break away from it. This battle is too intense up for the lead of this race. It is all over here at this point.
So you can see how he uses the wide curbing, like you were saying, and they've just flattened out. This is the first time we've been to Road Atlanta with that new flattened out 5 exit, and maybe Ormaza just is a little bit more aware of that than David Jacobs.
Yeah, that could certainly be a thing. I mean, we haven't really talked about all that much the changes that have gone here at Road Atlanta. As here is third place right here. This is John Nash as he works his way on through. A very comfortable position here for Nash. He's got a gap of about 18 seconds over Karsten Gregory for fourth.
But look at how smooth he is through the corners, except for right there, right when I say it, the commentator's curse. But you see how the car is, it's almost like he's got speed wobble when you're on your skateboard coming into the corners. Something's happening with the brakes that I feel like he's not super comfortable with.
Yeah, he just doesn't necessarily feel like he has that car completely underneath him, and I've got to agree with you there about that. But the good news for him, it's not slowing him down too much. He just set the fastest lap of the race with a time of 1:37.587. Ormaza only about 1/10 of a second behind him, and he's only got to hold on for 2 more laps here at this point. Oh, no, excuse me. They're on the white flag lap here at this point. They are on the white flag lap. White flag in the air. David Jacobs only has to hold on for 1 more.
And this is the biggest gap we've seen in a while coming through the S's. But there it is. Look at that. He closes that so quick.
Very, very quick, Ormaza. Now, this is the closest we've seen him really tail in behind, trying to suck up as much of that draft off the 33 as possible. Didn't see that wiggle there out of Jacobs coming down into Customers Bank turn 6. Now as they get on the throttle, that horsepower could come into play again here for Jacobs.
Ormaza's trying everything he can to get in that draft, but look at that gap increasing. There's John Nash, our currently third place, but leader in Group 3.
Yeah, driving a crystal perfect race here at this point, as you said, just nice and smooth through the corners here as he goes. And that's a little bit of a smoother way to do it, as you were hinting at earlier. Now, here comes your leader, David Jacobs. He got jumped at the start of the race, but he came back in flying fashion. He's going to come through turn 12, and it's going to be your pole sitter, David Jacobs, that takes victory. Good stuff there for Jacobs. A little bit of a salute from Efren Ormaza. There it is, the wave from him. An absolutely barn burner of a race between those two. Very, very impressive stuff. And a very, very fun battle here in that Group 5 class. As they keep on their cool-down lap here at this point, the 33A. There's John Nash having to get himself around a little bit of lap traffic in that Datsun that we talked about a little bit earlier. Nash going to bring the car up through the corner. A little bit of counter steer he had to put in on the exit of Bennett BridgeHaul turn 10B. He'll come down and through right now and cross over the start-finish line momentarily. There he goes. and he's got the 3rd place there. Brilliant stuff for Nash. Nice, calm, cool, collected drive. Exactly what you'd expect out of him. A couple more drivers still waiting to finish here at this point. Not all that many left on this 2.5-mile circuit. As there you see the overall view as our race winners make their way down the back straightaway right now, bringing their way on through. And that is going to finish up the coverage here for Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. My name's been DJ Clark. This has been Ben Sissel next to me. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, but we'll be back shortly.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. This is going to be a ton of fun. This is our split grid race 1, Group 10, but we have Group 10 SVRA, but then we have this vintage stock car series that my friend Jim Barfield, Carlos Gann, a lot of our drivers have kind of put together, Scott Hawley, and this is going to be a lot of fun. The first car there we're seeing is the number 22 of Ryan Gemmell in the Group 10 stock car. I'm not sure where Front Row Joe is. Usually Front Row Joe is out there. Then we've got Joseph Burke there in that number 48 Lowe's Jimmy Johnson car. So driving the Jimmy Johnson car is Joseph Burke in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. I love the
Jimmy Johnson in the livery. Now, you will see the stock cars as they were run at some point in their life. I believe that's the rules that Carlos Gann and Jim Barfield have kind of put forward to everybody, that a lot of these cars were run under different teams, different liveries, but they have to pick one of the liveries that they were in back in the day. That's Jack Finch there in that Dodge Charger, the Group 10 SCE car. Then here's my favorite, the Cole Trickle car. Check this out. So we have a resident expert here, Will Rogers, who was just with us in the Trans Am races. He raced with us at Thunder Hill 2 weeks ago. Probably our resident expert in the stock car field, but coming from Mooresville, that was the Cole Trickle car from Days of Thunder. So not truly a NASCAR car, but what do you think of that thing?
That's pretty cool. I actually live down the street from the barn where in the movie they were building that car. So, you know, it resembles it for sure. It's a really cool, iconic paint scheme. Really neat to see out here at Road Atlanta today.
Yeah, it is. And I'll admit something that I always admit. So if you're watching us from YouTube and this is your chance to kind of yell at the commentators, or if you have some great information, please leave us in the comments. But that is the car. Like, I really wasn't into racing, didn't know anything about it until I went and saw Days of Thunder in the theater. This is going to age me my 8th grade year. And I went to see it and just kind of fell in love with it. And then back in the day, Hardee's, if you went through Hardee's and you got like their version of the Happy Meal, you got a free Days of Thunder car. So there is Front Row Joe starting in the back there in his pickup truck, the Chevy Silverado. So that's something that we're trying to do here in Vintage, just to make it more fun, is he's Front Row Joe in NASCAR. But when Front Row Joe starts from the back row in SVRA, it makes for some very interesting racing.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I bet Front Row Joe will make his name in this series for sure. He'll be coming from the back to the front, no doubt. Looks like a truck that his son may have won in back at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park years ago. At least resembles it. So it's pretty cool to see that legacy moving on and even coming back to the racetrack as his son's racing NASCAR full-time. So pretty cool to see.
Yeah, there's Carlos Gann there in the Ricky Rudd NASCAR, and then in the Wiki car is Rick Frazier there. And so that kind of, I'll go through as Joe, it's Ryan Gamel, Joseph Burke, Jack Finch, Ryan Thompson, Rodney Reston. What a great name for a stock car driver.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Frazier, Carlos Gann, Rick Frazier, Joe Frieda, and then Joe Nemechek. That kind of is our stock car group. And Joe Frieda in a Group 10 GT4 Chevrolet Corvette C6. Blaze Chita is in the Ford Mustang TA2 car that you'll know a lot about. Tadas Karlinskis is in the Porsche GT3 Cup car. Ariel Offgang in a Porsche Cayman. So we've got two different kind of Cup cars. We've got the Winston Cup cars, and then we've got the Porsche Cup cars. Randy Walker in a Chevrolet Camaro. Richard Manis in a Porsche Cayman. Jack Gilsdorf in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Mark Mercurio in this Howe Camaro. It looks like a TA2 car, but for some reason we can't classify it, and you know quite a bit about that.
Yep.
Bob Corliss in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, and Steve Denton here in a Porsche Cayman. So are you excited to see these stock cars take the green?
Absolutely. I mean, seeing these older stock cars, even some of the new ones, rip around here at Road Atlanta, I think is going to be a treat for sure. But as far as the split grid goes here, you couldn't have different kind of cars on the racetrack farther apart than these. And I think it'll be really neat to see how these laps play out and what the field does. But I'm anticipating these stock cars to be really cool to see running around Road Atlanta.
You can see Jimmy Johnson there kind of weaving back and forth. There's Casey Kane in that car of tomorrow. I always love that. They call it the car of tomorrow, and it soon disappeared.
It did. It's funny how those evolutions come and go really quickly, it seems, and now we're into something all new on the NASCAR side, but rolling to the green flag here.
Yeah, here they come, side by side. Ryan Gamel, Joseph Burke, side by side as they come here to take the green. Who's going to take it here? I'm kind of hoping for Jimmy Johnson there, 7-time champion. Look at that, though, man. Side by side as they come into Mission Foods Turn 1. Looks like they don't know what yet they want to do, but there we go. Jimmy Johnson on the outside of Mission Foods Turn 1 over Gamel, but it looks like he has the advantage coming up. Ooh,
gosh, hold on to it there. What are you seeing, Will Rogers?
Oh my gosh, what I initially saw was the start. They held it really long. I didn't know what the heck was going on. The green flag was out and nobody was going, and then they took off. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson got a little out of shape there, but glad he could hang on to it.
Yeah, that was a good save there as Blaze Chitta coming up right behind in the Mission Foods turn 1. And then Mercurio, there's that Howe looking like a TA2 car, but for some reason we're not allowed to classify it as a TA2 car. I don't know what the difference is there. But Ryan there in that Ford Mustang out ahead there of Jimmy Johnson. And how would you classify that car there, the number 22 of Ryan Cannell? It looks like kind of a modern stock car.
It does, yeah. It's like the past gen. I think the COT car of tomorrow, kind of like what you were saying earlier, that's what I would most recognize that as. And then, of course, the car behind him, a few generations older, but he seems to have a good handle on that thing. Aero platforms between the two, I think, are drastically different. So interesting to see how they get around this course.
There was Joe Frieda there, but look, Jimmy Johnson getting sideways there, coming into the Bennett BridgeHaul 10 turn 10A. Something must be happening with his car. Maybe he's just trying to push it a little bit too hard there.
Maybe. This place is pretty slick today, though. You know, the temperatures are down, but when you start pushing these rear tires with all these loads through these high speed corners and such, it could be really easy to step out, especially with a super heavy stock car like that. You know, these things definitely have more power than a TA2 car and certainly more weight up high. So I can only imagine what it's like as he kind of locks it up, getting up on top of the hill, but you know, that's to be expected.
And just like you said, there's Joe Nemechek behind, but we've got the big three out in the top three. We've got a Dodge, a Chevy, and a Ford in the top three. Can't say that in today's NASCAR.
No, you certainly can't. Pretty cool to see the Dodge still out there. We have them on the TA and TA2 side and the XGT side, so neat to see that as we see Front Row Joe coming back up to the field. Like I said, I think he's going to live up to his name today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool to see. And you know, what's funny about Joe Nemechek, and sometimes Bill Elliott will join us, they have so much fun. Ray Evernham has joined us in this. They have so much fun doing this because, you know, Bill Elliott was like, yeah, I don't have to go to McDonald's and sign autographs the day before the race or anything like that. Or Joe Nemechek, you know, is just having so much fun getting to do this. And he's out there now in that Chevy Silverado that I do believe John Hunter may have raced. And then there's Cole Trickle, the Tom Cruise car from Days of Thunder. And I just think I love the livery. Last year we had the Ricky Bobby car, and they had the, I think, Fig Newton or Wonder Bread on the windshield when he was driving it. But that car just looks so sharp. Jim told me they were making it, and I was so excited to see it here this weekend. That's
really cool. I would be really curious to know what it was like to have the decal on the front windshield running around the racetrack like that, like Days of Thunder, or like the other movie. But yeah, it's kind of silly. But I like seeing all these old cars as we see Casey Kane go up through turn 1, headed up to the top of the hill before the S's. That car looks pretty sweet too.
And that's Rodney Reston there. But look at this, the Chevy Lumina. I like this era of NASCAR. Grew up kind of in that era of NASCAR. And then that's the Kellogg's number 5. Who would that have been?
I think it's Casey Kane, right?
No, Casey Kane would be the number 9 car of tomorrow. So that is that a Labonte? Is that
perhaps?
Terry
Yeah,
Labonte?
forgive me. I haven't become a NASCAR fan, not for a long time. You know, racing go-karts and off-road and such. I was never into NASCAR until I got into living near Mooresville and such. So I'm a little behind your time, Ben.
No, that's all right. But I'm sure that we've got some commenters on here that would know who that is. The Kellogg's number 5 car.
Would love to know that. Absolutely. It's a sweet looking ride, though. I think it'd be hard to miss him out there.
There's Casey Kane there in the Budweiser number 9.
Okay.
And then that's the Hooters car of Kawicki.
Yep.
And then followed by these Group 10.
We got Front Row Joe making a close in for the lead here. He's got about the same out front as out back on P3. Really tracking down that car of tomorrow out front. Driver Ryan Gemmel.
Got some great visuals here. You can
I
see
think
that Cole Trickle car from high above.
I think the 5 would be the Kyle Busch car. Somebody's saying 2005, 2007 era. Perhaps.
Dev. So thank you for that. Yeah, see, we've got all kinds of experts on here. And, you know, if you watch motorsports, you're like, oh, you want to yell at the commentators? So this is their chance. Feel free. Have at it.
Yell at us.
There's Mark Mercurio there. And, you know, Will, I was just with you at Thunder Hill where you also had to start from the back, just like Front Row Joe, and you moved your way to win overall
in a TA2 bodied XGT car from Chris Evans, and that's very similar to these cars we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. They are these XGT cars that I'm very, very thankful to be driving out west with Chris Evans and Jeff Jefferson and that team. They are badass machines. They may look like a TA2 car, but man, what I tell everybody is that it is a TA2 car with everything you want in a TA2, but you may not be able to have because of the classification. You get big motors like a lot of these stock cars have, a solid Ford 9-inch rear end in the thing, and obviously an Andrews transmission to make it all work really good. As we see front row Joe now making a move for the lead into turn 1.
Yeah, that's awesome. He's having so much fun. That's Jack Gilsdorf here in that 902 Porsche GT3 Cup car. All kinds of Cup cars out here in this race that we're seeing. And it's funny because when you come to an SVRA event, people refer to Cup car, and then I might be thinking like NASCAR Cup car, and they're talking about a Porsche Cup car. So you almost have to make that delineation. But we do have a TA2 car and a TA2 owner of Blaze Chitta out there with us this weekend. And here comes Jimmy Johnson up behind. That's who's in this little Cayman there. That's the number 7 of Richard Manis with Jimmy Johnson behind. And you got to think Richard Manis looks in his mirror like, what in the world is behind me right now?
No, absolutely. It's got to be an interesting scene, but probably a pretty cool one if he's into the old school NASCAR history.
And look at that, the Lowe's car. And I love back in this day, if you were a Jimmy Johnson fan, you'd never go to Home Depot because that was Tony Stewart. You know, if you were a Tony Stewart fan, you'd never go to Lowe's. And you'd drive, 10 or 15 miles out of the way not to go to Lowe's. So that was just kind of how NASCAR was back in those days.
It still is. There's still a lot of avid fans, and you'll have that rivalry come up, and even fans where a sponsor changes on their favorite driver's car, and you know what? They're not going to use that sponsor anymore. I can tell you that. So there's really something to it. As front row Joe is checked out, and Gemmel takes the access road on the end towards the
pit.
Towards the pit.
Look at the Silverado. You can see that the lines, it looks like that body may have been set up for more of a short track oval, and they've turned it into like a road race because
honestly,
you can see it's oblong.
I'd say that's a 1.5 mile truck that they've redone here. They may have pushed the body back a little bit, but at a Martinsville or something like that, you'll have more of a road course kind of straight up body, but that thing has some skew in it, and I bet it's run around a place like Charlotte or Kansas or something high speed, a Chicagoland to stick that tail out, catch the air, and drive right off the corner. So that's pretty wild to see that intermediate truck looking
you can see it even tracking a little bit oblong there.
Yep. I can only imagine they've probably got a straight up rear end in the thing. When you're running on a circle track, you want to add skew and essentially move the rear tires forward or backwards to help it get around the corner. But you're only turning left there, so on a road course, you want to make sure it's as straight up as possible. I bet if I were Joe behind the wheel going down the backstretch here at Road Atlanta, I'd be feeling some of that air pulling me one way or another.
Yeah. That was Bob Corliss there in that number 17 Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Yep.
And we're looking at great images here from our drone high above our Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour.
I think it's so cool to see these 996 and 993, version Cup cars out here. 997 as well. In fact, there might be some newer ones as well. Just great to see they're still running and in this very interesting mix of class. But glad they're still out there. Those are great platforms on the sports car side. I've had a chance to run a few of them, and they're a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, they turn, with these stock car Cup cars, these Porsche Cup cars turn about the same lap times, but in completely different ways.
Oh my gosh, yeah, these cars, their characteristics, the platform, obviously the big obvious is the motor in the back in the Porsche versus the stock car in the front and a huge rear end in the back. They drive polar opposite.
Yeah.
Porsche, I would say, is super nimble, right? And you really have to drive around that rear weight, but a stock car, although you have to finesse, you have to be smooth, you really go about getting in the corner a completely different way.
Yeah, the Mission Foods Turn 1, the Porsche Cup cars are hitting at about the 100 brake marker, and some of these stock cars are at the 500 brake marker.
Oh, yeah, and that's cooking it in there, depending on the brake packages. If Joe Nemechek, if he had a short track package on there, he could get pretty deep. If he's got an intermediate package on there, he's going to have to brake way earlier than that. But you're right. Those Porsches and some of these other road race specific cars, they can drive very far into the corner. Not unlike our TA2 cars. We get in really deep, even though it is a quote-unquote stock car.
So it looks like Joe Frieda there in the number 122 is coming up behind Joe Nemechek. This might be our overall 1 and 2. Not quite sure. I believe it is. So this is going to be a battle. And Joe Nemechek, if you know him, even though they're not in the same class or they're not even racing each other, Joe Nemechek does not like to be passed.
No, and I just saw that myself. TV may have not seen that, but Joe Nemechek, I don't know if he knew that 122 is coming up behind him, because he did not let him through turn 1. So I'm sure there would be another attempt here.
He will not let anybody pass. Now it's on.
That's right.
Hopefully we stay with this. So that's front row Joe Nemechek, just NASCAR royalty out there. I believe in his son, John Hunter Nemechek's truck, I guess it is, the Chevy Silverado.
Sure looks like it, yeah.
And then that would be Joe Frieda in what looks like a GT1 car, but does it say GT4 there on the hood?
Hard to tell, but the thing is ripping. I mean, he's got a real good handle on that thing. Probably took a minute for the tires to come up, just like in the TA or XGT cars that I'm running out west. Once they come up, man, they're great tires, and they stick. So I'm sure as he looks to make a move on Joe on the back here, let's see if he can do a little side draft. Nope. Looks like Joe's probably going to give it up and let him go. Realize he's digging.
That car is cutting a little bit better hole through the air than that big truck.
I think so. I'm sure he could have probably poked in that draft and picked up about 5 or 10 miles an hour with the hole that truck punches through the air.
So now it looks like Joe Frieda is our overall leader in a Chevrolet Corvette C6 in 10 GT4. Yeah, that is classified as a GT4 car. Coming through Mission Foods turn 1. And Joe Frieda, you now get to brag to your friends that you have made a good pass on front row Joe Nemechek.
That's pretty sweet. I think we could put that on a plaque. Maybe they'll hang it in the old game room and reminisce on that one. That's pretty cool. Good stats.
Look at that in that Chevy Silverado. And it was kind of neat. It threw me for a loop. A couple years ago, we had our first NASCAR Cup truck race, Craftsman Truck Race Series truck with us. And for a while, it took me a while to get used to seeing it. But now they're fast, and they belong out there. It was Mike Skinner that brought the first one to Sebring with us.
Okay.
And he knows how to run those things.
Sebring in a cup car or a truck, I think that would be quite the experience. But it's really cool to see these cars, as we've said, out here all together, because I've had multiple fans come up to me over the time of racing in NASCAR and such, and they say, well, why don't we run the classes together, Cup, trucks, Xfinity, and obviously there's the different classifications, some different rules, but I have always been curious, like, what would it be like? Yeah. And this is kind of cool to see. I've had buddies that I've raced on iRacing with, and we have a multi-class and have the 3 cars. It's very interesting when that happens, but this is real life. It's pretty neat to see this happen.
That's Jack Finch there, our 3rd place car, the number 49. That's a Dodge Charger. That's a Group 10 Stock Car E classification. I'm hoping we get some shots of the Ricky Rudd car out there with Carlos Gann, the number 15, but I don't know, is he still out there?
To be completely honest, I wouldn't be able to recognize it, Ben. Again, that one's before my time, I think.
I just love the era of the metal bumpers of when the cars actually kind of looked like they did from the factory. I love that.
Yep.
There's Blaze Chitta in the TA2 car that you were basically on track with just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, these TA2 cars, they are a lot of fun around this place. They are not easy to run around here. So he's doing a great job holding on to this thing and keeping up probably with a lot more horsepower in front of him. But if he can cut through the corners better, brake a little bit deeper, hopefully the drive that, he kind of loses down the straightaway won't be too much, and he can stay right there with him.
And that rear wing, really helps. But there is the Ricky Rudd car. Check that thing out.
That's
the Motorcraft. That's Carlos Gann, who kind of puts this whole thing on. The Ford Thunderbird.
It's like a Wood Brothers scheme.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And but like I said, it does look like a Ford Thunderbird of that day.
It sure does.
And Ricky Rudd, what a great NASCAR name. We have a guy that races with us in SVRA called Ricky Knuckles, and that's his true name. Man, you missed your call, and you should have been a NASCAR driver. But that's Ricky Rudd being driven by Carlos Gann. Beautiful car there.
Looks like our overall leader just took the white flag, as Joe Nemechek also runs through the white flag there. The rest of the field coming through.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are joining Will Rogers and Ben Sissel here in the booth at Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Will Rogers just got out of his TA2 car, and I'm glad that you got out of your TA2 car.
Me too.
You had a little, what was it, last lap debacle?
It was a little bit of a debacle, a little bit of a fight over track position, running for 10th. And, you know, this is a new team that I'm with, Godwin Motorsports, and we've taken on one heck of a challenge jumping into this TA2 series. But my guys and myself, we put on a lot of hard work this weekend to contend for top 10. So happy that happened, but unfortunate way to end the weekend. We just too much asking for available track position and got shoved off and put into the tire wall. So, you know, it's part of racing, and we'll come back at NOLA and hopefully still contend for that top 10, maybe better.
It happens. But, you know, I expect you to be on TV a lot with us in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. So you're looking for sponsorship. People can look at you. But we're watching right now Joe Frieda come up through 10A, 10B as he comes down to take the checkered flag in this mixed group of Group 10 with our stock car, vintage stock car group. So happy to have them out here. But Joe Frieda takes the checkered flag. It looks like Joe Nemechek is going to come up right behind him in that Chevy Silverado. But, you know, Will, you're with Godwin Motorsports out of Nashville, Tennessee, looking for sponsorship, want to run the whole series for the championship. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. We ran in some sports car racing last year and, you know, decided that for me, coming from more stock cars recently, it made more sense to go TA2, and I've realized how competitive this series is and how much investment is going in. Honestly, this is the place to be if you want to race against the best, you know, be in a fairly even playing field equipment-wise. Still work to do on our part to get better at that, but you know, this is really where I see the future, and it's great to be. And we're hoping to finish this season strong. Yes, working on some sponsorship and such. We had some great guests with us this weekend, and just looking forward to the future. So thankful and happy to be here.
Nice. Well, we're happy to have you. I mean, you've been in the paddock with us in Trans Am for what, 1.5, 2 seasons, something like that, running with us on the West Coast and the XGTs. But yeah,
it's been great. My time in TA2 or TA, the class or the series, has been really great. Really enjoy it, and you know, looking forward to more.
Well, looks like we're going to see some great highlights here. As we see there's the Jimmy Johnson we were talking about, going off a little bit wide, but what a great save. And then this is the start of our Group 10. Blaze Chitta there, almost getting up behind Joe Frieda, but there's Joe Nemechek coming around Customer's Bank to take the lead that he didn't hold very long. There's Kyle Busch and that number 5 of Rodney Reston. And then Joe Nemechek coming through the S's. It's so cool to see that. There is Bob Corliss there in the number 17 Porsche Cup cars versus Winston Cup cars. And then there is our overall leader there, Joe Frieda, as he makes that pass.
Pass for the win.
Totally different lines here, but Joe Frieda takes the win in Group 10. Well, Will Rogers, so much fun to have you out. So excited to see what happens with you in Godwin Motorsports out of Nashville, Tennessee. But that does it here for our Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Thanks for joining us up here in the booth.
Thank you very much for having me, Ben. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to doing more.
Nice, and we will see everybody tomorrow.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.